8 days back, my life was a series of peaks and valleys. Some moments were decent, others less so, but mostly it was a flat line of routine, long stretches of quiet, punctuated by sudden flares of action, not unlike military life itself. That's exactly how they tracked me down. You can walk away from the army, but it never fully walks away from you, not entirely. They began searching 2 days after someone took a pot shot at the French president. I read about it in the paper. A long-range rifle attempt in Paris had nothing to do with me. I was 6,000 miles off in California with a girl I'd met on a Greyhound. She dreamed of Hollywood. I didn't. So after 48 hours in Los Angeles, we parted ways. I boarded another bus, drifting up to San Francisco for a few days, then Portland for 3 more, and finally toward Seattle. The route passed near Fort Lewis, where 2 soldiers in uniform stepped off, leaving a day-old Army Times on the seat across the aisle. That paper is a peculiar institution. Started before World War II and still chugging along each week, packed with stale news and earnest guides, like the headline shouting up at me, "New regulations, updates for badges and insignia, plus 4 more uniform revisions coming. Rumor says the news runs a day behind because it's cribbed from old wire summaries, but if you read between the lines, you can sometimes catch a dry, cynical whisper. The editorials now and then show spine. The obituaries now and then hold your interest." That last bit was why I picked it up. Sometimes folks pass and you're glad or you're not. Either way, you want to know, but I never made it to the death notices. On the way, the personal ads caught my eye, mostly vets searching for vets, dozens of pleas all saying the same thing. And there, centered on the page in a bold, boxed inch, Jack Reacher call Rick Shoemaker, had to be Tom O'Day's doing, which later made me feel a bit transparent. Not that O'Day wasn't sharp, he had to be, having survived so many years. The man seemed eternal. 2 decades ago, he already looked a century old, a tall, thin, skeletal figure who moved like a folding ladder about to buckle. He was nobody's image of an army general, more a tweedy academic or a field anthropologist. His logic was solid, though. Reacher lives off the grid, which means buses, train stations, waiting areas, and diners, places where enlisted folks naturally gather who pick up the Army Times at the PX before any other rag and then leave it lying around like birds scattering seeds, and he could count on me to grab a copy somewhere, sooner or later. Because I needed to know you can leave the Army, but it doesn't leave you. Not completely from what O'Day understood and could assume. He might have figured that placing the same ad for 10 or 12 weeks straight offered a slim but real chance, yet it worked on the very first try 1 day after the paper hit the stands. That's why I felt predictable. Rick Shoemaker was O'Day's man, probably his second in command by now. Easy to ignore, but I owed Shoemaker a favor. Something O'Day clearly knew. That's why he used Shoemaker's name, and that's why I'd have to answer. Predictable. When I stepped off the bus in Seattle, the air was dry and mild. The city felt caffeinated, with coffee flowing in heroic volumes, my kind of place, but also buzzing with Wi-Fi and handheld screens everywhere, which wasn't my style and made finding an old payphone on a corner a real chore. The salt-tinged air near the fish market carried the sharp scent of the ocean as I stood at the payphone, dialing a number I'd memorized years before, a direct, unlisted line to the Pentagon reserved for urgent matters. When you're short on change, it pays to have a backup. The operator connected me, and after a series of distant clicks and a stretch of silence, Shoemaker's voice came on. "Yes, Jack Reacher here," I said. "What's your location?" "We have systems for that, you know." "I'm aware," he replied. "Our screens show you in Seattle at a payphone by the market. But we like it when people offer the information freely. It sets a cooperative tone, gets everyone invested from the start." Invested in what? "The discussion we're about to have." "Is this a discussion?" "Not yet." "Look straight ahead." "What do you see?" I glanced out. "A wet street." "To your left?" "Fish vendors." "To the right?" "A coffee place across the intersection." "Its name," I told him. "Go wait inside," he said. "For how long?" "About half an hour," he answered, and the line went dead. Seattle's obsession with coffee has always been a puzzle. Maybe it started because the port made importing beans easy, or maybe the local water just brews it better, who knows? The outcome is the same. A cafe on every corner, and if you drink enough of the stuff, you're out a small fortune each year. This particular spot fit the mold. Maroon walls, old brick, worn wooden floors, and a chalkboard menu cluttered with concoctions that had more in common with a dessert counter than a simple cup of joe. I ordered a medium black coffee, plain, and a slice of lemon pound cake, then took a seat at a small wooden table. The cake disappeared quickly, the coffee soon after, and right on time, 28 minutes later, a man walked in. He had to be Navy. The response was too fast for anyone stationed farther away, and his polished dark blue sedan confirmed it. The guy was around 40, built tough, dressed in civilian clothes, a faded blue blazer over a well-washed polo with khaki pants. Probably a senior chief, likely a SEAL, the kind who works on quiet assignments under someone like Tom O'Day. He scanned the room in an instant, assessing threats, sizing up the scene. His briefing must have been minimal, but at 6'5" and 250, I wasn't hard to pick out among the handful of petite customers. He came straight over. Major Reacher? Not for a long time, I said. Mr. Reacher, then? That works. Sir, General Shoemaker would like you to accompany me. Where to? Not far. How many stars does he wear? Sir, the General. How many stars won, sir? Brigadier General Richard Shoemaker. Sir? When did that happen? Sir, his promotion. When was it? 2 years back, sir. Does that strike you as unusual? A brief hesitation, then. I have no opinion on the matter, sir. And General O'Day? How is he? Another pause. I'm not familiar with anyone by that name, sir. The blue Chevrolet Impala had police hubs and cloth seats, its polish the only thing that looked new. The man in the blazer drove me through downtown before merging onto I-5 South, retracing the bus route past Boeing Field and SeaTac Airport toward Tacoma. Neither of us spoke. We rode in a silence so complete it felt competitive. Outside, everything was a wash of green, hills, sea, and trees blending together. We passed Tacoma and slowed near where the uniformed women had disembarked, leaving their army times behind. Taking the same exit, the signs pointed only to 3 tiny towns and 1 massive military base. Fort Lewis seemed the logical destination, but technically we weren't headed there, not the way it used to be. We were aiming for what had once been McChord Air Force Base, now the aluminum-sided half of Joint Base Lewis-McChord, typical reforms. Politicians will pinch pennies anywhere they can. I expected some delay at the gate, a joint Army-Air Force checkpoint with a Navy car and driver, and me being absolutely nobody. We were only missing the Marine Corps and the United Nations to make it a full set. But O'Day's influence was such that we barely slowed. We swept through, took a left, then a right, were waved past a second gate, and suddenly the car was out on the tarmac, looking tiny beneath the hulking gray forms of C-17 transports. It felt like a mouse scurrying through a forest of metal giants. We passed under a vast gray wing and rolled across open blacktop toward a solitary white business jet standing in the sun, a Lear or a Gulfstream, whatever the wealthy favor these days. Its paint gleamed, unmarked except for a tail number. No logo, no name. The engines whined softly, and the stairs were lowered. The driver executed a smooth arc, stopping with my door about 3 feet from the bottom step. I took the hint, climbing out. I stood for a moment in the mild spring air. The car pulled away, and above me a steward appeared in the oval cabin doorway. He wore a crisp uniform. "Sir, please come aboard." The stairs flexed under my weight. I ducked inside. The steward stepped back to my right, while on my left another uniformed man squeezed out of the cockpit. "Welcome aboard, sir. You've got an all-Air Force crew today. We'll have you there in no time." "Have me where to your destination?" he said before cramming himself back into the pilot's seat. He and his co-pilot began flipping switches. I followed the steward into a cabin paneled in walnut veneer, the seats upholstered in butterscotch leather. I was the only passenger. Choosing an armchair at random, I watched as the steward secured the door and took a jump seat behind the pilots. Within 30 seconds, we were airborne, climbing steeply, Chapter 2. I assumed we banked east after leaving McCord. Going west would mean aiming for Russia or Japan, and this plane didn't look built for that kind of journey. When I asked the steward our destination, he claimed he hadn't seen the flight plan. An obvious lie, but I let it go. Ironically, he turned out to be quite talkative about everything else. The aircraft was a Gulfstream IV, originally seized from a corrupt hedge fund in a federal case, and later transferred to the Air Force for high-level transport. If this was how Air Force VIPs traveled, they were certainly fortunate. The jet was impressively quiet and stable, with incredibly comfortable seats that adjusted in every conceivable direction. In the galley, a proper drip coffee maker was brewing. I asked the attendant to keep it ready, but mentioned I'd handle my own refills, a gesture he seemed to appreciate, as if it acknowledged he wasn't just a flight attendant but a security detail, capable and proud of the role. From the window, I watched the Rockies pass below, their lower slopes thick with dark evergreens and their peaks capped in brilliant white. Then came the vast, sun-baked plains, a patchwork of farmland divided into countless small plots, worked and reworked season after season with little rain to soften the earth. Judging by the landscape, we skirted the edge of South Dakota and crossed a slice of Nebraska before pushing into Iowa. Given the curved logic of high-altitude navigation, our true heading was probably farther south, a great circle route that looks odd on a flat map but makes perfect sense on a round planet. We could be bound for Kentucky, Tennessee, the Carolinas, maybe even Georgia. The flight stretched on, marked by 2 full pots of coffee, until the ground gradually rose to meet us. At first I guessed Virginia, but the layout soon suggested North Carolina. 2 distinct urban clusters slipped past on the left, likely Winston-Salem and Greensboro fading behind us as we continued southeast. Ahead lay mostly open country until Fayetteville, but just before it sat Fort Bragg, home to Special Forces Command and a place that fit Tom O'Day's professional world like a glove, or so I thought. Once again I was wrong, or at least only technically right. We touched down after dark at what had once been Pope Air Force Base, now absorbed by the Army and renamed Pope Field, a modest parcel within the sprawling expanse of Fort Bragg. Political reforms, I mused, always finding ways to cut costs. The plane taxied a long while, feeling small on runways built for heavy airlift squadrons, before finally stopping near a low administrative building. A sign read, 47th Logistics Tactical Support Command. After the engines whined down, the attendant opened the hatch and lowered the steps. "Which door?" I asked. "The red one," he replied. I stepped out into the evening and walked toward the only red door in sight. When I was about 6 feet away, it opened. A young woman in a tailored black skirt suit emerged, dark nylons, polished shoes. She couldn't have been older than her late 20s, with blonde hair, green eyes, and a heart-shaped face lit by a warm, welcoming smile. "I'm Casey Nice," she said. "Casey? What? Nice? Jack Reacher? I know I work for the State Department based in D.C. "No, here," she answered, which actually made sense. Special Forces often worked alongside the CIA, which in turn supported State Department objectives. Sometimes all 3 needed to be in the same room at once. Maybe she was a policy prodigy, a young genius assigned to coordinate things on the ground. "Is Shoemaker here?" I asked. "Let's go inside," she said. She led me to a small room with a wired glass window, furnished with 3 mismatched armchairs that looked worn and forgotten. "Let's sit down," she suggested. "Why am I here?" I asked. "First," she began, her tone turning serious, "you need to understand that everything you hear from now on is classified. Unauthorized disclosure carries severe penalties. Why trust me with secrets? You don't know me. Your file has been reviewed. You held a security clearance. It was never formally revoked. You're still bound by it. Am I free to leave? We'd prefer you stay." "Why? We want to talk to you. The State Department wants to talk." "Did you acknowledge the part about classified information?" I gave a slow nod. "What exactly does the State Department need from me?" "We have some responsibilities to fulfill." "Regarding what?" "An attempt was made on the French president's life in Paris." The French government is requesting international assistance to locate the shooter. It wasn't me. I was in Los Angeles. We know it wasn't you. Your name isn't on the list. There's a list? She didn't answer directly, instead reaching inside her jacket to retrieve a folded piece of paper, which she passed to me. It was still warm from her body heat and had a slight curve to it, but it wasn't a list. It was a summary from our embassy in Paris, likely from the CIA station chief laying out the basic facts. The distance involved was extraordinary. A balcony on an apartment building 1,400 yards away had been identified as the shooter's position. That's over 3/4 of a mile. The French president had been behind a podium flanked by thick, supposedly advanced bulletproof glass. No one else witnessed the shot, only the president himself. He reported seeing a faint, impossibly distant muzzle flash high up and far to his left, and then, after a noticeable delay of more than 3 seconds, a tiny white mark appeared on the glass, like a pale speck landing, an incredibly long shot. The glass held, but the sound of the impact triggered an immediate response, and the president was swarmed by security. Later recovered bullet fragments suggested a .50 caliber armor-piercing round was used, I said. I'm not on the list because I'm not in that league. 1,400 yards against a target the size of a head is an extreme distance. The bullet is in the air for 3 full seconds. It's like tossing a stone down a mine shaft, Casey. Nice nodded. The list is very short. That's why the French are concerned. They hadn't been concerned at first, that much was clear. According to the report, they spent the first day patting themselves on the back for maintaining such a wide security perimeter and for the performance of their glass. Then the gravity of the situation sank in, and the phones started ringing across the globe. Who on earth could pull off a shot like that? This is nonsense, I said. Casey Nice asked. Which part you don't care this much about the French? Not really. You'd make the right diplomatic noises and maybe have some junior analysts write a report. But this landed on Tom O'Day's desk, even if only for a minute. That means it's serious. Then you had a SEAL team on me in under half an hour, and you flew me across the country on a private jet. Obviously, both the team and the plane were on standby, but since you had no idea where I was or when I'd call, you must have teams and planes positioned all over the country, ready to go at any time. And if it's me, it's others too. This is a major, coordinated effort. It would create significant complications if the shooter turned out to be American. Why would they be? We hope they aren't. What could I possibly do for you that's worth a private jet? Her phone buzzed in her pocket. She answered, listened briefly, and put it away. General O'Day will explain everything, she said. He's ready for you now. Chapter 3. Casey Nice escorted me up one floor to a room. The building showed its age, and everything inside had a temporary utilitarian feel. I was sure it was. A man like O'Day was always moving. A month here, a month there, operating out of bland offices behind vague placards like 47th Logistics, Tactical Support Command. It was a precaution in case anyone was watching, or, as he would insist, because someone was always watching, he'd survived a long career that way. He was seated behind a desk, with Shoemaker in a chair off to the side, playing the part of the loyal deputy. Shoemaker had aged 2 decades, which was to be expected, because it had been 20 years since I'd last seen him. He'd gained weight, and his once sandy hair had faded to a dull gray. His face was flushed and sagging. He wore his ACU uniform, the star on his chest shining bright. O'Day hadn't aged a day, still looking every bit of 100 years old. His outfit was the same as ever, a worn black blazer over a V-neck sweater, also black, mended so many times the patches nearly outnumbered the original wool. That detail alone made me think Mrs. O'Day was still around. I couldn't picture anyone else bothering to pick up a needle for him. His long gray jaw worked up and down as he fixed me with those lifeless eyes beneath heavy brows. "Good to see you again, Reacher," he said. I replied, "You're lucky I didn't have somewhere better to be, otherwise you'd be hearing about it." He didn't respond. I took a seat on a metal chair that looked like Navy surplus, and Casey Nice settled into an identical one beside me. O'Day asked, "Did she explain all this as confidential?" Yes, I said, and beside me Casey nodded vigorously, eager to show she'd followed instructions to the letter. O'Day had that effect on people. He asked, "You read the summary?" "Yes," I said, and Casey nodded again. He said, "What's your take?" "I think the shooter knows what he's doing." "So do I," O'Day said. "Has to be to offer a guaranteed one-shot kill at 1,400 yards. Classic O'Day, Socratic method like they teach in college, all that back and forth meant to draw out what everyone already suspects." I said, "It wasn't a one-shot guarantee, it was a two-shot plan. The first round was meant to crack the glass, the second to finish the job. That first bullet was always going to fragment or deflect at best. He was prepared to fire again immediately if the glass gave way, a split-second choice, fire or walk away, that's skill." "Was it armor-piercing?" O'Day nodded. "They ran the fragments through a gas chromatograph. Do we have that kind of glass protecting our president?"
"We will by tomorrow."
"50 caliber. The recovered weight suggests it, which makes it even more impressive. That's a heavy, unwieldy rifle. It's been known to hit from a mile out, even a mile and a half once in Afghanistan, so maybe 1,400 yards isn't such a stretch. More Socratic circling," I said. "Hitting twice at that distance is harder than a single lucky shot from a mile away. It's about consistency. This guy has real talent." "Agreed," O'Day said. "You think he served? Had to? No other way to get that good? Think he's still in?" "No, he wouldn't have the freedom to move around." "My thought exactly?" I asked. "Are we sure he was for hire? What are the odds a civilian with a grudge also happens to be a world-class sniper? More likely someone with a grievance pooled resources and shopped the open market. Maybe a small faction, which means more money to spend. Why do we care? The target was French. The bullet was American. How do we know? The chromatograph. There's an old agreement, never publicized. Each manufacturer uses a slightly different alloy blend, like a fingerprint. Plenty of the world buys American ammunition. This guy is new, Reacher. This profile hasn't been seen before. This was his debut. He's building a reputation here, and it's a hell of an audition. He has to land 2 shots fast with a 50 caliber from 1,400 yards out. Succeed, and he's in the big leagues for life. Miss, and he's relegated to the minors forever. Those are insanely high stakes, yet he took the shot, which means he knew he had to know he wouldn't miss. Absolute confidence, twice at that range. How many snipers are that good?" It was a sharp question. I said, "Honestly, for our side, that skilled, in any given era, you'd be fortunate to find maybe 1 individual of that caliber in the SEALs, perhaps 2 in the Marine Corps, and another 2 in the Army. That makes a total of 5 active duty operators at any one time. But you just confirmed he isn't currently serving."
Exactly.
"So you also have to consider a matching set of 5 from the generation just before them. Men recently retired, feeling a bit adrift, but still young enough to be fully capable. That's your pool. Those are your suspects, the prior generation?" "I don't see another group that fits the profile. Realistically, how many nations have that kind of capability? Maybe 5. So, an average of 5 eligible candidates per country gives us 25 potential shooters worldwide. Sound right in the general vicinity?" "More than just the vicinity, actually. 25 happens to be the precise number of retired elite snipers actively monitored by global intelligence agencies. You think their home countries keep close tabs on them?" "Without a doubt." "Then, on any given day, how many of those 25 would you expect to have ironclad alibis, given that level of surveillance, considering they'd be watched very carefully?" I offered. 20, try 21. O'Day corrected. "That leaves us with 4, and that's the diplomatic headache we're facing. It's like 4 men in a locked room all staring at each other. I really don't want that bullet to trace back to an American." "Are you saying one of ours is unaccounted for?" "Not entirely accounted for, no. Who is it? How many snipers that good do you personally know?" "None," I said. "I don't exactly socialize with snipers." "How many have you ever known?" "1," I admitted. "But it can't be him, and you're sure of that because he's in prison, and you know this because I'm the one who put him there." He received a 15-year sentence, right? That's what I remember, I said. When was that? It was a Socratic trap. I did the mental math. So many years had passed, a whole lifetime of different places and faces. A cold dread settled in my gut. Hell, I muttered. O'Day gave a slow nod. 16 years ago, he confirmed. Doesn't time just fly when you're having fun? He's out. He's been a free man for a year. Where is he now? Not at his last known address. Chapter 4. John Cott was the first child born to Czech immigrants who fled the old communist regime, eventually putting down roots in Arkansas. He inherited a lean, austere look from the old country that somehow fit right in with the local tough kids, and he grew up as one of them. Aside from his name and the sharp cut of his cheekbones, he could have been a distant cousin tracing back generations. By 16, he could pick squirrels out of trees at distances where most people saw only blurry leaves. At 17, he was the prime suspect in his parents' deaths. The county sheriff was convinced, even if the evidence was purely circumstantial. None of that seemed to matter a year later to the Army recruiter who signed him up. For a thin, wiry man, he possessed an unnerving, preternatural calm. He could slow his heart rate into the low 30s and remain motionless for an entire day. His eyesight was almost superhuman. In short, he was a natural-born sniper. The Army saw it, too. They shipped him through a series of specialized schools before funneling him directly into Delta Force there. He paired his innate gifts with relentless obsessive work, becoming a star in the shadowy world of black operations. But unlike most Special Forces soldiers, the barrier in his mind between duty and everything else wasn't completely sealed. To drop a man at 1,000 yards requires more than skill and discipline. It requires a deep primal permission from the oldest part of the brain, where fundamental prohibitions are either upheld or discarded. The shooter has to truly, fervently believe, this is justified, this is your enemy, you are superior. You are the best, anyone who stands against you deserves to die. Most operators have a reliable off switch. Cott's was faulty. I first crossed paths with him 3 weeks after a U.S. Army Ranger sergeant was found with his throat slit in the tall grass behind a remote bar in Colombia. The investigation had a certain grim momentum, and all signs pointed in one direction. The bar served as an off-duty spot for a CIA-backed Special Forces team, a place to unwind between jungle missions targeting cartel operatives. This meant the list of suspects was incredibly short and utterly tight-lipped. I was with the 99th Military Police then, and the case landed on my desk solely because the victim was U.S. military. Had he been a local civilian, the Pentagon wouldn't have bothered with the plane ticket. Nobody said a word, yet their silence spoke volumes. I knew every man who was there that night, and I made each one walk me through it. They each offered up some small, seemingly insignificant detail. I pieced the scene together like a puzzle. One soldier was playing darts, another was nursing a drink at the far end of the counter. This one stepped out for a smoke at 11, that one called it a night at midnight. The guy in the corner was next to the guy drinking rum, not the usual beer. I mapped the entire evening in my mind, revising the sequence until it flowed without a hitch, except for Cott. He was just a blank space, a ghost in the room. No one had much to say about him, not where he sat, what he drank, or who he might have spoken to. He was barely a footnote. That could mean a few things. Maybe while no one in his unit was willing to point a finger, they also weren't going to fabricate an alibi for him. A strange code of honor, or maybe just a lack of creativity, a smart move either way. Made-up stories always fall apart, sometimes saying nothing says everything, so hypothetically even a heated, drawn-out argument with the deceased could simply vanish into that same empty air. It was a shaky case, built on circular logic involving a prized operator and a covert mission, but to its credit, the Army took a look. They rightly concluded we were getting nowhere without a confession. They let me bring Cott in for questioning. Most of interrogation is just listening, and I listened to Cott for a long while before I figured out that at his core the man had an arrogance as solid and wide as his own skull. He wasn't drawing the line. The idea that anyone who challenges you deserves to die is combat zone nonsense. Not a philosophy for life, but I'd known guys like that my whole career. I was practically raised by them. They have this need to explain themselves. They want you to get it. They crave your approval. Sure, maybe some pesky, temporary regulation was technically in their way once, but they were bigger than that, weren't they? Am I right? I let him talk, and then I backed him into a corner until he practically admitted that, yes, at one point he had been talking to the dead man. After that, it was all downhill, or maybe uphill is the better metaphor. It was like building pressure in a tire or stoking a fire under a pot. 2 hours later, he was signing a lengthy, detailed statement. The bottom line was simple. The dead guy had called him a coward. Just trash talk that spiraled completely out of control. Some response felt necessary. Some insults just can't be walked back, can they? Right? Because he was a star in a clandestine world. They cut him a plea deal. A variant of second-degree murder got him 15 years. I was fine with it. With no court-martial to stick around for, I pocketed an extra week in Fiji and met an Australian woman I haven't forgotten. I wasn't about to complain. O'Day said, "We shouldn't jump to conclusions. There's no proof he ever touched a rifle again after that night. But he's on the list. He has to be. What are the chances it's him? 1 in 4, statistically. Would you bet on it? I'm not saying he's our guy. I'm saying we have to accept there's a 25% chance he could be. Who else is on the list? 1 Russian, 1 Israeli, 1 Brit?" I said, "Kott's been inside for 15 years. O'Day nodded. "Let's start by considering what that would do to a man." It was another excellent question. What does 15 years in a cell do to a sniper? Precision shooting depends on so many things. Muscle control could deteriorate. Good shooting is a paradox. It requires being both relaxed and intensely focused at the same time. The balance had to be just right, gentle enough to eliminate minor tremors, yet firm enough to contain a sudden violent burst. General fitness might take a hit, which mattered, since a steady pulse and controlled breathing were key components, but in the end I settled on his eyes. O'Day asked, why? Everything he's looked at for 15 years has been right in front of him. Walls, mostly, even the yard. His eyes haven't had to focus on anything distant since he was young. It painted a satisfying picture in my mind, Kott, softened by time, maybe a little shaky, wearing spectacles hunched over despite his already small frame. Then O'Day read the prison release summary. Kott's background was a mix of Czech and Arkansan roots, but he had spent his sentence like some ascetic Eastern monk. He adopted yoga and meditation. His daily routine involved light exercise solely to preserve core strength and flexibility, followed by hours of profound stillness, his breathing nearly undetectable, all while maintaining a vacant 1,000-yard stare he claimed was essential practice. O'Day said, I checked with some of the staff here. They say Kott's yoga is about cultivating stillness and relaxed power. You fade away and fade some more, and then suddenly you shift to the next pose. The meditation is similar, empty your mind. Picture your victory. You're telling me he left prison in better shape than when he went in. He dedicated 15 years to it with intense focus. And let's be honest, a rifle is just a piece of metal. What matters is the mind and body controlling it. How does he get to Paris? Does he even have a passport? Consider the groups involved. Consider their resources. A passport is the easiest problem to solve. The last time I laid eyes on him, he was signing a confession that was over 16 years ago. I don't see what use I am to you now. We need to cover every possibility. What possibility could I possibly cover? You caught him once, O'Day said. If it comes to it, you can catch him again. Chapter 5. Showmaker stepped in then, as if the big picture was settled and it was time to drill down. Much depended on the motive for the attempt. Some factions would never contract an Israeli, which should narrow the odds to 1 in 3, except the Israeli in question apparently looked Irish and used a bland code name. Maybe the factions were unaware, that just muddied the water. Ultimately, the search for a clear motive had been scrapped. The State Department's roster of parties irritated with the French was exhaustive, so all 4 candidates were now on equal footing, no profiling permitted. I looked at Casey Nice and said, "This is still a load of nonsense." Once again, she asked, "Which part?" "The same part. This is a massive overreaction. Your government wouldn't offer the French a glass of water if they were stranded in the desert. Yet here you are acting like this was a direct attack on American soil. Why? What's France going to do? Cut off the brie supply? We can't afford to appear unresponsive. You're not appearing at all. You're hopping between safe houses and hiding behind fake corporate fronts. That's smart. No embassy watcher is going to pin down who you are or what you're doing. Not even the French. They can't tell if you're helping or ignoring them. So why the big show? It's about our standing. There's a 1 in 4 chance a convicted American criminal is working freelance somewhere on the planet. He wouldn't be the first, and he won't be the last. Our reputation could handle that tiny scratch, especially since the Frenchman is still breathing. No harm, no foul. O'Day shifted in his chair and said, "We don't write the policy. The last time you folks listened to Congress, the country was still using horse-drawn carriages." "Then who should I listen to?" I said. "The president, and let it hang," O'Day continued. "Everyone's annoyed with the French, which in the end means no one is uniquely annoyed with them. No one had a special reason to take that shot. Not this year, not more than any other time. So the current thinking is this was a tryout. Our guy was proving his worth ahead of a more significant job. The question is, for who? Nobody knows for sure, but everyone's convinced it's their own neck on the line. And why wouldn't they be? In their minds, they're the center of the universe. There's an EU summit on the calendar packed with heads of government, followed by the G8 and then the G20. That's 20 world leaders in one place, ours included. All lined up for the official photo, standing still and grinning, probably on the steps of some grand public building. The last thing they want is a shooter out there who can hit a target from over 3/4 of a mile away. So this is just politicians protecting themselves, in the most literal sense, all across the globe. Even our guy, what he personally thinks doesn't matter. The Secret Service is panicking enough for the entire administration. Which explains the private jet for me. Budget is no concern. But it's not just me, right? Please tell me you're not putting all your eggs in one basket? O'Day replied. "We have all the support we require," I said. "Odds are it isn't caught, and it definitely isn't 3 separate shooters. Do you want to gamble or do the job?" I let that hang. Showmaker informed me I'd be staying in temporary housing nearby and was confined to that section of the base. If anyone asked officially or in passing, I was to identify myself as a civilian contractor specializing in pallet logistics. If pushed further, I'd say I was assisting the 47th Logistics with an issue in Turkey. That made a twisted kind of sense. Mention Turkey, and most would assume missiles, making the curious back off, and any hostile listeners misdirected. In O'Day's view, that was an outcome worth aiming for. I asked who's tracking the other 3. O'Day said their respective agencies in their own countries. The French aren't searching in France. They assume he went home to lay low. Maybe he's an expat? A Russian living in France, or an Israeli or a Brit, holed up in some old farmhouse or a villa by the coast. They might not have considered that possibility. Did Cott move to France? O'Day shook his head. He went back to Arkansas, and we had a surveillance drone over his property a couple of times that first month. Nothing raised any flags. Then the drone was reassigned and he became a lower priority. What about now? We got the drone back. His house is empty, no signs of life. Casey Nice escorted me to the quarters Shoemaker had mentioned, a makeshift little community built from repurposed 53-foot steel shipping containers. Each unit stood 8 feet high and 8 feet wide, with windows and doors cut into the sides, air conditioning, and hooked up water and power lines. Mine was painted a sandy yellow, probably shipped back from Iraq. I've stayed in worse. It was a mild spring night in North Carolina, not yet hot, but past the chill. Stars dotted the sky, veiled here and there by faint drifting clouds. We stopped at my metal door, and I asked, "Are you in one of these?" Casey Nice pointed to the next row. "The white one?" she said. "If she was on First Street, I was on Second." I said, "Is this what you expected when you signed up?" "This is where the mission gets real," she answered. I'm content. It's probably not caught, I repeated. Statistically, the Russians train the most snipers, and the best, and the Israelis have a thing for 50 caliber rounds. It's likely one of them. But the yoga is what troubles us. Caught clearly had an exit strategy. He intended to get out and pick up right where he left off. Then she gave a slight decisive nod, as if her task was complete, and walked away, leaving me alone. I opened the door and stepped inside. The interior looked exactly like what it was, a long corrugated metal box painted glossy white, divided into a living area, kitchen, bathroom, and bedroom, all in a straight line, like an old railroad apartment. The windows had internal blast covers that doubled as work surfaces when lowered. Underfoot was a plywood floor. I settled in, which meant pulling my collapsible toothbrush from my pocket, clicking it together, and standing it in a glass by the sink. I considered a shower, but a knock at the door interrupted the thought. I walked back through the narrow, boxy space and opened it. Another woman in a dark skirt, suit, and stockings stood there, this one closer to my age. She carried an air of authority. Her hair was a natural silver black, cut neatly but without fuss. Her face, once pretty, was now striking. "Mr. Reacher, I'm Joan Scarangello," she said. She offered her hand. I shook it. Her grip was slender but firm. Her nails were short, squared off, with clear polish. "No jewelry. CIA?" I asked. She gave a brief smile. "It's not supposed to be quite so transparent. I've already had visits from state and special forces. Figured the third piece of the puzzle would show up eventually." "May I come in?" The room was a tight rectangle, 8 by 8 by 13, with furniture anchored to the floor, a short sofa, and two compact chairs huddled together like a high-end camper layout. I took the sofa, she chose a chair, and we shifted until we were facing each other. "We truly value your assistance," she began. "I haven't done a thing yet, but I'm confident you will if it comes to that. Did the FBI shut down? Isn't locating U.S. citizens on home soil usually their territory? Cott might not be in the country at the moment. Then he's your responsibility, and we're handling it. That means securing the best support available. Anything less would be irresponsible. You have a history with him. I arrested him 16 years back. Beyond that, I know nothing." "The EU summit, then the G8, followed by the G20, she said, leaning forward slightly. "Heads of state all gathered in one spot, most of them on foreign ground. If one is taken out, it's a crisis. If multiple are hit, it's a global catastrophe. And as you noted, the shooter in Paris was prepared to fire twice. Why stop at 2, picture 3 or 4 leaders down? The resulting paralysis would crash markets, plunge us back into recession. People would suffer, conflicts could ignite, the entire system could unravel. Maybe they should call off the summits. The outcome is the same. The world requires governance. They can't manage everything by conference call. They could, for a couple months. But who's going to suggest that? Who blinks first? Us, in front of the Russians in front of us, the Chinese in front of anyone." She paused, letting the absurdity of the political standoff hang in the cramped air. "So this is all about macho posturing?" I asked. Joan Scarangello didn't miss a beat. "What isn't?" I shifted on the firm sofa. "Speaking of running the world, I don't even own a cell phone. Would you like one? My point is, John Cott is someone I encountered for a single day over a decade and a half ago. I have no resources, no secure comms, no access to databases, no support system whatsoever. We possess all of that. We'll provide any intelligence we develop and then dispatch me to bring him in." She remained silent. I continued. "Here's the reality, Miss Scarangello. I may have just arrived, but I wasn't born yesterday. I didn't just wander in from some farm. If Cott's your man, you want me stumbling around out there because whoever's backing him will be forced to react. Whatever faction, as O'Day puts it, I'm meant to draw them into the light. That's the real assignment. I'm just bait." She didn't respond. I pushed further, a sardonic edge creeping into my tone. "Or maybe you're hoping Cott comes for me directly. He's got a solid grudge after all. I cost him 15 years. I'm sure that threw a wrench in his life plans. He's probably nurturing a healthy dose of bitterness. Maybe all that target practice was meant for me personally, not just professional development. No one is thinking of you as bait. That's a load of nonsense. Tom O'Day considers every angle, always picking the simplest and most efficient path. Are you afraid? You ever met an infantry soldier? This post is full of them. Go ask one. Infantry endures a mountain of misery. They sleep in dirt holes, freezing, soaked, caked in mud, starving, while mortars and shells and rockets rain down, plus bombs, chemical agents, airstrikes, missiles, and all that's waiting up ahead is razor wire and machine gun positions. But you know what they despise more than anything? Snipers, she replied. Exactly, I said. Death that comes at random, out of nowhere, any minute, any spot, no signal, no alert, every second of every day, no let-up. The strain gets intolerable. It drives some of them right over the edge. I mean, truly insane. And I get it. Right now, I'm sitting in a small metal box, and I'm already feeling a little too at home. I crossed paths with your brother once, Scarangello said. Is that so? She gave a nod. Joe Reacher. I was a junior case officer back then, and he was with Army Intelligence. We collaborated on an operation, and now you're about to tell me he said glowing things about me, called me the toughest SOBie around. You're trying to use a dead man's words. I'm sorry for your loss, but he did speak highly of you. If Joe were here, he'd tell me to run from this mess as far and as fast as my legs would carry me. There's a hint in the job title, Military Intelligence. He knew Tom O'Day, too. You're not fond of O'Day, are you? I think someone ought to pin a medal on his chest, put a bullet in his head, and name a bridge after him. Maybe this wasn't the right call. I'm amazed he's still in the game. Operations like this are what keep him relevant, especially now he's right at the center of it. I stayed quiet. Scarangello added, We can't force you to stay. I shrugged. I owe Rick Shoemaker one. I'll hang around. Predictable. Scarangello left after that, her faint perfume lingering behind. I took a shower and turned in. O'Day liked to kick off each day with a briefing, and I intended to be there right after breakfast, which I couldn't locate. The early light showed we were parked in an isolated corner of Pope Field, which stretched for miles. I guessed I was at least a mile from the nearest mess hall, maybe 5, and I wasn't free to roam. Wandering around Fort Bragg without authorization wasn't wise, especially now. Really, it never was. So I circled back to the Red Door and found Casey Nice in a room with a table piled high with muffins and pastries on platters, plus large catering boxes of coffee, Dunkin' Donuts, not Army issue, private catering reforms. Anything to pinch a penny? Casey Nice asked, quarters comfortable. I said, better than bedding down in a hollow log. Is that your usual routine? Just an expression. But did you sleep well? Like a rock? Meet anyone last night? A woman named Joan Scarangello. Good. Who is she exactly? A deputy to the deputy director of operations. That sounded junior, but it wasn't. In CIA lingo, a DDO belongs to a tiny inner circle, right at the top, one of the 3 or 4 best-connected people on Earth. Her natural habitat would be a Langley office about 8 times the size of my shipping container, probably with more telephones on the desk than I'd seen in my whole life. I said, they're taking this pretty seriously, aren't they? They have to, wouldn't you say? I didn't answer. Then Scarangello herself walked in. She nodded a greeting, picked up a muffin and a coffee, and left again. I grabbed 2 muffins, an empty cup, and a whole box of coffee. I figured I could set it on the edge of the conference table with the spout facing me. Refills on demand like a bartender serving himself. The morning briefing was held in a room next to O'Day's upstairs office. Nothing fancy. Just 4 plain tables shoved together into a square with 8 chairs for the 5 of us. Shoemaker, O'Day, and Scarangello were already in their seats. Casey Nice settled into the seat beside Scarangello, while I found a spot with empty chairs on both sides. I poured the coffee and took a bite of a muffin. Shoemaker began, dressed once more in fatigues with his star. His initial assessment was surprisingly sharp, hinting he might actually be worth the trouble. He stated Poland and Greece are both heading toward snap elections on the surface. That's democracy at work. But if you dig into the EU's rules, there's a clause that lets heads of state delay their summits if 2 or more members are voting. Essentially, they're taking cover. The EU gathering is off. That shifts our focus to the G8 summit in 3 weeks. Those arrangements are still firm, which gives us both a time frame and a clear objective. I started to say something, but O'Day thrust out a long arm, palm facing me like he was halting a dog, and cut in. You're going to remind us we're operating on a huge assumption and that the real target could be anything else. You're right, but understand this, we don't care about any other target. If something else gets hit, we'll be celebrating. For now, our working theory is that an assassination attempt on a world leader is a given. I said, I was actually going to ask who's in the G8. That must have been a stupid question, because everyone shifted uncomfortably and stayed quiet. Finally, Casey Nice answered, the US and Canada, the UK and France, Germany and Italy, and Japan and Russia. I replied, those aren't the 8 biggest economies anymore. Once upon a time they were, Joan Scarangello said. Some arrangements just become permanent. So if this is personal or nationalist, it could be any of them. But if it's a major terrorist statement, then, with all due respect, it's probably not Italy. I mean, who'd even notice? Their leaders change every other month anyway, or Canada. You wouldn't recognize their guy if you passed him in the supermarket. Same for Japan and France, the UK too. Some privileged guy takes a fall. It's not going to shake the globe. Germany might be a bit of a problem. Scarangelo nodded. Europe's largest economy, the only fiscally responsible adult in the room, and a national psyche that completely relies on politicians not being shot. Things could come apart fast. And Germany has a long way to fall. So it's us, Russia, and Germany that simplifies things. Just keep those 3 locked down, no outdoor strolls. Let the other 5 wander around. Or send their vice presidents too for the photo opportunities. You could spin that, show how confident we are by sending both. O'Day gave a slow nod. That's plan B, and it's already written. Plan A is to locate John Cott, and to hope that London, Moscow, and Tel Aviv have the same luck with their targets. Do we know anything about their guys? We know everything. The Brit is ex-SAS, name of Carson. Officially, he has over 50 confirmed kills worldwide. Not that anyone will admit it, one at over 1,800 yards, fully documented. The Russian is called Datsev. His first instructor fought at Stalingrad, which was a brutal education. The Israeli is Rosen. The best they ever had with a .50 caliber Barrett. And that's really saying something for the IDF. They all sound more impressive than Cott. No, they sound about equal. 1,400 yards was routine for Cott, until you put him away, that is. You sound like you think I shouldn't have. He was more valuable to us alive than the soldier he killed, I asked. Where's the G8 meeting? London, O'Day said. Technically just outside the city. Some old estate or castle, something like that. Does it have a moat? I'm not sure. Maybe they should start digging one. The goal is to not let it get to that point. I can't help you with that anyway. My passport had expired. O'Day suggested I take it up with the State Department, but before I could respond, Casey Nice reached under her jacket, just as she had when she produced the embassy report earlier, and slid a slim blue booklet across the table. It was warm from her body heat. Inside were my name and photograph. The passport freshly issued the day before and valid for a full decade. Once the meeting wrapped up, I was summoned to Rick Shoemaker's office. He wanted me to begin detailed tactical preparations for a trip to Arkansas. The idea felt absurd. Arkansas didn't require that kind of operational planning, and it seemed like the wrong direction entirely. If it's really him, I argued, he'd have stayed in Europe. He's probably in London by now, Shoemaker replied. Joan Scarangello assured us you understand your role perfectly. All I am is bait. You're serious about this? It's not a major operation, he said. Like you said, if Cott is involved, he won't be there himself. But if he is the shooter, they might have someone keeping an eye on the place. It's a logical first stop for us anyway. We need to confirm whether he picked up a rifle again. If he didn't, we're in the clear. Yoga and meditation only get you so far. You still need time on the range. They'll be expecting us to check. Probably low-level personnel. Nothing you can't handle. And we might learn something useful, assuming it's him. And if it isn't, you've got even less to worry about. Why send me? There are plenty of federal agents who could serve as bait, probably do it better, too. They could roll in with lights and sirens. Do you know how many Americans hold top-secret security clearances these days? No idea. Close to 1 million. Half of them are civilians, executives, contractors, subcontractors. In any group that large, a couple of hundred are bound to be seriously compromised. That sounds like O'Day talking. He's usually right and always paranoid. Fine, cut the number in half. We still have 100 potential traitors with top-secret access. National security has been out of control for a decade. That's why this stays tightly held. General O'Day prefers working with people he knows he can trust. I can't even rent a car. No driver's license, no credit card. Casey Nice will go with you, Shoemaker said. She's old enough to drive. Then she'll be bait, too. She knows what she signed up for, and she's tougher than she looks. In the end, the detailed tactical planning boiled down to grabbing my toothbrush from the bathroom and jotting down Cott's last known address, a rented place in the remote bottom left corner of Arkansas where the state borders Oklahoma, Texas, and Louisiana. Casey Nice stepped into her white cubicle wearing a black skirt suit and emerged 5 minutes later in blue jeans and a brown leather jacket, which I had to admit was more suitable for rural Arkansas. They put us on the same plane with the same crew. I let Casey go up the steps first, the only sensible move when one of you is a young woman in jeans and the other isn't. I took my usual seat. She sat across from me. This time the steward knew our destination, Texarkana, a civilian airport with rental cars available. Not a direct route, just west and south over Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi. One pot of coffee would probably suffice unless Casey wanted a cup too. I turned to her and said, "Showmaker told me, you know what you signed up for?" She met my gaze. "I believe I do." "Which is what?" "It's a theory they're testing. You've seen how things are. Everyone's working together now. The idea is that in the future the lines will blur completely behind the scenes, so we need exposure. I'm fine with it. I need to be ready. Most of my career is still ahead of me. What experience do you have up to this point?" "I'm not concerned about that, if that's what you're asking." "Good to hear," I replied. "Should I be? Ever stayed in a hotel with one of those oversized beds, the kind that's nearly 7 feet long? If we're ever out in the open, that's the distance you should keep from me. The best possible scenario is that Cott has no connection to any of this, that he was simply away on a fishing trip when your drones flew over, and now he's back home with a long, straight driveway and a loaded rifle by his kitchen window. Depending on how worked up he gets, the first shot might miss by 6 feet, but it won't miss by 7. I don't believe he's home. I think he's in London. Why him? The others seem like stronger candidates. Datsev was in the Red Army as a very young man, and then the Russian Army. That ended 5 years ago. He left state employment. Rosen has been out of the IDF even longer. Carson, the Brit, has been out of the SAS longer still. But Paris was a brand new profile. Why would Datsev, Rosen, or Carson wait so many years before going into business? This feels like someone who just spent a year preparing before opening shop, a guy whose retirement has only just begun. You should still maintain a 7-foot distance. Datsev, Rosen, and Carson could have been otherwise employed. Private military contractors, security work, or maybe they were running quaint little bookstores until the economy turned. Maybe their pensions dried up. Maybe they just got out of prison for unrelated crimes. Cott could have been on the freelance market longer than any of them, even if it's only been a year. Then they'd choose him first because he's the most experienced. He's in London. I'm certain of it. I'm not worried about Arkansas. I wasn't either. At first, we landed in Texarkana and secured rental cars from a row of businesses, all catering to the aviation trade. Casey Nice presented a perfectly ordinary Maryland driver's license, and I caught a glimpse of her birth date, calculating she was 28. She paired it with a Visa card from a Maryland bank. In return, she got a stack of forms to sign and the key to a red Ford F-150 pickup truck, which appeared to be the vehicle of choice at the Texarkana airport. The truck had a navigation device plugged into the cigarette lighter. She entered the address we had. The screen scrolled as if consulting some deep well of local wisdom, then announced the trip would be 50 miles. I glanced back at the airport as we drove away. Our plane was still visible ahead, lay narrow, winding roads, lined with trees, sprouting new leaves. I said, we should stop for lunch. She asked, shouldn't we complete the assignment first? Eat when you can. That's the golden rule. Where? The first place we see, which unfortunately was not the rustic roadside diner I had envisioned. Instead, we passed through a tidy little crossroads town and arrived at a clean, compact commercial strip with a Shell station at one end and a family restaurant at the other. Sandwiched between were various discount stores selling life's essentials, including a pharmacy and a clothing outlet. The restaurant had simple wooden tables and mismatched plates, but the menu offered hearty, reliable food. I caught up on breakfast with coffee, pancakes, eggs, and bacon. Casey Nice ordered a salad and drank plain water. She paid presumably on O'Day's budget. Afterward, I made a quick detour to the clothing store, browsing the khaki section and the bargain racks. I selected underwear, socks, pants, a shirt, and a jacket that looked like it was designed for a rainy day on the golf course. I didn't find any shoes better than the ones I was wearing. As is my habit, I changed in the fitting room and discarded my old clothes in the trash. As usual, Casey Nice watched the whole process with quiet curiosity. She mentioned, I was briefed on this, but I wasn't entirely convinced it was true. I asked, you received a briefing about me? General O'Day refers to you as Sherlock Holmes. He might consider updating his own wardrobe first. We climbed back into the red truck and continued northwest, tracing the edge of Texas as we aimed for the Oklahoma border. The GPS marked our destination with a black and white checkered flag, reminiscent of a racetrack's finish line, positioned in what appeared to be complete isolation. I assumed more routes would populate the screen as we neared the location. Sure enough, an hour later, a network of narrow, winding gray lines appeared, weaving through a terrain dotted with lakes and streams that hinted at a landscape carved by deep ravines. A quick look outside confirmed it. Low, wooded ridges stretched side to side like the corrugations on a washboard. Casey Nice pulled over about a mile from the flagged spot and tried her phone, but couldn't get a signal, probably for a satellite image. We were left relying on the navigation system, which placed the checkered flag half a mile north of our current road, adrift in a vast expanse of green. That's one long driveway, I observed. Let's just hope it isn't a straight shot, she replied. We crept forward until we spotted the entrance on the right, just a rough, stony path cutting through the trees, framed by makeshift gateposts of stacked rocks before twisting out of sight behind fresh spring foliage. A rusted, nameless mailbox stood on the shoulder, directly across the road. Clearly visible on the left was a house likely Cott's closest neighbor. Let's begin there, I suggested. The neighbor's house was modest but reasonably kept. A long, low structure of brown wood with a gravel area in front holding a pickup truck. Out back, a small garden was just visible. On one side sat a satellite dish nearly the size of a compact car. On the other, a rust-streaked washing machine sat with its hoses dangling, bleached and cracked, into the dirt. I pressed the doorbell and heard chimes echo inside, but no one answered. Then footsteps approached from behind the house near the washing machine. A man around 40 appeared with closely cropped hair and a beard of matching length, a thick neck, and wary eyes. His face was otherwise ordinary, except for a missing front tooth, slightly left of center in his upper jaw. In a flat tone, he asked, "Can I help you?" In my experience, those two words can lead to anything from sincere assistance to a sudden, violent end. I said, "We're trying to find John Cott." "Not me," he replied. "Do you know where he lives?" He gestured through his sparse hedge across the road toward the driveway entrance. "Is he home?" I asked. "Who's asking?" "An old friend." "From where?" "Prison," I said. "Why don't you just drive up and check? We're in a rental. They charge you for tire damage these days, and that path looks rough." The man shrugged. "Couldn't tell you if he's there." "How long has he been living there?" "About a year." "Does he have a job?" "Don't think so. Then how does he cover the rent?" Beats me. Do you notice him coming and going? Only if I happen to be looking. When did you last see him? Hard to recall. Today, yesterday, not sure. I don't keep a constant watch. A month ago, 2? Can't say. I tried another angle. What does he drive? An old blue Ford pickup, he said. A real antique. Ever hear any gunshots from up there? From where? The woods or the hills? He gave a dry, knowing look. This is Arkansas. Does Mr. Cott have many visitors? I asked. Couldn't tell you. Any unusual folks hanging around the area? What sort of unusual? Foreigners, maybe. You're the first one I've laid eyes on in quite a while. I'm not a strange foreigner, I said. I'm neither of those things. Where'd you come from, then? He asked. There wasn't a good answer for that. My accent gave away that I wasn't Southern. Naming any big city would mean nothing to him. So I went with the truth. West Berlin, I told him. He stayed quiet. Marine family, I added. I was Air Force, he said, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Never cared much for the Marines. Always struck me as a bunch of preening glory hounds, if you want my honest opinion. None taken, I replied. The man's gaze shifted then, sliding over to Casey Nice. He looked her up and down, slowly, deliberately, before saying, I'm guessing you've never done time. Only because they haven't been clever enough to catch me, she answered. A slow smile spread across his face, his tongue finding the gap in his teeth. Catch you doing what, little missy? You ought to get that tooth fixed. Casey said, her tone cool. You'd have a decent smile. And you should move that washing machine out of the yard. I don't believe it's a legal requirement. Are you mocking me? He took a step closer, glaring at her, then shot a glance my way. I met his eyes with a flat, empty stare, the kind that gives a man a split second to weigh his future mobility options. He hesitated, the tension thickening in the weak spring sunlight. Well, he finally muttered, I hope y'all enjoy your visit with your friend. He turned and walked away, disappearing around the back of his house on the side with a satellite dish. We stood there for a moment longer before climbing back into the rented truck and pointing it across the two-lane road straight toward the rocky mouth of Cott's driveway. The path was barely more than a dry creek bed, but it had the virtue of not being straight. Not initially. It entered from the road at a shallow angle, then hooked sharply right to climb a small bank before curving left again to follow the line of a ravine ahead. It promised a tight hairpin turn, and beyond that, we couldn't see. Casey Nice was hunched forward, wrestling with the writhing steering wheel. You need to sit back, I told her. Actually, push your seat back. Why? Because if shooting starts, you'll need to duck down into the footwell. I don't know if this engine is iron or aluminum, but either offers decent cover, assuming the first shot doesn't kill you outright. That is, he's in London, she said. One of them is, the other 3 aren't. He's the best of the bunch. He's been locked up for 15 years with a plan. Either it panned out or it didn't. If it did, he's as sharp as he ever was, which was plenty sharp enough for Paris, or maybe he's even sharper now, ever consider that, which would border on supernatural, frankly. Is that the State Department's official assessment? You folks should stick to passports and visas. We crept onward toward the blind hairpin. We saw no signs of surveillance. No one seemed to be tracking our progress. From the air, the ravine we were following would look like a faint scratch on skin, but up close on a human scale, it was imposing, a gash about 30 feet deep, its bottom littered with tumbled rocks where only tough weeds and scrub bushes grew. The trees began again at the tops of the banks. Their new leaves, still small and curled, were already thick enough to block the view. Maybe we should walk from here, I suggested. 7 feet apart? At least. She slowed the truck to a jolting stop. There was nowhere to pull over. The track was barely the width of the vehicle. That was a good thing. If he's out getting groceries, we'll hear him come back, I said. He's going to honk when he finds this thing blocking his way. He's in London. Stay with the truck if you prefer. I don't prefer. Then you go first. She moved ahead as if she were selling encyclopedias. He won't shoot you. You certain about that? You haven't given him a reason to yet there. You do know something. I'll hang back about 20 yards, call out if anything goes wrong. I watched her go. She picked her way from stone to stone in the middle of the path, stepping carefully as though the dry stream bed held water and she wanted to keep her shoes dry. I trailed 20 yards behind, taking longer but slower strides, planting my feet as if climbing a slope even though the incline was gentle. She paused just before the hairpin turn and glanced back. I shrugged, and she disappeared around the bend. I stopped to listen but heard nothing except the faint click of stones under her boots, so I picked up my pace, aiming to close the distance again. Past the turn, a long straight stretch ran along the uphill side of the ravine, then a break in the trees suggested a clearing and maybe a house built from the same dark weathered boards as the one below. A dull flash of blue paint winked through distant leaves to the left, possibly an old parked pickup truck, something from another era. About 100 yards separated me from the spot ahead. Casey Nice had shifted to the edge of the path. Slower going, but she seemed to prefer it. So did I. I sidled over to the opposite side, no sense offering a single straight-line target, no sense in her catching a bullet meant for me, or me catching one meant for her. We advanced in a diagonal lockstep until she reached the clearing's edge, where she paused and looked back. I signaled hold still, an old infantry hand signal from basic training, and she understood, retreating a step into the trees. I crossed the track in 3 long strides and joined her. "Want me to knock?" she asked. "Looks like you'll have to. Does he have a dog? It would have barked by now." She nodded, drew a breath, and stepped out. The sound under her feet changed from clicking stones to crunching gravel. I heard her knock, no doorbell, just 3 sharp raps from her knuckles on the wood. In the city, it might sound urgent. Out here, it felt fitting, where people could be busy somewhere distant. No answer, no footsteps or creaks inside, no movement around the house, nothing. She knocked again. Tap, 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 silence. No one home, no watchers, no sign of surveillance. I stepped out and crossed over to join her. Most windows had closed drapes. The few gaps showed plain rooms cheaply furnished years ago. The house was a long, low ranch, very like the neighbors below, maybe built by the same hands at the same time. It felt solid. The clearing was beaten earth half-heartedly scattered with gravel. Last year's weeds were returning, thinner near the front door from foot traffic, and equally thin at the back along informal curving paths leading to where the blue truck sat. The truck was indeed a Ford, ancient and probably worth $100 cash, perfect for a guy fresh out of Leavenworth. It was stone cold and looked like it hadn't moved in a while, though. With a truck that old, who could tell? Casey Nice scanned for a spare key. There were none. No flower pots, no statues, no stone lions by the door. "Should we break in?" she asked. Then I noticed a third path, little more than a shallow depression with damaged weeds growing back smaller, leaves dark and bruised. It led past the old truck and up toward the next ravine. "Let's check this out first," I said. She followed me single file into the woods, weaving right and left, until we found ourselves at the eastern end of another ravine. The trench was a near-perfect copy of the first one we'd found, a massive scar in the landscape that plunged maybe 30 feet down, its length stretching out like a colossal empty bathtub. It had to be some ancient geological shift, maybe a glacier from 1,000,000 years back, dragging its weight of ice and stone across the earth, carving and grinding with a patience beyond human reckoning. Just like its twin, the bottom was littered with shattered rocks, sparse and barren. Tall trees crowded either side, making the gash seem even deeper and longer than it was, near the eastern edge. 3 pine trees had fallen. 2 lay parallel about 10 feet apart, bridging the drop like the skeleton of a forgotten bridge. The third had been cut into 10-foot sections and lashed across the gap between the fallen trunks, topped with a sheet of sturdy weatherproof plywood nailed firmly in place. Casey Nice asked, "What's this for?" We edged out onto the platform, grabbing at overhanging branches for balance until we found our footing on the solid board. From there, the view opened up. Trees pressed in behind us and to both sides. Ahead, the ravine arrowed straight west, a narrow corridor vanishing into the distance, its floor far below us, dotted with scant growth. The far end was a hazy gray smudge, as if the trench had run into some later rockfall and simply stopped short. I looked down at the plywood and saw two faint oval impressions side by side, each about the size of a football or a large ostrich egg. They were a dull silvery gray, the kind of stained metal leaves on wood over time, mixed with graphite from lubricant and a fine layer of settled grit, because grease at a microscopic level never really loses its stick. I crouched and ran a finger over the shapes. A rifle that big has bipod legs that fold down from the forestock, I said. They lock up or down. A careful man would grease the hinges, wipe off the excess, then maybe rub the cloth on the bipod legs themselves, especially the feet, since they're the only part that touches the ground. Come out here to practice often enough, shifting your stance just a little each time, and you'd leave marks exactly this size. Sherlock Holmes, she murmured. I gazed down the length of the ravine. What if those rocks form a kind of ledge or table? What if that's where he set up his targets? What rocks? She asked. We set off through the woods, keeping exactly parallel to the trench, adjusting our path around trees. I paced off comfortable 3-foot steps while she counted silently at first. By 1250, she'd started muttering the numbers aloud, her voice growing clearer and more animated as the tally climbed, only to taper off into a puzzled note as I finally drew even with the last of the tumbled gray stones, and she said 1,400 yards. Chapter 10. The rocks did look like the remains of some primeval collapse, and they did form a crude shelf, only about a foot deep and 4 feet across at its flattest point. But it had been enough. The ground was littered with shredded metal and powdered glass from countless beer cans and bottles. Flecks of white paper suggested paper targets had been used, too. The rock face behind the shelf was pocked and cratered, blasted by hundreds, maybe thousands of rounds, I said. We need something to carry a sample in. Casey Nice asked. Like what? Just something small. I pointed to the area below the scarred rocks. We should collect some of this dust for the gas chromatograph. It's the only way to confirm whether these bullets match. She checked her pockets, her expression shifting as she considered and dismissed one option, then reluctantly returned to it. She glanced at me, a little sheepish. What is it? I asked. I have a pill bottle, she said. That'll do. She pulled a small orange prescription bottle from her pocket, popped the cap, and poured the pills into her palm before shoving them loosely back into her coat. After securing the cap on the empty container, she tossed it to me. Thanks, I said. I began sweeping the fine debris into small mounds, carefully gathering pinches of dust and grit between my fingers to drop into the bottle. I wasn't entirely sure how a gas chromatograph worked, but I knew it needed lead fragments, and I wanted to give it plenty to work with. So I kept at it, methodically filling the bottle more than halfway before sealing it and slipping it into my pocket. All right, I said. Now let's go break into his house, which we did by kicking the door down. It's easier than people think. It's all about physics. Force equals mass times velocity squared, and that squared part means speed matters far more than weight. Gaining 20 pounds of muscle at the gym helps, sure, but increasing your kick speed by just 20% improves your force by 400%. It's simple math. Think of it like baseball. Swing a heavy bat slowly, and you might get a long fly ball, but swing a light bat fast and you're sending it into the bleachers. Most people approach a door with too much hesitation. They shuffle up and give it a timid push. Not us. We picked the back door over the front. It looked cheaper, with thinner wood and simpler hinges, plus we had a longer approach. I took 3 easy strides, building momentum naturally. My leg swung forward, my foot accelerating until my heel smashed through the lock like it was nothing. The door flew inward. Casey Nice slipped inside ahead of me. We were in a kitchen. The counters were worn. The cabinets painted a dismal, muddy color that couldn't decide between green and brown. An avocado green refrigerator and a vintage swooping metal range stood like relics from the 1950s. The air was stale and scentless, no lingering smells of food or trash, just a dry, hollow stillness. It felt abandoned. Casey moved toward the hallway door. Ready? She whispered. Wait, I said. I listened for the subtle hum of life, but heard only silence. The house felt empty, almost mournful, as if it had been vacant for a long time. "I'll take the living room. You check the bedrooms." She went left down a hallway paneled in dark, sludge-stained plywood. I turned right into a living room with an attached dining nook. The space was solidly built and proportioned well, but it was drowning in dark wood and bland vinyl wallpaper like a budget hotel. Brown corduroy furniture, a sofa, an ottoman, and 2 armchairs sat worn but usable. There were side tables, but no television, no newspapers, no books, nothing that suggested a life being lived. The place was empty, no phone, no discarded sweater on a chair, no empty beer glass or half-full ashtray, nothing personal. The only hints anyone had ever been there were the worn spots and the permanent dents in the couch cushions. From another part of the house, Casey Nice's voice cut through the quiet. "Reacher?" I answered. "Yeah. You have to come see this." There was a strange tension in her tone. I asked, "What is it?" "Just come look." I followed the sound of her voice into a room and stopped cold. There I was, staring right back at me. It was a photograph, black and white, blown up to life size, probably on a standard office copier and pinned to the wall with thumbtacks. The sheet was letter size, my face filling it almost edge to edge. Below it, more sheets had been tacked up like overlapping tiles, and on them someone had sketched the rest of my body in thick black marker, matching the grainy tone of the photocopied face. The drawing showed a full-sized figure standing straight, thumbs forward, planted firmly in shoes drawn down to the last lace. It was a decent likeness. My mother would have spotted the differences, but it was close, and right where my heart would be, a large kitchen knife, about 10 inches long, had been driven 5 inches into the wallboard. Casey Nice said quietly, "There's more." She was standing in what might have been meant as a sleeping alcove. I walked over and saw the back wall papered with documents all about me. At the top was the same life-size photo. Just below it was the source, the bio page from my old Army personnel file, with my service headshot glued in the corner, neatly photocopied. Under that were dozens of other pages, all Xeroxed, all pinned up in tight rows, arranged in some kind of order. Selected with purpose, they were my failures. Mostly after-action reports detailing missed clues, broken connections, operations that went wrong. 30 pages alone were about Dominique Cole. Casey asked, "Who was she?" "She worked under me," I said. "I sent her to arrest someone. She was taken, tortured, and killed. I should have gone myself." "I'm sorry. Me too." She studied the wall for a long moment. "You couldn't have known." "She was exactly your age," I told her. Her voice softened. "There's more, I'm afraid." She led me to another room. On a table sat what looked like a homemade rack, the kind you'd use to pin paper targets on, sturdy enough to prop on a rocky ledge 1,400 yards from a rifle. Admirable initiative, except the targets were my face. Same grainy, life-size Xerox, right to the edges of letter paper. There were 2 stacks, one unused, one used. The unused ones were just the photo. The used ones were far worse. Many were shredded, either by the impact of a .50 caliber round or by stone fragments blasted back from the rocks behind the target, but a few had held together. One had a clean half-inch hole just below my right cheekbone. Another was pierced at the corner of my mouth, 1,400 yards out. A little left and low, but still impressive shooting. He improved as he went further down the pile. Among more torn pages were several that were chillingly accurate. 3 with holes right between my eyes, 1 slightly left, 1 slightly right, the last dead center, all from over 3/4 of a mile away. Casey asked, "How old is that photograph?" "Could be 20 years. So he might have had your file before he went to prison." I shook my head. "Some of those reports are about things that happened after he was locked up. He got the file when he got out. He seems really angry with you." "You think?" I said, the sarcasm sharp in my voice. "All this effort just to say hello? He's in London." "Maybe not," I said. "Why would he be? He's already set up shop right here. If he's so furious with me, why would he take an overseas job right now?" There are plenty of reasons. Money is the first one. This job is a massive payday, trust me. But second, he can't locate you. You're not an easy man to find. He could search forever and still come up empty. He wasn't thinking that far ahead. Maybe, but at this moment he doesn't need to find me. I came right to his doorstep, and there's a 75% chance he's here. He could have taken a dozen shots at us by now, but he hasn't. Because he isn't here. Was he ever here? Where are his things? My guess is he doesn't have things, maybe a bedroll and a backpack, a monk-like existence, or whatever you call people who live that. Simply he packed it up and took it all to Paris, and then on to London. That actually made a strange kind of sense. I nodded. Cott had owned nothing for 15 years. Maybe he'd grown accustomed to it. I took one last long look at the target with the perfect hole, right between where my eyes would be, and then I said, "Let's get out of here." The walk back to the red truck felt less tense than I expected, mostly because of the trees. It was a geometric impossibility to hit a long-range target through a dense forest. There would always be a trunk in the path ready to stop a bullet or send it spinning wildly off course, safe enough for now. The track was too narrow to turn around, and backing all the way down seemed unwise. So we drove back up to the house, executed a tight U-turn on the gravel patch, and headed back the right way. We saw nothing and no one on the track, and the two-lane road was deserted. I told the navigation system to take us back to the airport, and it began recalculating the same 50-mile route, just in reverse. After a moment of quiet, I said, "I owe you an apology? For what?" "I made a category error. I assumed you were a State Department official loaned to the CIA for some field exposure, therefore possibly a little out of your depth, but it's the opposite, isn't it? You're a CIA officer loaned to the State Department for exposure to passports, visas, and all that paperwork, which means you're not out of your depth at all. What gave me away?" "A couple of things, that infantry hand signal. You knew it instantly." She gave a slight nod. "Spent a lot of time at Fort Benning, and you were all business from the start. Didn't Shoemaker tell you I'm tougher than I look? I thought he was just trying to justify taking a crazy risk. And for the record," she said, a hint of dry amusement in her voice, "the State Department does a lot more than passports and visas. It handles all sorts of things, including the oversight of operations like this one. How this operation is O'Day and 2 CIA people. You and Scarangello. The State Department isn't involved. I am the State Department, like you said, temporarily and theoretically. Are you keeping your temporary and theoretical boss in the loop? Not completely. Why not? Because this is too important for the State Department. If it turns out to be the Brit or the Russian or the Israeli, then sure, we'll let State take the victory lap. But until we know that for certain, this stays a closely held project. Is that what you're calling it now? Top secret was already taken. It's headline news. How top secret can it be? By tomorrow, it'll be yesterday's news. The French are going to make an arrest. That should calm everything down." Who are they going to arrest? Some patsy or another. They'll find some guy willing to play the part of a wild-eyed terrorist for a few weeks, in exchange for favors down the line. I imagine they're casting the role right now, which will give us the time and space we need to work. "It's 1,400 yards," I said, steering it back. "That's what matters, not which one is pulling the trigger. They'll need a perimeter. Call it at least a mile in radius, or they could hide in holes in the ground, which they might have to, sooner or later. But until then, we prefer a proactive approach. We need John Cott in custody. We certainly don't want to be the only team that doesn't get their guy. How are the others doing? You heard what O'Day said this morning. They have names, photographs, full histories. Is that all? They've got exactly what we've got." We drove back, returned the truck, and hiked to a wire gate where a golf cart met us and took us to our plane. 2 hours later, we landed at Pope, only to learn the situation had shifted entirely. The Israelis had located their man, Mr. Rosen, who had been vacationing by the Red Sea. Surveillance had missed his departure, but his alibi was now confirmed. Multiple staff members from bars and restaurants backed his story, placing him far from Paris. His name was officially off the list, which makes our task a bit more pressing, O'Day remarked during another of his preferred afternoon meetings. We were back in the same upstairs room, the tables shoved together, with O'Day, Shoemaker, and Scarring Jello already seated. Casey Nice and I arrived last, the hum of jet engines still faint in our ears. We reported what we'd found in Arkansas and handed over the dust and grit in an evidence bag, not the pill bottle. Shoemaker seemed disappointed there'd been no surveillance set up as a precaution. He'd really wanted the bait tactic to work. Then O'Day mentioned he understood why Cott was fixated on me. I replied, I'd like to know how he got my file. O'Day suggested probably a contact inside the system. It's a standard file stored in Missouri. He doesn't have friends in the bureaucracy. He didn't even have buddies in his unit. No one would cover for him. Then he bought it. With what? He'd just gotten out of Leavenworth. Then he goes and fires 1,000 rounds of .50 caliber in his backyard. At what? $5 a shot, even in Arkansas? Where'd that cash come from? We'll look into it. How you're not set up for that. Enough with the national security angle. This is a police matter now. He had a 1,400-yard practice range and a 1,400-yard kill shot. Coincidence? Or was that Paris balcony picked out long in advance? Did he train specifically for it? If so, this could be a conspiracy going back nearly a year. We need information starting with, who owns that apartment in Paris? Are you volunteering to play cop? I thought I was bait. You could be both. I never volunteer, basic soldier's rule. Maybe you should. You won't sleep well, not after what you saw. There could be a dozen people out there still holding a grudge against me. Why would I care? None of them will ever find me. We found you. That's different. You think I'd answer an ad from Cott? You'd just leave him out there? It was a Socratic trap, I said. I'm not his parole officer. He countered, you're in good shape for your age, Reacher. Probably because your lifestyle keeps you active, walking mostly, I imagine. They say that's the best exercise. But my guess is it's not a burden for you. It's part of the appeal, right? Open roads, sunny days, distant horizons, or the city, with all its noise and lights, the hustle and bustle, a spectacle around every corner. You like walking, you enjoy the freedom. I asked, what's your point? It's not the same with a sniper out there. Joan Scarangelo stared right at me, challenging me to argue. O'Day added, especially a sniper so unhinged, he does yoga for 15 years, and then sketches a picture on his bedroom wall. I stayed quiet. He said, what kind of police work would you do? He left his truck at home, so someone picked him up. Not a car service. He has no phone, and there's no cell signal out there. It was prearranged. Everything was, obviously. Which means people have been coming and going on that driveway for months. Someone had to have seen something. The neighbor claims he didn't. That's what he says now. He's been paid off and coached. You think so? I nodded. He had to admit knowing his neighbor. In Arkansas, not doing so would seem too strange. He was instructed to keep quiet about any visitors. The moment I brought up outsiders loitering nearby, he dodged the question. He made a crude remark about the Marines and began giving Ms. Nice an inappropriate look. O'Day glanced at Casey Nice. Is that accurate? She replied. I handled it. What exactly did he say about the Marines? Called them attention-seeking thrill chasers. Was he former Navy? Air Force? O'Day gave a knowing nod and turned back to me. Your take? I said the neighbor has a stash of cash hidden in his closet. Untraceable bills. Possibly, but he knows who gave it to him. And more of that same money is sitting in some gun dealer's cash register. Someone will remember selling 1,000 rounds of .50 caliber ammunition. That's a major purchase. He might have spread the buys across multiple dealers. Exactly? And it could have been several different people making those purchases to keep things clean. More people means more flights into Little Rock and Texarkana. More rental cars, more gas bought at local stations, maybe even speeding tickets or parking violations caught on patrol car cameras, more meals at nearby diners, more nights in local motels. All of that needs to be traced, along with whatever the neighbor actually knows. O'Day worked his jaw as if testing out responses, but finally just said, all right, I added, I can't do it. I have no official standing. No one would talk to me. The FBI will handle it. I thought this operation was top secret, or at least tightly controlled. Divide and conquer, O'Day said. Give each agency a small piece as long as no one sees the full picture. Then I suggest they start immediately. Tomorrow is the earliest I can manage. He jotted a note on a pad. The Russians are hitting a wall, Comrade Datsev has vanished entirely. The British believe their man, Carson, is traveling on a recently acquired fraudulent passport, so they're screening anyone with a brand new passport who traveled to Paris during the relevant window. Trains, planes, cars, boats. They've got close to 1,000 names. Where was Carson last spotted? At home a month ago, a routine drive-by by special branch. And Datsev. Similar situation in Moscow, also about a month back. The key difference is neither has been linked to a 1,400-yard practice range. I have a feeling this one lands squarely on us. Carson or Datsev could have trained abroad. They wouldn't need as much time as Cott. He was playing catch-up. Maybe they all met up somewhere for a tryout before the real thing. Maybe there was a three-way competition. Winner takes the job, O'Day said. Maybe a lot of things. I asked, do we have photos? He opened a red folder and pulled out 4 color headshots. He removed one and set it aside. A curly-haired man with a tan and an open smile. Rosen, presumably the Israeli, now cleared. He slid the remaining 3 across the table toward me. The first was a shaven-headed man around 50, with a face as expressionless as a plank and dark eyes that tilted slightly upward at the corners, a hint of Mongolian ancestry. Fyodor Datsev, O'Day said, 52 years old, born in Siberia. Next was a man who might have once been fair but was now weathered by sun and wind. Short brown hair, a cautious stare, a broken nose, and a faint smirk that could be read as either mocking or menacing. William Carson O'Day said, born in London, 48 years old, last was John Cott. Some people grow softer with age, but Cott had hardened, pared down to tight muscle and tendon. His cheek cheekbones stood out sharply, and his mouth was a thin, severe line. Only his eyes seemed larger now, burning out from the photo. O'Day said, that's his prison release photo, the most recent we have, a thoroughly unpleasant-looking group. I gathered the photographs into a neat pile and returned them to their place. How's the British Moat Project coming along, I asked. Scarangello shook her head. They won't be able to enforce a full-mile perimeter. You understand how crowded Great Britain is? It would be like evacuating all of Manhattan. That's simply not realistic. So what's the next move? O'Day leaned forward. You're heading to Paris when? Immediately. Am I going as bait or as an investigator? Consider it a dual role, primarily. We need fresh eyes on the crime scene. There's always a chance something was overlooked. Why would they share anything with me? I have no official standing here. Your name will open every door. I've made the necessary calls. Anything they would show me, they'll show you. That's the influence of O'Day, particularly under the current circumstances. He said it with a dry, almost weary confidence that suggested he'd had this same conversation 100 times before. I remained silent. Shoemaker picked up the thread. You speak French, correct? I do, and English. Enough to get by. What about Russian? Why do you ask? British and Russian agents will also be arriving. You're likely to cross paths. Gather whatever information you can from them, but be careful not to reveal anything in return. For all I know, they've received identical instructions, I pointed out. O'Day cut in, his tone decisive. We need a CIA presence on the ground. At his words, Casey Nice straightened in her chair. It was Joan Scarangello who spoke up. I'll go. Chapter 13. They provided the same aircraft, but with a new crew, 2 fresh pilots in the cockpit and a female flight attendant, all dressed in Air Force fatigues. I boarded directly from the shower, wearing the new clothes from Arkansas. Scarangello joined me 5 minutes later, also freshly showered and dressed in another of her sharp black skirt suits. She carried a small rolling suitcase and a handbag. It would be an overnight journey, 7 hours in the air across 6 time zones, landing us in Paris at 9 in the morning, local time. My usual seat had been converted, laid flat and pushed against the opposite chair, which was also flattened, creating a makeshift couch. The same arrangement was mirrored on the cabin's other side. Pillows, sheets, and blankets were provided. The result was two long, narrow beds separated by a slim aisle. It worked for me. Scarangello, however, seemed less certain. She was a woman of particular age and demeanor, and I suspected she would have preferred more privacy. First, we had to buckle into regular seats at a table for takeoff. We remained there afterward because the flight attendant announced meals were being served. The food did not match the surroundings. It was not the culinary equivalent of the cabin's butterscotch, leather, and walnut veneer, nor was it standard military issue. They were burgers, served in cardboard clamshell boxes, reheated in the onboard microwave until nearly unrecognizable, some off-brand product likely purchased from a shack near Pope Field's main gate, probably right next to the Dunkin' Donuts. I ate mine, then finished half of Scarangello's after she pushed it away. Then came the delicate operation of preparing for bed without awkwardness. I watched her eyes dart around the cabin, calculating angles, assessing the lighting, figuring out where I would be and what I might see. It was all very serious and procedural, which made the whole situation feel faintly ridiculous. Here we were, two government assets on a covert flight, about to engage in a silent ballet over who got to change into pajamas first. The gravity of our mission momentarily gave way to the universal human comedy of shared sleeping quarters. "I'll go first," I said. The bathroom was located through the galley at the rear, just ahead of the luggage hold where they had stored her bag. I used the facilities, brushed my teeth, and walked back to the sleeping area, choosing the bed on the starboard side. I removed my shoes and socks. I always sleep better that way, and laid down on top of the blanket. I rolled onto my side, facing the wall. Scarangello took the hint. I heard the stiff swish of wool and nylon as she left, and later the softer pad of her return, likely now in cotton. I listened to the rustle of sheets as she settled in. She made a small sound, a cross between a sleepy murmur and a light cough, which I interpreted as an all-clear signal. I rolled onto my back and stared at the bulkhead above me. "Do you always sleep on top of the covers?" she asked from the other bed. "Only when it's warm enough." "Do you always sleep in your clothes?" "Not by choice, but in a situation like this, options are limited." "Because you have no pajamas." "No home, no luggage, no possessions. We had a briefing about you earlier," she mentioned. I replied Casey Nice already filled me in. I shifted slightly against the wall to get more comfortable, and something pressed into my hip from my pocket, not my toothbrush, which was in the other side. I reached down and pulled out a small pill bottle, holding it in my palm. I squinted at the label in the low light. Out of simple curiosity, I expected to see allergy medication, maybe for spring pollen in the Arkansas woods, or perhaps pain relievers from some past ache. Instead, the label read Zoloft, which I knew wasn't for allergies, or pain. Zoloft, if I remembered right, was for stress, anxiety, depression, serious stuff, prescription only. But it wasn't prescribed to Casey Nice. The name printed wasn't hers. It belonged to a man, Antonio Luna. Scarangello's voice cut through the dim cabin. "What's your take on our MS Nice?" I slipped the bottle back into my pocket. Nice by name, nice by nature. Too nice for this line of work? Are you worried she might be? Potentially, yes. She held her own in Arkansas. The neighbor didn't shake her. How would she have managed if you hadn't been there? Probably the same outcome, different circumstances, but she'd have gotten there. That's reassuring? Is she your protégé? Scarangello shook her head faintly, the motion just audible in the dark. I'd never met her before this. She wasn't necessarily my first pick, but she was who State had available, so she fit the profile. I leaned back. World leaders face assassination risks constantly. It's part of the job. Security's tighter than ever these days. I don't get why everyone's panicking now. Our briefing suggested you're decent with numbers, then your briefing was off. High school arithmetic was my ceiling. Calculate the area of a circle with a 1,400-yard radius. I almost smiled in the darkness. Pi times radius squared. Roughly 2 square miles. Average population density in a major western city center. That wasn't math, just general knowledge. Around 40,000 per square mile, you're behind. It's closer to 50,000 now, give or take. Parts of London and Paris hit 70. On average, they'd need to lock down tens of thousands of rooftops, windows, and 100,000 people. Impossible. A skilled long-range shooter is their worst-case scenario, except for the bulletproof glass. Scarangello nodded, her pillow rustling. It covers the sides, not the front or rear, and politicians hate it, makes them look fearful. Which they are, they just don't want it showing. But a sniper changes everything, I asked. Was anyone certain the glass would hold? The manufacturer swore it would. Some experts had doubts. I nodded in the dark. I'd have been doubtful, too. 50 caliber rounds pack a serious punch developed for the Browning machine gun capable of taking down trees. Sleep tight, I said. Scarangello let out a soft, dry laugh. Not likely. We touched down in crisp spring sunlight at Le Bourget, which the flight attendant cheerfully called Europe's busiest private airfield. The plane taxied toward two sleek black cars parked alone. Citroens, I guessed, not quite limousines, but long, low, and gleaming. 5 men stood waiting, slightly windswept and bracing against the engine noise. 2 looked like drivers, 2 were gendarmes in uniform, and the last was a silver-haired man in a tailored suit. The plane rolled to a stop, the engines cut out, and the 5 men straightened up, stepping forward expectantly. As the flight attendant worked the door, Scarangello rose and handed me a cell phone. "Call if you need me," she said. "What number?" I asked. "It's programmed in," she replied. "Are we heading to separate places?" "Of course we are," she said, turning away. "You're heading to the crime scene, and I'm off to the DGSE. I gave a slow nod. The Direction Générale de la Sécurité Extérieure, France's answer to the CIA. A capable outfit, on the whole. This was likely Scarangello's polite notification, maybe a high-level info swap, or a conspicuous lack of one. "I'm also the bait," I pointed out. "Only as a secondary benefit," she replied. "Casey Nice accompanied me to Arkansas, 7 feet behind you." I nodded again. "Trickier to manage in apartment hallways." "He's in London," Scarangello stated, "whichever one he is." The aircraft door swung open, letting in a rush of cool morning air tinged with the sharp scent of jet fuel. The attendant stepped aside, and Scarangello exited first, pausing for a moment at the top of the stairs, every bit the visiting official. She descended, and I followed. A silver-haired man in a suit greeted her. Their familiarity was obvious. Perhaps he was her direct counterpart. They slid into the back of the first Citroën. A driver took the front, and they were gone. Then 2 uniformed gendarmes stepped before me, waiting politely. I pulled my crisp new passport from my pocket and handed it over. One officer opened it. Both glanced at the name, the photo, and then my face. It was returned to me with 2 hands, a gesture so formal it felt ceremonial. No one bowed or clicked their heels, but the aura of O'Day's influence made it seem as if they had. The second driver opened my door, and I got into the back of the other Citroën. We drove through black mesh gates past a terminal and onto the road. Le Bourget is closer to the city center, but the massive Charles de Gaulle Airport lies farther out on the same route, northeast of Paris, so traffic was a nightmare. A sluggish river of cars and taxis crawled toward town. Many taxi drivers appeared to be of Vietnamese descent, numerous women among them, some ferrying solitary passengers, others carrying groups fresh from emotional reunions. Overhead electronic signs warned of congestion and attention aux vents on rafales, caution for gusting winds. I couldn't quite place the word rafales until I saw cars shuddering slightly and flags snapping taut against poles, and then I remembered gusts. My driver glanced in the mirror. "Sir, do you have everything you need existentially?" That was a profound question, but I had no immediate requests, so I just nodded and stayed silent. Truth was, I was hungry and seriously undercaffeinated, but I assumed those issues would sort themselves out soon. The morning flights from London would land shortly after me, with the Moscow arrivals later still. The Paris police wouldn't want to run 3 separate tours of the crime scene, so we'd all go together. That likely meant I had time for a proper breakfast before my Russian and British counterparts showed up. They'd probably put me in a budget-friendly hotel to wait, and there would be pleasant cafes nearby. Paris, in my view, was a pleasant city. I was anticipating the day ahead. Then it truly began. We crossed the Périphérique, Paris's equivalent of the capital Beltway, where the city transforms from a cluttered outskirts into a vast living museum. Tree-lined boulevards, grand preserved architecture, intricate ironwork everywhere. We came down the Rue de Flandre, moving steadily toward the gap between the Gare du Nord and Gare de l'Est railway stations. Once the driver reached the city center, he shifted into full urban navigation mode, weaving through a series of tight side streets before finally pulling to a stop beside a green door in a narrow alley off Rue Monsigny. By my rough estimation, we were positioned roughly midway between the rear of the Louvre and the grand facade of the Opera. A small brass plaque beside the door read Pension Pelletier, a modest hotel, more than a simple rooming house, but less than a full-service inn, perfectly suited for a police department's travel budget. My driver informed me, "They are expecting you, sir." I thanked him, stepped out onto the sidewalk, and shut the car door. The morning sun was pale, the air lukewarm and still. As the car pulled away, I decided to postpone entering the pension. Instead, I walked back out to Rue Monsigny, directly across the way. Another slender street met it at a sharp angle, forming a small triangular wedge of sidewalk. As with so many forgotten corners in Paris, this space had been claimed by a cafe, its tables and chairs arranged under large canvas umbrellas. Like every Parisian cafe at that hour, it was about one-third occupied, most patrons motionless behind spread newspapers, surrounded by empty cups and plates littered with croissant flakes. I crossed over and took a vacant table. Shortly, an older waiter in a white shirt, black bow tie, and a long white apron approached. I ordered a substantial breakfast, a large pot of coffee, a croque madame, toast layered with ham and cheese, crowned with a fried egg, and 2 pains au chocolat, those rectangular pastries hiding rods of dark chocolate. A tough assignment, but somebody had to shoulder it. 2 tables over, a man was reading his newspaper, the front page facing me. The headline confirmed what Casey Nice had predicted: the assassination scare was officially over. By tomorrow it would be old news. An arrest had been made. The suspect was in custody. The case closed. The world could breathe easy again. Though too far to read the details, I was certain the article would describe a lone fanatical amateur with a North African name, an unconnected crackpot posing no further threat. That narrative should settle public nerves, and that would buy us the time and space we needed. I ate slowly, sipped my coffee, and kept my eyes on the alley entrance. Occasional gusts of wind, the vents and rafales rippled through, making the umbrella above my table shudder violently for a moment before settling. A steady stream of pedestrians passed by, commuters heading to work, shoppers carrying baguettes, residents walking tiny dogs, mail and package carriers making their rounds. The waiter cleared my plates and brought a fresh cup of coffee. Eventually, a black Citroen, much like the one I had arrived in, eased into the alley and halted at the green door. The rear passenger hesitated briefly, undoubtedly receiving the same "They are expecting you, sir," before stepping out onto the sidewalk. He stood there, a man of average height, perhaps in his 50s, clean-shaven with neatly combed salt and pepper hair. He wore a plaid scarf and a tan Burberry trench coat. Beneath it I could see trousers of fine gray fabric, likely part of a Savile Row suit, and English shoes the color of horse chestnuts, polished to a high shine. This, I thought, had to be the Russian. No British operative would dress that conspicuously unless auditioning for a Bond film. The new Moscow, after all, was flush with luxury boutiques. The apparatchiks had never enjoyed such finery. His car reversed and drove off. He studied the green door for a moment, then, mirroring my earlier move, turned away and walked toward the cafe. As he approached, his gaze swept over the patrons, eyes flicking left and right, pausing on each person for less than a second before moving to the next. He made a quick assessment, but it must have been accurate because he walked right over to me and asked in English, "You're the American?" I nodded. "I thought the Brit would beat you here." He didn't, the man replied. I left in the middle of the damn night. He extended his hand. Yevgeny Kenkin, pleased to meet you. You can call me Eugene, that's the direct translation, or Gene if you prefer. I shook his hand. Jack Reacher. He took the seat to my left. So, what's your take on all this? His English was fluent, his accent neutral, not distinctly British or American, but a polished international sound. I said, I'd say one of us, you, me, or the Brit, has a serious problem. Are you CIA? No, retired military. I busted our guy once. Are you FSB or SVR? SVR, he answered, referring to their foreign intelligence service. Then he added, but deep down, we're all still KGB, old wine in new bottles. Do you know your man Datsev? You could say that. How well? I was his handler. He was KGB, I heard he was Army, Soviet, then Russian. On paper, maybe. That's what his pay stub said, when there were any. But a shooter that good? We found better uses for him, such as taking out targets we needed, removed. But not anymore. Kenkin leaned back. Do you follow soccer? A little, I said. The top players get big offers. One day they're broke in some small town, the next they're millionaires in Barcelona or London. And Datsev got an offer like that. He claimed to have a pocket full of them. Got angry when I wouldn't match the bids. Then he vanished. And now here we are. How good is he? Uncanny? Does he favor 50 caliber rounds? Horses for courses? At that range, absolutely. I stayed quiet. Kenkin went on, but I don't think it's him. Why not? He wouldn't agree to an audition. He has nothing left to prove. So who do you think it is? I think it's your guy. He's the one with something to prove. 15 years in prison changes a man. Just then a cell phone rang. I waited for Kenkin to answer, but he didn't move, and I realized it was coming from my own pocket, the phone Scarangello had given me. I pulled it out. The screen read, blocked. I answered, yes, it was Scarangello. Are you alone? No. Can we be overheard by 3 governments, probably? Not on this line, she said. Don't worry about that. I just heard from O'Day. The chromatograph results are back on the fragments from Arkansas. And they're not the same. Not armor-piercing. They were match-grade cast and machined for precision. American-made, unfortunately. Those run about $6 each. Is O'Day tracking the money? The FBI is on it. But this is good news overall, right? Could be worse, I said. She hung up and I slipped the phone back into my pocket. Kenkin watched me. What's American-made and costs $6 each? Sounds like the setup to a joke. What's the punchline? I didn't answer. The same elderly waiter approached, and Kenkin ordered coffee with white rolls, butter, and apricot jam, all in fluent, rootless French. After the waiter left, Kenkin turned back. And how is General O'Day these days? You know him? Of him. We studied him in training. He was something of a KGB role model. Doesn't surprise me. He's doing fine, same as ever. I'm glad he's back. I'm sure you are, too. Did he ever really leave? Kenkin made a non-committal face. We understood his influence was fading. For an old warhorse like him, long stretches of calm were the worst. An incident like this kept folks on their toes. There's always a bright side, I suppose. Another black Citroen then eased through the crowded sidewalk and swung into the narrow lane. Driver up front, a passenger in the back. It halted at the green door and paused for a moment. "They're waiting for you, sir." The passenger stepped out. He was a sturdy man, maybe in his early 40s, slightly suntanned, with close-cropped fair hair and a broad, angular face. He wore faded blue jeans, a thick sweater, and a short canvas jacket. On his feet were tan suede boots that looked like they might have been British Army surplus. His car pulled away, and after a single glance at the green door, he turned and scanned the area ahead, left, right, before crossing Rue Monsigny and walking directly to our table. "Reacher and Kenkin?" "Right," he said. "You're well briefed," Kenkin replied, "knowing our names already." "We do our best," the man answered. His voice carried a trace of a Welsh lilt, a faint musical rhythm. He extended his hand. "Bennett, good to meet you." Don't bother with my first name, you'd never get it right. What is it? I asked. He responded with a rough, phlegmy sound like a miner with a bad cough. All right, Bennett it is, I said. Ma'am I 6? If you'd like me to be, they covered my travel. Things are pretty informal right now. You know your man, Carson? We've crossed paths. Where? Here and there. Like I said, it's all a bit loose at the moment. You think it's him? Doubt it. Why? Because the Frenchman's still breathing. My money's on your guy. Bennett took a seat to my right, facing Kenkin on my left. The waiter arrived with Kenkin's order and Bennett asked for the same. I requested more coffee. The old server looked pleased. The bill was growing. I hoped one of them was carrying enough local cash. I certainly wasn't. Kenkin looked over at Bennett. You familiar with the G8 location? Bennett gave a nod. By normal standards, it's secure. Maybe less so with caught running free. I cut in. Might not be caught. You've got to stay flexible. Assumptions will trip you up here. My mind's so open my thoughts are practically spilling onto the pavement. I still don't buy Carson, maybe Datsev, Kenkin said. Then it wasn't any tryout, and we're spinning our wheels with all this speculation. Datsev wouldn't audition. He's too proud. If it was Datsev shooting, then it was just a hit on the Frenchman that failed because of the glass, which also means we're wasting time since the trail's been cold for days. The waiter returned with Bennett's coffee and bread, plus a fresh pot for me. Across the street, a police minivan slid into the alley and stopped at the green door. A single officer stepped out in a blue uniform and a kepi hat. He knocked and waited. After a minute, a woman in a housecoat answered, and a brief, muddled exchange followed. He's here for the 3 men, most likely. They haven't arrived yet, I'd guess. The cop stepped back, looking up and down the lane across Rue Monsigny, then tipped his hat forward and scratched the back of his head. His eyes eventually landed on us in a slow, delayed double-take. He thanked the woman and started toward our table. I watched him decide to play it cool, to act as if he hadn't been confused at all, and he walked up and announced in a gritty Parisian accent, the kind that lacked any charm, just a resentful, burdened whine, "We have to go to the police station first." Bennett translated. He says, "We have to go to the station." I understood, Kenkin said. I stayed quiet. Kenkin settled the bill with a roll of fresh euros that looked authentic enough, though I had my doubts. We rose from the table, stretching and brushing away the last of the crumbs before following the officer back across the street to the waiting van. The morning sun was climbing into a sky as clear and blue as a robin's egg, offering a brief, gentle warmth that vanished the instant a sharp gust of wind cut through, feeling like an icy hand on my neck. Kenkin's fine coat billowed around his legs before the wind dropped as suddenly as it had come, the warmth returning just in time for us to step into the cool shadow of the alley. We piled into the van. Bennett first, then Kenkin, then me with a light, almost giddy feeling, the kind you get when loading up to leave base for a bar or a club where you know there's a good time waiting. Chapter 15. The place we were taken to wasn't your typical police station. You wouldn't walk in to report a stolen bicycle or a missing pet. It felt more like an intelligence outpost accessed through an unmarked gray door tucked among other government buildings on the river's left bank, not far from the Assemblée Nationale, France's equivalent of the U.S. Capitol. That plain door led down 2 flights of stairs into a low-ceilinged maze painted in shades of gray with gray linoleum underfoot. A DGSE facility, I assumed, and I couldn't help but hope the money they saved on decoration was being put to better use. We were ushered into what might have been a conference room, except all the chairs were gone. A long table held a neat row of 12 laptops, each screen tilted at the same precise angle, each displaying the same animated Police Nationale screensaver, little shapes bouncing slowly and methodically around the display, like some old arcade Pong game stuck in a loop. A woman entered behind us. She was petite but carried herself with a quiet authority, maybe in her mid-40s with soft, dark hair and observant eyes. Under different circumstances, I might have tried to strike up a conversation. Instead, she looked right past me and addressed the Roman general. "Everything is digitized now," she said. "Start on the left and work your way right. You'll see what we have." so Bennett, Kenkin, and I huddled around the first screen. Kenkin tapped the touchpad with a well-kept fingernail, and the bouncing shapes vanished, replaced by a video already in progress. It was French network TV broadcasting the president's speech, an evening event. He stood at a podium before broad marble steps, brightly lit, with French flags behind him. The bulletproof glass panels flanking him were barely visible. His microphones were small black capsules on slender stems rising from the podium, highly directional, aimed at his chest and mouth, picking up little else. But the TV crew had mixed in ambient sound from other mics, so we could hear the low murmur of the crowd and distant city noise. The president was delivering the usual political optimism, talking about progress and France's potential in the new century, conveniently achievable, of course, through his own policies. At one point he faltered over a word and glanced upward to his left, almost thoughtfully, before recovering and pressing on. 3 seconds later he looked left again, this time at something much closer, stumbled once more, and then, just a couple of seconds after that, he was tackled and buried under a swarm of dark-suited agents with earpieces who swiftly carried him away along the ground like some large, hurried turtle. Kenkin tapped the touchpad again, rewinding to that first stumble, that upward glance. "There," he said quietly, "that's the muzzle flash." "It has to be," he said. Then, after a pause, added, "And there's the bullet striking the glass." We couldn't hear the actual gunshot on the recording. Maybe some high-end audio specialist could have pulled a spike from the soundtrack, but it wouldn't have told us anything new. Everyone already knew a firearm had been discharged. "Seen enough?" Kenkin asked. Bennett gave a nod, and I stayed quiet. Kenkin clicked the mouse, and a street map of Paris appeared. A red arrow marked A pointed to the front steps of Les Invalides, while another red arrow, B, was positioned some distance away, tucked into a maze of narrow streets near the Boulevard Saint-Germain. A thin red line connected them, labeled 1,273 meters, which translated to roughly 1,400 yards. Bennett noted, "Les Invalides is the old military hospital." "I know," Kenkin replied, "a monument now, quite impressive, and a logical spot for a major political address. A location rich with emotional weight, with an open plaza out front, large enough to hold a respectable crowd but intimate enough to avoid embarrassment if turnout was low, with ample space for media trucks and satellite dishes. The Boulevard Saint-Germain location would be the apartment building. An extremely long shot, more or less straight west, over low buildings and plenty of open ground running nearly parallel to the river, and less than 1,000 yards from where we were standing right then. Awfully close to home for anyone connected to the government." Kenkin clicked an icon, and the next image was an after-action photo of the president's podium and its bulletproof glass panels. The podium was a solid piece of work, probably built for quick setup, breakdown, and storage. The glass shields were nearly transparent panels, each about 7 feet tall and 4 feet wide, and maybe 5 inches thick, standing parallel to box in the podium at a polite distance, like the sides of a roomy phone booth. "Okay," Kenkin asked. Bennett nodded again, and I remained silent as Kenkin clicked forward to a close-up photo of where the bullet had hit the glass. It was just a small white chip, with fine cracks extending about an inch outward like spider legs. Kenkin clicked through a series of progressively magnified close-ups, all the way to a shot from an electron microscope that made the impact pit look like the Grand Canyon, even though the embedded data said it was less than 2 millimeters deep. The final picture returned to normal size, identical to the first, but it was set to animate using the same video tech you see on sports broadcasts, where they freeze the action and rotate it for a different angle. So the photograph spun until we were looking at the glass shield almost directly from the side. Then the viewpoint lifted slightly until we were gazing at it a bit from above. The shooter's perspective, I figured, through his scope from that apartment balcony 1,400 yards away. At normal size, the tiny white chip was almost invisible, but then a bright red dot appeared to mark it, followed by thin red lines measuring its distance from the edges of the shield. It was a little over 500 millimeters from the left side and a little over 700 millimeters down from the top. Kenkin seemed troubled by those measurements. He leaned in, staring intently, and said, "Do you see what I see?" Bennett said nothing, and I replied, "I don't know what you're seeing." Kenkin turned and scanned the room until he spotted the dark-haired woman. "Can we go to the apartment now?" he asked. The woman responded, "Don't you want to see the rest of the presentation?" "What's in it?" "Forensics, trace evidence, ballistics, metallurgy, things like that." "Does it tell us who the shooter is?" "Not exactly." "Then no," Kenkin said flatly. "We don't need to see that stuff. We need to see the apartment." We rode over in the same police van with the same complaining officer behind the wheel. The woman with dark hair joined us, bringing along her 2 laptops, and a senior officer from the Police Nationale came as well, a grizzled veteran in a blue uniform. It was a quick trip from the 7th to the 6th arrondissement, straight down Boulevard Saint-Germain before turning onto the quieter streets near Rue Bonaparte. We stopped in front of a dignified, silent building that matched its neighbors. It was a substantial Beaux-Arts structure with tall carriage doors on the street level, which would open past a concierge's station into an interior courtyard. I knew the type. Each corner would hold staircases and those ancient, shuddering iron elevators. The air would carry the scent of waxed floors, distant meals, and dust, maybe the faint sound of a piano or a child's voice echoing, leading to grand but worn apartments filled with polished cherry wood, faded gilding, and threadbare carpets. The driver woke the concierge, who opened the large doors, and we parked inside the courtyard. We took the stairs in the rear left corner, climbing 5 flights to a door that was simply locked with no police tape or official seals. I said, "Who owns this apartment?" The older police officer answered, "The owner passed away 2 years ago. Someone must hold the title, naturally, but there were no heirs. It's a legal tangle. How did the shooter get inside? Keys were likely available. The concierge didn't notice anything." The old officer shook his head. "Neither did the neighbors. Are there street cameras? The footage was unclear. And no one saw the shooter leave?" I believe everyone was distracted by the chaos on TV. He produced a new-looking key, worked it in the lock, and the door opened. We entered a formal, high-ceilinged lobby that led into an equally grand hallway. The floors were worn black and white marble, undulating from generations of footsteps. The air was chilly and still. Tall double doors, some ajar, lined the hall, revealing dim rooms beyond. The officer guided us through a salon into a dining room nearly 40 feet long. A massive mahogany table, partly draped with a white sheet, stood with 20 chairs arranged along its sides. There was a huge tiled fireplace, spotted mirrors, marble busts, and somber landscape paintings in heavy gold frames. The far wall had 3 tall French windows facing west, each opening inward. The great table was aligned with the center window with marble-topped buffets near the others. It was a classic, symmetrical, and quietly pleasing space. Outside was a balcony running the room's width about 8 feet deep, with a flagstone floor and a low stone railing. A line of stone planters held powdery soil and the brittle remains of dead flowers. 2 iron bistro sets were placed against the outer wall between the windows. Beyond the railing, in the very far distance, you could just make out a side view of the front steps of Les Invalides, 3/4 of a mile away, a mere speck. Bennett asked, how was this location identified? The senior officer replied, "The president witnessed the muzzle flash, which gave us the general direction. A standard ballistics calculation followed, yielding 4 possible locations in this building. 3 were occupied by innocent families. This one was vacant. We found clear signs of recent disturbance here in the dust. We are certain this is the place." The dark-haired woman added, "All the details are in the briefing materials." "You really should have seen the presentation," the woman insisted. Kenkin gave a slow nod. His expression caught somewhere between regret and restlessness. "So where do you figure the shooter was positioned?" he asked. "We reconstructed it from the electron microscope data," she explained. "Armor-piercing rounds leave a distinct molecular signature at the point of impact that gave us the angle. From there, we calculated the bullet's velocity and trajectory, which pinpointed the range and the exact firing point. Our conclusion is he was seated at the center of the balcony, his rifle's bipod planted in the soil of that middle planter. The dirt showed impressions, and there were fresh scuffs on the stone. "Let's see it for ourselves," Kenkin said. We all filed out. 5 floors up, the air was crisp, and the vista stretched over the city. The central planter was a substantial, weathered stone trough, low and broad, its surface worn smooth. It looked exactly like the kind of spot a sniper would use. Given the gentle downward slope to the target area, a person of average height sitting behind it would have had a clear, steady firing lane right between 2 of the moss-covered urns lining the balustrade. "What's Datsev's height?" I asked. "About 1 meter 75. Kenkin replied. That translated to roughly 5'9", perfectly average. I glanced at Bennett and Carson, 5'9". Bennett confirmed, also average. It was funny, really, how utterly unremarkable all these supposedly elite shooters were in person. Kenkin himself, for all his fine clothes, didn't hesitate. He dropped cross-legged into the dirt behind the planter, ignoring his expensive coat, and squinted one eye shut. "Do you have any photos from this vantage point?" he asked, with the podium and the protective glass still in place. "Of course we do," the dark-haired woman said, a hint of exasperation in her voice. "They were in the presentation. You didn't watch." "My apologies," Kenkin said, not sounding very sorry. "Would you have them with you now?" "As a matter of fact, I do." She powered up a laptop, clicked through a few files, and then placed the computer right in the planter's soil in front of Kenkin. "This simulates the scope's view, we believe." It was a decent approximation. I crouched down to look. On the screen, the podium stood isolated in the secured square, looking small and abandoned. The near-side glass shield was a faint, obstructing blur. Kenkin shook his head. "I don't see the impact point." The woman leaned between us, a trace of perfume in the air, something floral and expensive. She clicked the mouse, and a bright red dot appeared on the image of the glass. Kenkin asked, "How tall is your president exactly?" Another click, and a generic figure appeared behind the podium, a stand-in for the French leader. The red dot hovered several inches to the left of the figure's throat. "There," Kenkin said, a note of triumph in his voice as he pushed himself up, brushing dirt from his sleeves. "I knew it. The shot was off, left and low." He stepped to the balustrade, Bennett and I falling in beside him. We looked out over the gray rooftops of Paris, past the orderly lines of pollarded trees along the boulevards, past the quiet buildings with their wrought-iron balconies toward the distant pale dome of Les Invalides. Further still, the very tip of the Eiffel Tower broke the horizon. The city lay spread out, peaceful and utterly normal, a stark contrast to the precise clinical violence we were there to dissect. The sequence unfolded with a chilling, deliberate cadence, like the heavy ticks of a grandfather clock, 1 and 2 and 3. First, a brief, sharp spark of light far in the distance. Then, a sudden gust of wind that snapped every flag on the terrace. Finally, Kenkin's head exploded right beside my shoulder. I was already moving before his body hit the deck. The impact of his shattered skull smacked against me on its way down, leaving a gruesome smear of red and gray on the brand-new jacket I'd just bought. My first absurd thought was a silent curse about the ruined fabric. Bennett dropped down next to me, and then, true to his training, he simply vanished. One moment solid on the flagstones, the next gone without a trace. No names, no packed drill. The best operatives leave no record at all. The technician was on her knees, not screaming but groaning in low terror as she scrambled back toward the dining room on all fours. The old officer in the blue uniform remained frozen where he'd been standing, utterly exposed. I wasn't too worried for him. The shooter wouldn't stick around long, not in the heart of Paris. Kneeling, I peered over the parapet, trying to lock in the location of that distant muzzle flash. Closing my eyes, I saw it again, just to the left of the old hospital, placing it even farther away, likely in a roof window 6 stories up. When I looked, the geometry pointed toward the Boulevard de la Tour Maubourg, or a side street behind it, a gray mansard roof with what would surely be an ornate oval window framed in stone. Roughly 1,600 yards, nearly a full mile, a 17-minute walk at a normal pace. Time to move. I spun around, leaped over the still-crawling technician, and hurried through the dining room, the salon, the hallway, and down the stairs to the courtyard and out to the street. Heading straight for Les Invalides was pointless. The shooter would already be gone, and every minute I spent getting there was another minute for him to put distance between us. Sirens wailed in the distance, that distinct two-tone French alarm growing louder. So where was he heading? Not north, and not by car, not with those sirens. The river bridges were traps nowhere to go but into the water, and the police had boats. He'd come on foot, south or southwest, not southeast because that led to the Gare Montparnasse station, and public transit would be swarming with cops any second. For the same reason, he'd avoid the metro. He was on the surface streets by now, a couple 100 yards into his escape, maybe skirting the École Militaire, which would put him on either the Avenue de la Motte-Piquet or the Avenue Low-Endel. I took the Rue de Sèvres. Not running passing police would be twitchy, but walking with long, determined strides, I'd be moving much faster than he was. He'd be strolling, the picture of innocence with nowhere in particular to go. But what was he carrying? No 50-caliber sniper rifle breaks down easily without serious tools. Most are around 5 feet long and weigh over 30 pounds. Was it rolled in a rug, hidden inside a bolt of fabric, or had he stashed it somewhere already? Turning onto Boulevard Garibaldi, I calculated he was now about 300 yards ahead, likely crossing my path in the distance. I pushed forward hard for 3 fast minutes until I reached the Rue de la Croix-Nevert, the continuation of Low-Endal. That meant the Rue du Commerce, the extension of Motte-Piquet, was just one long block ahead. The chase was narrowing, the hunter closing in on a ghost who believed he'd already disappeared. The man had to have taken one of the side streets heading southwest, deep into the quiet residential heart of the 15th arrondissement. I picked the first turn onto Rue de Low-Endal, reasoning it offered more cover than the busier Motte-Piquet. It positioned the massive bulk of the École Militaire between him and the screaming sirens, which I guessed were the rapid response units racing from the Eiffel Tower district. I turned the corner and picked up my pace, my eyes fixed on the misty distance, and promptly collided with a small figure hurrying the other way. In the split second before impact, I registered an older Asian man, Vietnamese perhaps, moving with a spry energy that belied his years. The collision was jarring. He felt compact and unexpectedly solid. I slowed, expecting him to rebound and continue on his way, allowing for a quick apology and no further delay. But he didn't bounce away. Instead, he grabbed fistfuls of my jacket and clung on, his weight pulling down as if his legs were about to give way. I stumbled forward a step, leaning over to avoid his feet, and he used his grip to pivot me in a clumsy half circle before leaning into me and shoving me toward the street. Then he struck. Releasing his right hand, he cocked it back, fingers curled into a vicious rabbit punch, and drove it straight for my groin. I twisted just in time, so the blow landed hard on the sensitive spot just inside my hip bone. A sharp nerve jolt shot down my leg, momentarily numbing my foot. Sensing an advantage, he threw all his weight into pushing me toward the curb. Behind me, I could hear the buzz of Parisian traffic, a narrow street where drivers routinely hit 40 miles an hour while glued to their phones. This had gone far enough. I locked my hand around his throat and pushed him to arm's length, well out of punching range. He could have tried to kick, but the pressure of my grip seemed to communicate the stakes clearly enough. I began marching him backward across the sidewalk, and that's precisely when the police arrived. There were 2 of them, young patrol officers in a modest sedan, wearing the standard-issue blue uniforms that in Paris often blur the line between cop and municipal worker. But their badges were genuine, and their sidearms were very real. The scene laid out before them was undeniable. A very large white man was choking a much smaller, elderly Asian man and forcibly marching him backward. A politician would call it a public relations nightmare. So I stopped, obviously, and let him go. The man immediately bolted, weaving left and right before vanishing into the cityscape. The cops didn't chase him. Why would they? In their eyes, he was the victim, and they had just witnessed the crime firsthand. The perpetrator was standing right there. Case closed. I had a fraction of a second to decide run or stay. I figured the long shadow of John O'Day's influence would reach me just as fast either way. By now, the rifleman was certainly long gone, and staying put meant I wouldn't have to get winded, so I stayed. They arrested me on the spot right outside a tabac for what felt like a laundry list of charges: assault, battery, hate crime, elder abuse, the whole ugly catalog. They stuffed me into the back of their car and drove to the precinct station on Rue Lecourbe. The desk officers searched me, confiscating Scarangello's cell phone, my new passport, my toothbrush, my bank card, all my American cash, and even Casey Nice's empty prescription bottle. Then they deposited me in a holding cell with two other occupants. One was drunk, the other was clearly high. I made the drunk guy surrender his spot on the bench. It's always best to establish the pecking order right from the start. It would spare him a whole lot of hassle down the line. I settled into his spot, my back against the cool wall, and settled in to wait. I figured I'd be logged into the system within 20 minutes, and I was certain Scarangello would be searching for me by then. It took her a full hour to track me down. She arrived with the silver-haired man in the expensive suit, who clearly carried some weight around that precinct. Every officer in the room snapped to attention. A minute later, my belongings were back in my pockets, and 60 seconds after that, we were standing on the sidewalk. I was free and clear. That was the kind of pull O'Day commanded. Scarangello slid into the back of the same black sedan she'd used from the airport, and I followed her in. The suited man remained on the curb, shutting the door firmly before calling out to the driver in rapid French, "Take them directly to the airport." The car pulled away quickly. I twisted in my seat to see the man watch us for a moment before turning and disappearing back into the station. Scarangello broke the silence. "Why did you run?" "I didn't run," I replied. "I don't care for running. I walked. Why, I'm here as your investigator. I was looking for the shooter. That's what investigators do. You were miles off. You were in a completely different part of the city. I assumed he wouldn't have stayed in the area. You assumed wrong. So what happened? They apprehended him and his rifle. They got him. He waited right there on the scene. Which suspect was it? None of them. It was a Vietnamese kid, maybe 20 years old. And the rifle? An AK-47. That's nonsense, she said, in your professional opinion. I opened my mouth to respond, but she raised a hand to stop me. Don't tell me anything. I don't want the raw details. There could be subpoenas flying by tomorrow. It's safer if I don't know. I'm going to wait for the official report. I said, I was going to ask if you'd mind a small detour. The plane is waiting. It can't leave without us. Where do you want to go? I leaned forward and spoke to the driver in French. Head for the Bastille and turn right. The driver considered for a second. Onto Roquette? All the way to the end, I confirmed. Then wait at the gate. Yes, sir, he said. Scarangello turned to question me again, but her gaze didn't reach my face. It landed on the shoulder of my jacket. The fabric, once red and gray, was now a dark, stained brown and purple, and on closer inspection was speckled with tiny, pale fragments of bone. She asked, What is that? Just a guy I used to know, I said. That's revolting. Consider it raw data. You need a new jacket. This jacket is new. You have to get rid of it. We'll go buy you another one right now. The plane is waiting. How long could it possibly take? This is Paris, I said. Nothing in the stores is going to fit me. She asked, Where are we going? There's something I want to do before we leave. What? I want to take a walk. Where? You'll see. We crossed the Seine on the Austerlitz Bridge, hooked a left onto the Boulevard de la Bastille, and sped toward the monument itself, weaving through traffic with a fluid urgency as if we had a police escort. The monument sat at the center of a frenetic traffic circle. The Place de la Bastille, and its fourth exit was the Rue de la Roquette, leading east directly to the cemetery gates. Père Lachaise, Scarangello noted, a flicker of recognition in her tone. Chopin is buried here, and Molière, and Edith Piaf and Jim Morrison, I added, from the Doors. We don't have time for sightseeing. It won't take long, I said. The driver parked at the ornate gate, and I stepped out. Scarangello followed. A small wooden booth sold maps to all the famous graves, like a macabre version of a Hollywood star map. We walked in on a wide, gritty path, turning left and right past elaborate stone mausoleums and white marble headstones. I navigated from memory, the route imprinted from a damp, sullen winter morning many years before. The air here felt different, thick with silence and old stories, a stark contrast to the city's noise just beyond the walls. I moved slowly, pausing now and then to examine the surroundings until I located the correct spot. It was now a stretch of lawn, bright with the fresh green of spring, dotted with headstones that were wide and low to the ground. I found the one I was looking for. It was a pale stone, hardly touched by weather. The two lines of inscription still sharp and clear: Josephine Moutier Reacher, 1930 to 1990. 60 years of life I had come into the world precisely at its midpoint. I stood there, my hands hanging at my sides, another man's blood and brain matter drying on my jacket. "Family," Scarangello asked quietly. "My mother," I told her. "Why is she buried here of all places? She was born in Paris, and she died here." "Is that why you know the city so well?" I gave a slow nod. "We visited from time to time. After my father passed, she made her home here on the Avenue Rap, across from Les Invalides. I came to see her when I could." Scarangello fell silent for a while, perhaps out of respect. She moved to stand beside me, our shoulders almost touching. "What was she like?" she finally asked. I thought for a moment. Small, with dark hair and striking blue eyes. Very feminine and incredibly stubborn. But she was usually cheerful. She made the best of whatever came her way. She'd walk into some shabby marine housing unit and laugh and say, "Oh, mes sweet home." She could never quite pronounce the H because of her French accent. Scarangello said softly, "60 isn't very old." "I'm sorry. We get what we get," I replied. She never complained. What happened? Lung cancer? She smoked heavily. She was French, after all. This is Père Lachaise Cemetery? I know. I mean, it's not easy to be buried here. It's almost an honor. Obviously, I said, a dry edge entering my voice. Otherwise, the place would be packed shoulder to shoulder with the departed. Was it because of war service? Scarangello studied the headstone again. Which war? World War II. She would have been 15 when it ended. They were desperate times, I said. What did she do? Resistance work. Allied airmen shot down over Holland or Belgium were funneled south through Paris. There was an underground network. Her job was to guide them from one train station to the next and put them on the right path. When was this? Most of 1943. They say she made about 80 trips. She was 13. Desperate times, I repeated, the words feeling heavier now. A schoolgirl made perfect cover. She was trained to say the airmen were uncles or brothers visiting from out of town. Usually they were dressed like peasants or office workers. She was risking her life, her whole family's life, every single day. But she handled it. She got the job done, Scarangello said. That wasn't in your file. No one knew. She never spoke about it. I'm not even sure my father knew the full story. After she died, we found a medal tucked away. Then an old man showed up at the funeral and told us everything. He'd been her handler. I assume he's gone now, too. I haven't been back since we buried her. This is the first time I've seen the headstone. My brother must have arranged it. He chose well. I nodded. A simple memorial for a woman who never sought attention. I closed my eyes and let the memory surface the last time I saw her alive. We were having breakfast, both her grown sons, in her apartment on the Avenue Rap. The Berlin Wall was coming down. She was already very ill by then, but she'd mustered the energy to dress neatly and act as though it were any ordinary morning. We drank coffee and ate croissants. Or rather, my brother and I did. While she concealed her lack of appetite behind a stream of conversation, she talked about all sorts of things. People we'd known, places we'd lived, stories from over the years. Then she grew quiet for a minute, before delivering the same two messages she'd always given us. It was a kind of ritual. She'd done it 1,000 times. With effort, she pushed herself up from her chair, stepped behind my brother Joe, and placed her hands on his shoulders, all part of the familiar routine. She bent and kissed his cheek from the side, just like always, and asked him, "What don't you need to do, Joe?" Joe didn't answer. Our silence was part of it then. She said, "You don't need to solve all the world's problems, only some of them. There are plenty for everyone." She kissed him once more, then maneuvered behind me to press a kiss to my cheek. Her small hands spanned my shoulders, feeling the solid muscle, still amazed that her once tiny baby had grown so large. Even though I was nearing 30, she remarked, "You have the strength of two ordinary young men. What will you do with it?" I stayed quiet, as was our custom. She answered for me, saying, "You will do what is right." And I had tried, for the most part. That effort had landed me in trouble at times, and at other times earned me commendations of my own. As a small token, I had buried my silver star with her. It was right there beneath my feet in the Parisian soil, 6 feet down. I pictured the ribbon decayed, but imagined the metal still gleaming. I opened my eyes, stepped back, looked at Scarangello, and said, "All right, we can leave now." Chapter 19. The airplane cabin was stuffy, so out of consideration for Scarangello's delicate state, I removed my battered jacket, turned it inside out, folded it, and tossed it onto an empty seat. We exited French airspace within 40 minutes, then cut diagonally across Great Britain, cruising 8 miles high before beginning the long journey over the remote North Atlantic, a great circle route. We ate food the crew had grabbed at Le Bourget, then settled into reclined seats on opposite sides of the aisle, positioned head to toe, near but not too near. I asked her, who exactly was the man in the suit? She replied, the head of counterterrorism for the DGSE. Was the Vietnamese kid with the AK-47 one of his? His? Another pawn for the press? No, he was genuine, still up there at an attic window. I said nothing. She asked, "What? You don't want me telling you things? Is this something O'Day will piece together? I'm certain he already has. Then you can give me the detailed background. What do you recall about the Soviets?" "Many things," I said. "Above all, they were pragmatic, especially regarding human nature and the caliber of their own personnel. They maintained a massive army, which meant their average soldier was often lazy, inept, and not exactly brimming with talent. They accepted that reality and knew there was little they could change. So instead of trying to train their troops up to the level of modern weaponry, they engineered their modern weaponry down to the level of their troops. It was a genuinely radical philosophy. Okay, hence the AK-47. Take one example. What does a panicked soldier do under fire? He grabs his rifle, fumbles with the fire selector, and pulls the trigger. Our rifles go from safe to semi-automatic to full auto, neat, linear, and logical. But the Soviets knew that meant 99 times out of 100, their guy would panic and shove the selector all the way over, dumping a whole magazine on the first frantic, unaimed shot. That would leave him with an empty weapon at the very start of a firefight. Not ideal. So the AK selector goes safe, then full auto, then semi-automatic, not linear, not logical, but brutally practical. Semi-auto becomes the default, full auto requires a deliberate choice, okay? And they knew the rifle would get zero care or maintenance in the field, so they built it to work under virtually any conditions. Pull the trigger and it fires. We recovered AK-47s that had been buried for years, the wood eaten by insects, and they still functioned perfectly. Okay. And they understood their average soldier couldn't hit anything beyond a couple 100 feet anyway. Probably couldn't see that far either, so why waste resources on precision? The AK-47 prioritizes reliability first, second, and third. Accuracy isn't even on the list. It's a close-quarters tool, practically a long-range handgun across the street, maybe a city block away, or from one riverbank to the opposite shore. You're claiming the shot was impossible? Not a chance. Give Kott, Carson, or Datsev the finest AK-47 ever assembled, and they'd be ineffective past 400 yards. The bullet that killed Kenkin traveled roughly 1,600 yards, 4 times that distance. They wouldn't have even struck the correct building. Besides, the round itself is weak. It would have barely reached the target. They'd have needed to arc it upward at a steep angle, like tossing a slow, looping curveball up and then down, similar to a missile's trajectory. An impossible shot, even if by some miracle it connected. The bullet would have arrived with so little force you could have batted it away with a table tennis paddle. It would have just ricocheted off his hair product, but it didn't. It took his head clean off his shoulders. So what does that mean? It wasn't some 20-year-old Vietnamese kid with an AK-47. Then why was he positioned there? My guess is he was part of a packaged arrangement. Carson, Datsev, whoever it was, hired some local assistants in Paris that could easily be Vietnamese. There's a large community there. I'm sure most are honest, driving cabs or working hard, but there are undoubtedly some involved in gangs. They probably placed 10 or 12 on the street as a moving perimeter around the shooter to protect his escape. No question the old man who stopped me was one of them. He was creating a distraction. They put the kid in the attic as a decoy. They're initiating him. He's proving his loyalty. Get arrested, keep quiet, hold firm, and he's earned his place. I'd bet his gun didn't even have a firing pin, just to ensure he gets off on a technicality. Scarangello was silent for a moment, then said, "It has to be Datsev, doesn't it? What possible motive would Cott or Carson have against Kenkin?" I replied. "I'm certain O'Day has a whole catalog of theories about that, but it turned out the Socratic method had its limits." O'Day, Shoemaker, and Nice had engaged in extensive debate, yet hadn't uncovered any universally accepted truths. They had gathered detailed reports from Paris, Moscow, and London, along with diagrams, photographs, video footage, and after-action reviews, scrutinizing the data repeatedly, but had drawn no firm conclusions. They were waiting to hear what I had to say. We touched down at Pope Field in the late afternoon, less than a full day after we departed, having regained the 6 hours we lost on the outbound trip. Scarangello wanted to shower before we all convened, which seemed reasonable, so O'Day gave us 30 minutes. I spent that time in the shower as well, first rinsing Kenkin's residue from my coat, easy enough since the fabric was waterproof, so the mess washed right off. I kept at it until the water ran clear, then patted the coat dry with a towel. After that, I scrubbed myself down using shampoo and soap, then dressed quickly enough to grab something from the buffet room before the meeting started. The selection was sparse, but at least there was coffee, so I took a cup and headed upstairs. O'Day was in his usual place with Shoemaker right beside him. Casey Nice greeted me with a smile, and I took a seat. Scarangello came in right after me, radiant from the hot water, her hair still damp, wearing another black skirt suit. O'Day began. "First, let's address the Vietnamese element." I said there's a first time for everything. He didn't crack a smile. I figured he was probably only around 80 during that old conflict, maybe overseeing some of the strategy, and was still a bit touchy about it. Casey Nice stepped into the awkward pause. She said, "We're operating under the assumption that the sniper or his employers hired local criminal elements for support, or as a way to secure permission to operate on their turf, possibly both." "Likely," I agreed. "Unless the employers are Vietnamese themselves, maybe it's a state-sponsored operation. Maybe they're planning to move into Russia. You can't be serious." "Not entirely," I admitted. "I see your point. It was local backing." "In that case, pride and discipline will keep them from revealing anything useful, which leaves us with nothing but our own take on a messy half-told story. Not half-told from Kenkin's perspective. We believe he came to Paris desperate to persuade us and the British that Datsev wasn't involved. Do you agree?" I gave a nod. "He claimed an audition was beneath Datsev, and according to the DGSE, Kenkin was fixated on proving the shot was designed to miss, which it was by all accounts, left and slightly low. Moscow insists Datsev never misses, and left and a little low just happens to be Kott's calling card from his time in Arkansas. Those paper targets we saw tell the same story." I leaned forward. "Cott wasn't the one on that balcony." O'Day glanced up. "How can you be sure?" "The DGSE agent concluded the shooter was seated behind a planter, but Cott spent a full year training in a prone position. It becomes second nature, like how you sleep. Everyone has a natural stance. Sitting behind a planter isn't his. O'Day nodded slowly. Good to keep in mind, Casey Nice added, but Kenkin couldn't have known that. All he could argue was that Datsev wouldn't have missed. So he was feeling confident, right up until he was shot. That's where it gets murky. First, it wasn't Datsev, then suddenly it was. There's history between Datsev and Kenkin, but presumably none between Kenkin and either Kott or Carson. Stand up, I said. She blinked. What? Stand up and take off your shoe. Why? Just do it. She rose, looking puzzled. Which one? Either. I stood as well. She bent and slipped off her left shoe. I walked over to the door, a standard painted wood panel, about 6.5 feet tall and 2.5 feet wide. Imagine this is a glass panel. Tough glass, I give you one solid swing with that heel to shatter it. Show me where you'd aim. She hesitated, then limped over barefoot, reversing the shoe in her grip. She stopped short. I don't know enough about this. It's materials science, the physics of durable surfaces. Datsev, Kott, and Carson aren't scientists either. Go on instinct. Her eyes darted across the door. She lifted the shoe tentatively, adjusting her aim as she mentally tested different spots. Walk me through it, I said. Not near the edge, she began. I think it would just chip, like taking a small bite out of a big cookie. All right. Not dead center either. The impact shock would spread out evenly, then maybe rebound internally and cancel itself out. It might just flex like hitting a drumhead. So where? Somewhere off center, but not too far. So the stress is uneven, the internal pressures would work in your favor. Show me. She took a final look, mimed a firm swing, and placed the heel against the paint inside the upper left quadrant. If the door was scaled up to the size of the bulletproof shield in Paris, her mark would be a little over 500 millimeters from the left edge and about 700 millimeters down from the top. The second shot was meant to kill, I said, not the first. The first was only meant to break the glass, so it wasn't a miss, it was perfectly on target. Casey Nice hopped on one foot to get her shoe back on, and we returned to our seats. I think Kenkin understood this from the beginning, I continued. What the DGSE pieced together didn't make Datsev less likely. It made him more so. He arrived in Paris hoping his son was in the clear, but everything he saw told him otherwise. Shoemaker remarked, any one of those three could have made that first shot, but consider the follow-up shot. That's what was weighing on Kenkin's mind. The shooter had to shift his aim roughly 6 inches up and to the right to hit the target, and do it incredibly fast from 1,400 yards out. That means moving the muzzle a precise 7/1000th of an inch, not a fraction more or less, and it had to be smooth, fluid, and exact, all while staying perfectly calm. There was no time to settle, check the sight picture, or control your breathing. If the glass had shattered, the French official would have been scrambling instantly. Instead, he was swarmed by agents within 2 seconds. Picture it. You fire, adjust the muzzle that tiny critical amount, and fire again, all faster than I can describe it. That would require almost supernatural skill, and according to Kenkin, Datsev was exactly that, supernatural. O'Day nodded slowly. All right, we're getting somewhere. So the shooter was Datsev. Kenkin was convinced of it. I was watching him closely. He was a tough old bird, but he had a softer side. He was grumpy that morning, having gotten up far too early. Yet there was a lightness to him. At first, it was just a pleasant day out in Paris. Someone else's headache, probably mine. He even bought my breakfast. Then the pieces started falling into place, and the day wasn't so pleasant anymore. Suddenly, it was his problem. He'd have to go back and deliver the bad news, and he really didn't want to. There was a definite bureaucrat in him, but then Datsev shot him and saved him the trouble. No, I said. Datsev didn't shoot him. Chapter 20, I continued. You really have to think about that second shot, and don't just take my word for it. Get on the phone and call our top 5 snipers, recon Marines, SEALs, Delta Force, wherever. I'm sure you could do that. I'm sure you have them all on speed dial. For that matter, I'm sure they all work for you, just like Datsev worked for the KGB. Shoemaker corrected. The KGB has been history for a long time. It's the SVR now. Old wine in new bottles. My point is, ask our best guys about that second shot. Ask them about two trigger pulls like a rapid double tap, with nothing in between except a 6-inch deflection at 1,400 yards, and they're doing it with a rifle over 5 feet long that weighs more than an iron bar. What would they tell me? They'd tell you, hell yes, sir, we could make that shot blindfolded. So, what's the issue? The issue is then you'd say, knock off the rah-rah nonsense, soldier, and give me the truth, and to a man they'd swear that shot was impossible. Apparently Kenkin didn't think so. He bought into his own legend. But Datsev is human, just like you or me. Well, like me, anyway. He couldn't have made that shot. No one on Earth could have made that shot. So what are you suggesting? There were two shooters. The room fell silent then, and I used the pause to finish my coffee. I said one of them was either Datsev or Carson, and the other one was John Cott. O'Day lifted his head slowly, like an old turtle emerging from sand, and said, "You just told us quite emphatically that Cott wasn't there." I said he wasn't on the balcony. He was in the dining room, lying prone on the table, the end section of which was about the size of a 4x8 sheet of plywood. He was aiming right over his partner's head. Think it through, two snipers. One is cross-legged behind the planter, the other is prone on the table. They've been in position for 30 minutes. They're in the zone, breathing slow, just floating. The French doors are open. The one behind the planter is set up on the glass shield. He's chambered an armor-piercing round by pure instinct. He's chosen the exact same aiming point. Ms. Nice did, above and behind him. The sniper on the table is ready, a precision round loaded and waiting. He's got the Frenchman in his sights, the crosshairs resting right on the temple. Could the guy be wearing body armor under that suit? Possibly, but why gamble on an unknown? The head's the surer bet, so there it is, framed in the scope. He's just waiting for the window to shatter, but it never did, so they clear out fast, getting away from the scene. Caught, though, he stays in Paris. He'd rather end the whole investigation right there. He sets up watch on that balcony day after day, or maybe someone in French intelligence tips him off worth looking into. Either way, his moment finally comes. 3 investigators show up. When he saw me through his scope, he must have thought he hit the jackpot. His pulse must have raced before he steadied himself and squeezed the trigger and hit Kenkin accidentally. Not accidentally. He nailed me dead center. A perfect shot, an absolute sure thing. I was a goner from the instant he fired, but that bullet was in the air for almost 4 seconds, and there was a sudden gust of wind. I remember seeing it. The muzzle flash, then a flag snapping taut, and then Kenkin went down because the wind pushed the bullet. Just about 1.5 feet over 1,600 yards, it drifted it slightly, leftward as it flew from my chest straight to his head. You can't prove that I can. If Datsev had been aiming at Kenkin, Bennett would have been killed next in line. You can't argue with the wind. It was right there. The flags whipped wild and then went still just as quick. It was a gusty morning all along. Check the records. O'Day fell quiet for a moment, then he said, 2 shooters? Good grief. Then he added, we need to take this theory to London and Moscow, assuming we're all agreed. Rick? Showmaker paused briefly, then nodded. I'm in, he said. Joan? Scarangello said, better to assume 2 if it turns out to be 1 than 1 if it's really 2. We should lean toward caution. O'Day didn't ask Casey Nice. I said, I'm heading to London now. O'Day said, now. I don't care about the photo in his room. I don't even care that the little punk took a shot at me. That's part of the job for someone like me. But he got sloppy and he missed. Shouldn't have tried on a windy day. He killed a man who didn't deserve it. That's different. That was a mistake. And like you said, I caught him once. I can catch him again. And then what? I'll tear his arm clean out of the socket and beat him to death with it. Negative, O'Day said. You'll go to London when I say so. This is a delicate operation. Preparations need to be made. You can't order me around. I'm a civilian, doing a service for your country. Let's do this properly. I didn't answer, he said. Kenkin wasn't an innocent man, he was KGB. He did terrible things. I stayed silent, he said. I told you so. Told me what? It's not the same when there's a sniper out there? Scarangelo asked, will they work together in London too? Probably, I said. It's a target-rich environment. Doubling up would multiply their impact. So who's the likely second shooter, Carson or Datsev? I'm not a betting man. If you were, then Carson. Kenkin said Datsev wouldn't audition. That didn't sound like bragging to me. It felt real. Wait until we're ready, O'Day said. Then you can go to London. The meeting broke up and I headed down and out the red door, making for my makeshift quarters. But Casey Nice caught up to me a few steps later and said, you want to go get some dinner? Sounded good to me. The last hot meal I'd had was that croque madame in Paris, bought by Yevgeny Kenkin himself. I said, where? Off base, she said. Barbecue or something like that. You have a car? Sort of. What does that mean? You'll see, deal, I said. I should change, she added. She was wearing a black skirt suit, dark stockings, nice shoes, perfect for Washington, D.C. Or Virginia, but maybe a little out of place in a rural cabin near Fayetteville. I told her, I don't mind waiting. Give me 5. She replied, though it ended up being closer to 10. The wait was justified. A knock came at my door, and when I opened it, there she was with her hair pulled back, wearing an outfit that echoed her Arkansas look. It was that same brown leather jacket over a plain white tee, paired with jeans that were a similar shade but cut lower. These were thoroughly worn in scuffed and faded, what some might call distressed. That term always struck me as odd. How could anyone be upset about being in a pair of jeans that looked that good? She dangled a set of car keys from her finger, holding them up with a hint of warning. I should probably apologize now, she said. What for? You'll find out. And I did. About 200 yards later, in a fenced lot near Popefield's Perimeter Road. The space was packed with exactly what you'd expect: aging pickup trucks, domestic muscle cars from 2 decades back, and banged-up European sedans brought stateside after tours in Germany. I scanned for anything unusual and spotted a tiny lavender Mini Cooper, then tucked further back a newer model yellow Volkswagen Beetle, half hidden behind what looked like a monstrous old farm rig. I figured the Beetle was hers, given the apology, maybe a graduation gift, complete with a daisy on the dash to match the paint. But no, it was the hideous farm vehicle beside it. What on earth is this? I asked. Parts of it used to be a Ford Bronco, she explained. The rest is just sheet metal welded on whenever the original bits fell off. The brown color, that's an even mix of rust and mud. I was told not to wash the mud off. It acts as a protective layer against corrosion and adds some structural integrity. Where'd you get it? Bought it from a guy at Fort Benning? How much? $22. Impressive. Hop in. It's unlocked. I never bother locking it. Honestly, why would I? The passenger door hinge was more rust than mud, and it took a good shove to get it moving. It screeched open just wide enough for me to slide in sideways, and I noticed Casey Nice was doing the same on her side, like we were both limbo dancing toward each other. There were no seat belts. There weren't really seats either, just a frayed green canvas sling hanging off a tubular metal frame. The engine eventually coughed to life after a series of pops and churns, settling into a wet, uneven idle. The transmission was slower than a cross-country mail delivery. She wrestled the shifter into reverse, and all the mechanical parts inside seemed to hold a meeting, taking roll call and debating whether to proceed. After a lengthy discussion, the truck finally lurched backward. She turned the steering wheel, which looked like a workout, then jammed the shifter into a forward gear. First, the reversing committee had to adjourn, approve the minutes, and clear the room. Then the forward crew clocked in, got settled, and began their own lengthy deliberation. Several seconds ticked by before the truck grudgingly slouched forward, stuttering at first, then gradually building momentum as it rolled stubbornly toward the exit gate. I said, you should have just stolen John Cott's old blue pickup. It would have been a major upgrade. This thing gets me from point A to point B, she replied. And what if you need to get to C or D? It's a nice evening. Walking is healthy. We rolled out through one of Fort Bragg's many side gates and into the civilian world, or at least a version of it tailored to the military. We were on a plain, two-lane North Carolina road lined on both sides with businesses catering exclusively to the tastes and budgets of service members, payday loan shops, fast food joints, used car lots, prepaid phone stores, dollar discount shops, video game exchanges, and every kind of bar and lounge you could imagine. The truck rolled on for another slow mile. The roadside diners and gas stations gradually giving way to stretches of empty land and dense pine forest, opening into a wide, quiet expanse ahead. We weren't moving fast, and the scent of overheated oil hung in the cab, but we were still making our way forward. Casey Nice took a right turn, steering us further into the isolated landscape, clearly aiming for a spot she remembered. As the trees closed in, she asked, "Does it get under your skin, knowing Cot is sitting somewhere celebrating all the times you've come up short?" "Not particularly," I replied. "It's all out there for anyone to see. It would eat at me," she said. "Face to face, I'm still ahead by one. He should be focused on that because of a sudden change in the wind. Some people are just born under a lucky star. You also made sure you were positioned upwind from everyone else. That's true. Was that a conscious choice?" "It's instinct, which is probably just another way of saying it was deliberate." Ahead, strings of bare bulbs appeared, threaded through the branches leading to a rough clearing where a weathered shack stood. Mismatched tables and chairs were scattered across the packed dirt and gravel. Smoke curled from a metal chimney pipe carrying the rich, deep smell of barbecue. Casey Nice glanced over. "This work for you, my exact kind of spot?" I said. She wrestled the truck to a stop, stomping and pumping the brakes before turning onto the uneven lot. The engine coughed and rattled for a full minute after she turned the key off before finally going silent. We found a table under the open sky. The place had no sign out front and no printed menu. Your options were meat, either ribs or pulled pork with a side of plain white bread or baked beans, and a choice of 3 sodas from a cooler. They served it on foam plates with plastic cutlery, cash only, and our waitress couldn't have been more than 12. Perfect. We ordered ribs and bread for her, pork and beans for me, both with Cokes. The night was clear and cool, stars visible above the pines. The clearing was about half occupied. I fished the small plastic bottle from my pocket and set it on the table, the label turned away. "You should take this back. Ingesting pocket fuzz probably isn't part of any recommended treatment plan." She left it sitting for a beat, then reached into her own jacket and brought out a handful of pills. 7 this time, fewer than I'd seen before. She blew off a bit of dust, picked up the bottle, thumbed off the cap, and tipped them back in. I asked, "Who's Antonio Luna?" "A friend," she said. "I call him Tony Moon, someone from work. Just a guy I know, a guy who happened to have an empty prescription bottle right when you needed one." She stayed quiet. "Or maybe he pretends to have issues, gets the scripts, and passes them to you because you can't go through official channels." "Is this really your concern?" she asked, her tone tightening. "Not in the slightest," I said. She pocketed the bottle. "There's nothing wrong with me." "Glad to hear it," I said. Then our food arrived, and all thoughts of pills, real or otherwise, vanished. The beans were standard, the Coke was fine, but the meat was incredible. Here we were in an unnamed clearing in the middle of nowhere, North Carolina, and I couldn't think of a place I'd rather be. Casey Nice seemed to agree, smiling as she worked the meat from the ribs, licking her fingers. It was all good right up until her phone buzzed. She wiped her hands clean, answered, listened briefly, and ended the call. "We need to head back," she said, her expression turning serious. "There's been a development in London." Back at Fort Bragg, we found O'Day, Shoemaker, and Scarangello waiting for us in the upstairs room. What had happened in London was that someone had been killed. That in itself wasn't unusual. In a city of millions, people die every day from every conceivable cause. But this death wasn't from old age or illness or a common accident. This was a targeted execution, a single high-powered rifle shot to the head. Shoemaker laid out the details. In London, a major Albanian crime boss named Karol Libor was living large and dangerously. He had built an empire on drugs, weapons, and human trafficking, which made him both incredibly wealthy and intensely paranoid. His security was airtight, every move was planned, every location pre-scouted, yet all that protection meant nothing when a .50 caliber bullet, fired from nearly a mile off, turned his head into a grisly mess across the armored Range Rover he was about to enter. Thoughts? O'Day prompted. Shoemaker leaned back, leaving the question hanging. Scarangelo looked toward Casey Neese, who simply shook her head. I broke the silence. Cott and Carson are already on the ground in London. They're recruiting local muscle, but not with cash. This time, payment came in the form of removing a competitor. O'Day gave a slow nod. A rival who was nearly untouchable at street level, but look up. London's rooftops are crowded, plenty of vantage points 1,000 yards out. For a shooter like Cott, that's practically close range. Or Carson, I added. Or Datsev, O'Day countered. Carson is still your theory. We have to stay objective. Anything similar in Paris? Yes, though we didn't connect it at the time, O'Day admitted. About a week before the presidential attempt, an Algerian kingpin was stabbed to death in Montmartre. Looking back, the Vietnamese crews had motive. Casey Nice spoke up. Who gains from Libor's death in London? We're still piecing it together, O'Day said. Early intel points to two groups. A Serbian crew operating in West London and a traditional British outfit in the East End. MI5 confirms Libor was causing problems for both. Where's the G8 venue? I asked. East London. Then if they're sticking close, they're working with the local Brits. Scarangelo frowned. For what exactly? Shoemaker cut in. Part of the payment is like an old-school tribute, permission to operate on their turf. The rest buys logistics, safe houses, lookouts, and layered security on the day, just like we saw in Paris. That complicates things for us. Scarangelo noted. I shook my head. Actually, it simplifies things. We're not hunting two men anymore. We're tracking a whole network. Maybe 50 guys call it local support. I call it a trail of breadcrumbs. O'Day shifted topics. By the way, you were right about Cott's neighbor. The FBI recovered most of 10,000 in cash. Not in his closet, though. Where? In the washing machine on his front porch. Clever, I said. I should have checked that. Who paid him? He won't talk, and enhanced interrogation isn't currently in vogue. He's terrified, that tells us something. Also, the French recovered the bullet that killed Kenkin this morning, O'Day continued. It was mangled from hitting the building, but the composition matches the fragments from Arkansas, possibly from the same batch. I nodded. That brings up travel. He didn't fly commercial. You'd have a record, and you can't check a .50 cal rifle and ammo without raising eyebrows. Two options, Shoemaker said, a cargo ship out of Mobile or Galveston, or a private flight from practically anywhere. Private airfields in Europe barely have customs. It has to be a private plane, O'Day concluded. These people aren't pinching pennies, 10 grand for some backwoods guy in Arkansas. That's overkill. He would have taken a few hundred and been thrilled. They're not shopping for bargains, they're buying silence. They're after quick fixes, and they've got the funding to pull them off. Casey Nice wondered, how did they reach London today? Most likely by train through the Channel Tunnel, Scarangelo replied. There's a passport check in Paris, but otherwise it's a smooth and fast ride straight from city center to city center. What about their rifles? How did they move those? Could have been golf bags or ski bags. Plenty of travelers haul odd-looking luggage without a second glance. How did they connect with local support in London? Who did they know to contact? Probably from prior research, maybe arrangements made in advance. We'll have more answers by morning, O'Day cut in. Take the rest of the evening for yourselves. We'll meet again at breakfast. I headed down the stairs and out the red door, but soon heard the sharp click of dress shoes and the soft whisper of dark stockings behind me. Turning, I saw Joan Scarangelo catching up, her eyes holding a weary intensity. We need to talk, she stated. About what? You? What about me? Not out here. Where then your quarters? They feel empty, like neutral ground. We walked over together. I unlocked the door and we settled in as before, me on the sofa, her in a chair, angled so we faced each other directly. Did you enjoy your dinner? She asked. It was all right, I said. You? I spent it debating with Generals O'Day and Shoemaker, arguing over the menu. No. About your part in London. It won't be like Paris. The British are different. They'll run their own operation, they'll take advice and intel, but they won't let us act directly on their soil, and we have to respect that. They're crucial allies in many ways. So, my position is that you should go as an acknowledged asset, but O'Day argued against it, because then I'd be too restricted to do anything useful. Scarangello nodded. He wants you there as a private citizen, not tied to us, which means if you're caught roughing up some high-profile target on a London street, there will be absolutely nothing we can do to help you. I'll be careful. I'm serious, she insisted. General O'Day is discussing actions that are blatantly illegal. Your mere presence there would be a violation. Allies take a very dim view of unacknowledged assets operating inside their borders. If you mess up, you'll be treated as a common criminal, nothing more. Actually worse. The embassy checks on regular criminals, but no one will check on you. They'll run a mile in the opposite direction because we'll tell them to. I'll be careful, I repeated. She paused, then said, I read the John Cott file. And, you handled the interrogation very well, thanks. You gave him enough rope and he hung himself. He was arrogant, couldn't stand being challenged. I nodded. That sums it up. Then her tone shifted, turning dry and pointed. I think you're just as bad as he was. I stayed quiet. She pressed. This is where you tell me you've never cut anyone's throat. I would if the situation called for it. I believe it's too risky to send you to London in any capacity. Then don't, meaning you'd find a way there on your own. It's a free country. I could take your passport back. It's right here in my pocket. Feel free to try. I could cancel it in the system. You'd be detained at the airport. Your call, I said, doesn't bother me. Cott will come home eventually. I'll deal with him then. Meanwhile, there'll be all that paralysis, crashing markets, recession, people going hungry, wars igniting, the whole world falling apart, none of which will trouble me much. I can take care of myself, and I don't exactly have a large stock portfolio to worry about. She fell silent, I added. You need the best help available. Anything less would be negligent. I believe I've heard that line somewhere before, and you're the best help? That's yet to be seen. Either the job gets done or it doesn't. I might be the one to do it, or maybe not. The future is unpredictable, but my history suggests I can handle myself without causing harm. You could cause harm by getting detained within minutes, she countered. Then we'd have a security crisis layered with a diplomatic mess. I'm not convinced I can rely on you. Then come along yourself, I proposed. You could approve each step. We could consult side by side, not from a distance. She gave a slow nod. That's essentially the arrangement I settled on with O'Day. Seriously, not me personally, she clarified. Casey Nice will accompany you. Unofficially, she isn't on their watch list far too junior, and currently she isn't even CIA, she's with the State Department. What are the rules? You follow her instructions precisely. After Scarangello departed, leaving a faint trace of clean soap and warmth in the room, I waited a moment before heading out myself back to the familiar red door. Upstairs in Shoemaker's office, I found him at his desk. Scarangello filled me in on your dinner discussion, I said. He looked up, pleased. Absolutely thrilled, I replied, my tone dry. I'm doing backflips over here. Try to see the advantage. You'll require updates and intel. We'll provide them to Nice, and she'll pass them to you. Without her, you'd be operating blind. Has she ever worked a field assignment abroad? No. Has she worked any field assignment? Not in a formal capacity. Do you genuinely believe this is wise? It's a necessary middle ground. It gets you on the ground. You aren't obligated to obey her, but I am responsible for her safety. She understands the risks, and she's more resilient than she appears. You've mentioned that before, was I mistaken? I considered her associate Tony Moon and stayed silent. Shoemaker leaned forward. You can walk away, Reacher. You owe me nothing. The statute of limitations expired long ago. Using that angle was O'Day's notion, a psychological tactic, he called it. He argued it was the only approach that might work. Was he mistaken? Walk away if you choose, he repeated. There are hundreds of analysts and agents on this. The British are treating it with extreme seriousness. They already were. A G8 summit is the pinnacle event in the security world. They're fully engaged. You wouldn't be missed. You're one person. What possible difference could you make? Is this another attempt at psychological manipulation? I want you there, certainly. I want everyone there, a human barrier if it comes to that. Whatever it takes. Because if an American marksman turns the G8 into the G4, our nation faces profound consequences. Is that meant to appeal to my patriotism? Is this some basic manipulation course? Go speak with O'Day, he said. I did just that, stepping past the conference room to the adjacent office. O'Day was at his desk in his usual black blazer and sweater, head bowed. He lifted his gaze without moving his neck, as if it pained him. This ranks among the worst ideas I've ever heard, I stated. Even so, he replied, it's your clearest path to John Cott. I'll be funneling everything I learned to Ms. Nice. You'll have the entire government's resources behind you, and you need to close this now. You won't rest until he's dealt with. I'm resting just fine. Then set your pride aside. We've all read your file, of course. Those pages from Cott's bedroom wall, we know what they recount. Our MS Nice happens to be the same age as Dominique Cole was, the agent who was mutilated with a kitchen knife because you sent her to apprehend a madman. Yes, I said flatly. That's what those pages say. Are you superstitious? Everyone turns 28 eventually. There's no connection here. And you won't be sending her to make any arrests because there won't be any arrests. I want you in place, solely you, up close. And I want you to bring me definitive proof. Why, me? There are hundreds working this. If it were straightforward, undoubtedly one of them would succeed. But it won't be straightforward. That's the reality. It might slip right past all of them. That's what worries me. I need a final safeguard. I need someone I can trust, he said, which I took as another one of his psychological observations. The next morning I met with Casey Neese. She'd already been briefed and was practically buzzing with energy. She walked me through the protocols. Our cell phones had built-in GPS, so they'd be tracking our every move. She'd be getting live updates through voice calls, texts, and emails. We had each other's numbers saved, along with Generals O'Day and Shoemaker for emergencies, all calls encrypted and untraceable. I asked, "Did they go over the rules of engagement with you?" "Yes," she replied. "Who told you?" "All of them, separately or together." "Separately?" "Did they all say the same thing?" "No. So whose version are you following?" She didn't hesitate. General O'Day's. Shoemaker handled the logistics: phone chargers, credit cards, a stack of British pounds, hotel bookings, and our Delta tickets from Atlanta to London Heathrow. A company Gulfstream would take us down to Georgia, but after that we were flying commercial, just like any other travelers. Later we gathered in the conference room where O'Day had 2 last-minute updates. First was a photograph, a grainy still pulled from security footage at Paris's Gare du Nord station, time-stamped 50 minutes after Kenkin was killed. The image was slightly blurred, but clear enough to make out a man of average height, lean and tightly built, turned partly away from the camera. His sharp cheekbones gave him away. It was John Cott. His eyes were downcast, his mouth a tense line. Even from a frozen frame, his posture screamed discomfort, understandable, after 15 years in Leavenworth followed by a year hiding in the Arkansas woods. The Gare du Nord, one of the world's busiest rail hubs, must have felt utterly overwhelming. O'Day pointed out, "That's the concourse for the Eurostar." The London train departed 10 minutes later. We have to assume he was on it. Casey Nice asked, "Why isn't Carson with him?" O'Day reasoned they likely traveled separately, safer that way. Why risk both getting caught by the same bit of bad luck? Then he opened a file and spread out papers, MI5's gang assessment from London. They were confident it was a local English crew, the Romford Boys, named for their base in Romford, just inside the orbital highway on the city's eastern fringe, mostly white, mostly homegrown. Their operations mirrored Carol Liebor's drugs, guns, and trafficking, with protection rackets and loan sharking on the side. O'Day listed 4 key names, White, Miller, Thompson, and Green, sounding more like a law firm than a criminal outfit, backed by an inner circle of 30, plus hired muscle looking to prove themselves. There were no gruesome stories of torture or showy murders. Their victims simply vanished, never to be seen again. After the briefing, Casey went to pack. I took another shower, dressed, and tucked my toothbrush in my pocket. We met aboard the Gulfstream. She was wearing her Arkansas clothes again and said, "General O'Day mentioned you have doubts about all this." I stayed quiet. About working with me, I mean. I still said nothing. She told me, "You can't blame yourself for what happened to Dominique Cole. O'Day let you see the file." I'd already seen it. On Cott's bedroom wall. It wasn't your fault. There was no way you could have known. I stayed quiet. She went on. "I'm not here to make an arrest. I'm going to keep my distance. It won't happen a second time." I agree. I said situations like that are usually the outlier, not the standard procedure. It might be wrapped up before we even land. The British team must be working flat out. No doubt. We'll get their full report the second O'Day does. We'll be fine. Now you sound uncertain. I'm not entirely sure what we're walking into, I said. Neither am I. Nobody ever is, on any side, and that's a good thing. It means the advantage goes to whoever thinks fastest. That's all you need to focus on. We can't both be the fastest. True, I said again. I might end up a step behind, in which case someone will likely take a rifle shot at me, so you'd better stay about 7 feet back. What if I'm the one in second place and they start shooting at me? Same rule. 7 feet apart. At least then I'd have a fighting chance. The Atlanta airport was massive. We actually had to take a cab from the general aviation offices just to reach the main passenger terminals. Casey Nice checked in at one of those automated kiosks, but I went to the old-fashioned counter, where a quick look at my new passport got me a stiff cardboard boarding pass. We had premium coach seats, which always sounded like a contradiction to me. Nice said it meant extra legroom. She launched into a long, convoluted explanation about a government algorithm designed to save taxpayer money. Apparently, everyone starts in regular coach unless there's a compelling reason to upgrade. The only box we ticked was that we were required to begin work immediately after landing. That got us the legroom, which in the end wasn't much at all. We went through security, shoes and coats off, pockets empty, then wandered through what felt like a shopping mall to reach our gate, stopping for coffee for me and juice for her. She had a small rolling suitcase and a bag that was somewhere between a purse and a tote. She blended in far better than I did, looking like any other traveler. We sat on thinly padded chairs and waited, eventually boarding after all the regular coach rows had filled. Our seats were the usual cramped design. The extra space in front of them would work for her, but not for me. If I shoved the bony part of my lower back hard against the seat, I could just manage to bend my knees a little past 90 degrees. That was the best it was going to get. The pilot announced a flight time of 6 hours and 40 minutes. About 2 hours in, after the meal service, the cabin crew cranked up the heat, clearly hoping we'd all doze off and leave them in peace. I'd overheard them call it coshing in their chatter. It was fine by me. I'd slept in worse contortions. My headrest had those little adjustable wings, so I clamped my head in place like it was a medical brace and closed my eyes. Casey Nice said, "I take the pills because of anxiety." I opened my eyes. "Do they help?" "Yes. How many do you have left? 5? You had 7 last night at dinner? You were counting?" Not intentionally. I just noticed. It's an observation. They were small, yellow, in your pocket, 7 of them. I took one last night and one this morning. Because you were anxious? Yes. About what? Getting the briefing right and carrying out the mission. Are you anxious now? No. Because of this morning's pill? It's worn off already, but I feel okay. That's good, I said, because this is the easy part. I know. Doesn't Tony Moon's doctor worry he'll never actually get better? People take these for years, some their whole lives. Is that your plan? I don't know. What else makes you anxious? She was silent for a moment. She took a breath, then said, "It's the stakes. They're just so incredibly high. We can't allow it to happen again." Allow what to happen again? What happened on September 11th? How old were you back then, anyway? Old enough for it to shape me, she replied. Those were my formative years. Is that when you made up your mind to join the agency? I knew I wanted to do something meaningful. In the end, the choice was made for me. I was recruited right out of college. Which college was that? Yale? I gave a slow nod inside my brace. Yale was practically a feeder school for the CIA, much like Cambridge for MI6. Any terrorist with a grudge could just scan the alumni directory or target a reunion event. I said, "You must be sharp to have gotten into Yale." She stayed quiet, I pressed. "Do you work hard?" "I do my absolute best." "Do you pay attention?" "Always. And you spent $22 on a car service." "What does that have to do with anything?" "It shows you're just a little unconventional. That's the fourth quality you need, and you've got all four: smart, hard-working, attentive, and able to think sideways. That's all we'll ever need. We had people like that on September 10th. "No, we didn't," I said flatly. "We really didn't. It was like our army in 1941, small and outdated because we hadn't needed it in so long. We had people doing things the old way, but we got better fast. Just like you did, it won't happen again. You can't promise that. I just did. You can't know it for sure. It's not worth losing sleep over. Just work hard, stay alert, and keep thinking creatively. That's all anyone can do. And remember, it's not just you. There are thousands out there just as capable, working just as hard. We could still fail." "Take a breath," I told her, "at least for the next couple of weeks. This situation isn't another 9/11. I know Scarangello is painting a bleak picture, but what if she's wrong? If some politician gets taken out, half his country might throw a block party. They'd be buying beer and waving flags, could even kick off an economic boom. I'm sure that angle was considered, but I believe Deputy Assistant Scarangello's assessment reflects the consensus." "Is that what you call her?" "It's what she is." I shifted the subject. "Is your weapon waiting at the hotel?" "What hotel? Where we're staying? Or do you collect it somewhere else?" "There is no weapon. I'm unacknowledged. The government can't issue me a firearm. They can't issue you one either. So what are we supposed to do? Standard procedure is to acquire what we need locally by foraging." I tilted my head against the headrest, trying to ease the stiffness. "That might be easier than it sounds. The Rumford crew is probably keeping watch for Cott and Carson sooner or later. We'll brush against their outer perimeter, like touching the edge of a spider web. And if that outer layer is armed, then we're about to be armed too, because we'll take whatever they're carrying. That's one option they'd want us to consider. General Shoemaker also believes making contact with Romford's outer security could be a useful tactic on its own. He suggested posing with a business proposition. If we get past the first layer, we can use it to triangulate the second and get a clearer idea of the center where Cott and Carson are located. If I ask you something, will you give me a straight answer? That depends. How many other unacknowledged assets is the U.S. sending? 7. And how many undercover British operatives? Last I heard? 13? What, about the other 6 countries involved? They'll likely send 2 each, except for Russia. They'll match us with 7. When are they all arriving? Probably ahead of us. We might be the last to the party. And how active is this Romford group? Active in what way? Making deals with suppliers, wholesalers, retailers, that kind of thing. I don't really know. They've got to be at least moderately busy, right? Drugs, guns, trafficking, it's all commerce. The business is always shifting, with someone new popping up offering a better deal on one side or the other. Because of that, they're used to dealing with unfamiliar faces. If a stranger shows up looking rough and talking a big game, it doesn't usually raise alarms, maybe not even by the second time. But you just pointed out 37 people who were all going to have the same thought Rick Shoemaker had. After the 3rd or 4th attempt, that security perimeter is going to start firing without hesitation. So we're scrapping the spiderweb approach. We're doing something different. Different how? I'll figure it out later, I said, mostly because my mind had gone completely blank at that moment and she was down to her last 5 pills. Chapter 24. I managed maybe 3 hours of stiff, upright sleep, my head propped against the window before the cabin lights flickered on about 90 minutes from landing. The sounds of carts and service preparations echoed from the galley. Casey Nice looked like she hadn't slept a wink. Her face was pale and had a slight feverish sheen, the glamour of overnight travel. She asked, "Have you ever been to London?" "A couple of times," I said. "What's the briefing?" "You've never been for an operation?" "Not for work. This isn't work. We're ghosts, remember? Officially, we're not even here." "Exactly," she replied. "I'm about to enter a foreign country and violate roughly 100 laws and international agreements. They tend to frown on that." Scarangello mentioned it. She was right, which makes the airport our primary obstacle. We have to assume they're on high alert. They're naturally suspicious anyway. Cameras and observation rooms are everywhere. They'll be watching from the second we step off the plane, starting right in the jet bridge, US and everyone else. They're looking for anyone acting nervous or shifty. This is their best shot to intercept people. It does us no good to get turned away at border control or detained for hours of questioning, so don't look nervous or shifty. Don't think about the laws or treaties. Think about something else entirely. Like what? What's the one thing you'd secretly love to do in London, however silly it sounds? You really want to know? I want you to picture yourself doing it, or heading straight there. That's your only reason for being here. You're going to grab a cab and go right to it. All right. Once we're past the airport, it gets simpler. Except that every single public space is covered by a camera. Most private ones, too, honestly. London holds about a quarter of the world's closed-circuit cameras, all crammed into one city. Avoiding them is impossible. We just have to accept it and keep moving. We're starring in a movie whether we like it or not, and the only thing we can control is leaving quickly before anyone bothers to review the footage. If we locate Cotton Carson successfully, a quick exit might not be necessary. We could get invited to Buckingham Palace for a medal. That depends entirely on what we do after we find them and how neatly we handle it. I'm sure the British appreciate a tidy job as much as anyone, but if it gets messy, they'll disavow us in a heartbeat. They'll face questions in Parliament, and with all the aggressive newspapers there, they'll need a scapegoat immediately. They'll insist they wanted a lawful arrest, a proper Miranda warning, and a fair trial all along. They'll label us illegal foreign mercenaries, murderers, actually. We'll be publicly condemned, and if it serves them, we'll be thrown to the wolves. So, all things considered, I prefer the fast exit plan. Besides, I have zero interest in going to Buckingham Palace anyway. Wouldn't you want to meet the Queen? Not particularly. She's just a person. We're all the same. Has she ever expressed any interest in meeting me? Don't think like that in the airport. You'll definitely get arrested. The idea that we might be mistaken for bombers seemed a bit dramatic, but then again, London was on high alert. Our morning arrival at Heathrow meant joining a long, slow queue of aircraft circling the city. For nearly an hour, we traced wide, lazy arcs over the urban sprawl. The Thames a silvery ribbon far below. Some passengers grew visibly tense, so close to the ground yet still airborne, while others were content to watch the famous landmarks, miniature and impossibly sharp in the clear morning light, slide past the windows. Finally, we straightened out. The landing gear locked down with a solid thump, and we settled onto the runway with a gentle sigh of rubber. Disembarking was a slow, shuffling process of stretched limbs and reactivated phones, of people digging under seats for lost items and wrestling bags from the overhead bins. We merged into the terminal as part of a weary, strung-out procession, all moving in the same direction at the same resigned pace, caught between fatigue and the urge to move faster. I kept my eyes forward, scanning the crowd ahead without turning my head, not wanting to draw any attention. The passport control line was long, but the wait was uneventful. Casey Nice went first, her documents perfectly in order. I watched the officer's lips form a question about her visit. "Vacation?" she said, then corrected herself with a slight smile. "I mean holiday," as if slipping seamlessly between two versions of English. My turn was quicker. My new passport received its first stamp without a single question asked. Her Majesty's Customs proved to be a ghost operation, a long march past vast expanses of one-way glass with no visible officers at all. Then we were through into the bustle of the arrivals hall, where the chill morning air swept in from the curbside doors. Signs overhead listed the options: train, tube, bus, or taxi. Heathrow sat far to the west, and our hotel was deep in the east, a cross-city trek that would make for a taxi driver's dream fare. But Shoemaker's cash, though generous, wasn't endless. We chose the tube, partly for economy, but mostly because I've always believed you can take a city's pulse underground. The echoing tunnels amplify every whisper of tension or fear, or else broadcast a reassuring, mundane calm. It was a long, rattling journey on hard plastic seats, with 2 changes through tunnels that felt barely wider than the cars themselves. I listened but detected no particular edge in the air, just the normal workaday strain of a Monday morning, nothing more sinister. We emerged at Barking Station into late morning sunlight. Casey Nice stood on the sidewalk with her rolling suitcase, looking a little rumpled and lost, like a tourist who'd been left behind. She guessed the hotel was still a good walk away. No cabs in sight. We were too far from the center. "What we really need," she said, brushing a strand of hair from her face, "is a town car." "I don't think they have those here," I told her, but there was an alternative, a couple of worn-looking sedans parked outside a whitewashed storefront with a sign that read Barking Minicabs. I went in alone. A man behind a high plywood counter eyed me without interest. I asked for a car. "No street hails," he said flatly. "Pre-booked only." We could lose our license. "I'm not hailing," I said. "I'm standing here asking, and I'm indoors." "Has to be by telephone?" he insisted, nodding toward a large sign on the wall that repeated the rule, complete with a number. "Pre-booked only." "Seriously?" I said, my patience thinning. The bureaucratic dance was starting to feel absurd. "We could lose our license," he repeated, as if it were a sacred mantra. I was weighing other, less polite options when I remembered the phone in my pocket. Sometimes the simplest solution is the one you overlook. Scarangello had handed me the phone back in Paris, and O'Day had it rigged with a GPS chip for the job. I pulled it out and punched in the number from the sign. For a moment there was nothing but dead air, the sound of satellites aligning and international switches flipping. Then a phone started ringing right beside me. The man behind the counter answered. I told him, "I need a car, of course, sir," he replied. "When would you like it?" "Right now. Pickup location. Right where I'm standing. Destination." I gave him the name of our hotel. "How many passengers?" "2. "Your driver will be there in just a moment," he said. That was technically twice as long as I'd requested, but I let it slide. I ended the call and walked back over to Casey. Nice on the sidewalk after I filled her in. She shook her head. "Pushing like that was a mistake. They'll remember your face. A spot like this is probably on the Romford boys' payroll. You can bet they share information." The car that arrived was a beat-up, cramped, and grimy sedan, but it did the job, delivering us to a no-frills hotel with its own parking lot. The neighborhood was a jumble of businesses crammed into what must have once been a sleepy, far-flung village. You could still see traces of it if you looked hard enough, patches of weathered brickwork and one surprisingly grand old house now hemmed in by smaller modern buildings. That old manor house must have been the center of its own little world 2 centuries ago, with London just a story told by travelers. Then the railroad came, and maybe it lost a field. Then came the cars and the buses, and it lost its orchard, then its gardens, until all that was left was a modest flagstone patch out front, just big enough for 2 careful cars. Our hotel, by contrast, was purely functional, built for efficiency. It looked like someone had taken standard military barracks and stacked them 4 stories high. We checked in, got our keys, and Nice headed up to drop off her bag. I found my own room, Spartan, but it had the essentials and no clutter. I washed my face, ran my fingers through my hair, and went back down. Nice was already waiting. "So what's the plan?" she asked. "We go take a look," I said. "At what?" "Where they're holding the G8. The guy at the front desk called us a pre-booked minicab, and it showed up faster than I expected. Nice gave the driver the address, and we headed out, moving in what felt like a northeasterly direction through streets that seemed suburban but oddly tense, as if they were all a little more crowded and hurried than they were meant to be. A sign told us we were in Romford, but we skirted west of the town center, then curved around above it on a smaller road that suddenly opened into a wide green wedge of parkland. It spread out like a slice of pie, widening until it met the roaring traffic of the orbital motorway, the M25, according to the signs. Sitting in the middle of all that green was an impressive brick house, all gables, chimneys, and steep roofs, with countless little windows glinting in the light. It could have been genuinely old, or a very convincing Victorian replica. Surrounding it was a wide expanse of raked golden gravel, which was itself encircled by a simple manicured lawn. The effect was less peaceful garden and more corporate campus. The whole scene was enclosed by a tall brick wall, forming a perfect, generous rectangle around the property. It was a clever balance. The wall was clearly part of the estate, but from inside the grounds you'd still feel like you had plenty of room. Beyond the wall lay a narrow sliver of green, and then London resumed on either side, pressing in. I asked, "Is this it?" Casey Nice replied, "Yes, Wallace Court, the Derby family's home for centuries. The house dates to the 1500s. The wall is Victorian. It's a conference center now." I nodded. Another grand old estate, prosperous once, perhaps clinging to its luck a little longer. The Victorian owner must have sensed change on the wind. Maybe he'd invested in the railways, so he built that wall, a fortress against the encroaching world. And I imagined it worked, well enough for another 100 years, until the motorway came and the constant roar made living here unbearable finally. The family surrendered, the home became a business venue where maybe the din made executives feel connected and buzzed. I said, "Not your usual spot for a G8 summit." "Not at all," Casey agreed. "It was controversial. They usually pick somewhere remote. But the British insisted something about proximity to the old Olympic sites. Honestly, I don't think anyone fully understood the reasoning." We sat in the cab for an extra beat after it stopped. The calculus changes when there might be a sniper in the picture. Then we took a breath and stepped out for a better look. The wall stood about 9 feet high, solid, decorated, and buttressed. It must have cost a fortune, containing what seemed like 1 billion bricks, enough to build whole neighborhoods. I pictured that Victorian Derby, probably sporting mutton chop sideburns, a man of colossal stubbornness. Honestly, he might have been better off selling up and buying a private island. The wall had a single gate at the front, ornate black iron with touches of faded gold leaf, perfectly aligned with the distant front door down a long, straight drive. All things considered, it wasn't a terrible location. Unconventional and debated, sure, but not suicidal. Post infantry along the outer face, armed and spaced every 10 yards, set up serious security at that one gate, and you've neutralized 99% of conventional threats. An armored vehicle might breach the bricks, maybe, but nothing smaller would. I could see why 8 intelligence agencies had approved it. They deemed it sufficient until the summit was still nearly 3 weeks off, but preparations were already underway. Panel vans were unloading in the distance. A policeman stood guard at the gate, and he was watching us intently. Not a friendly Bobby, but a compact, tough-looking officer in a Kevlar vest, cradling a Heckler & Koch submachine gun. Casey whispered, "He's made us. That's his job," I said. "We can't just turn and leave. That looks suspicious. Then let's go have a chat." I ambled over, stopping at a respectful distance, using the universal body language that says, "I'm not a threat." I said we were hoping to take a look inside. The officer's accent was local, his tone flat. "Were you, sir?" He delivered the "sir" with deliberate neutrality, as if the word were a required formality he didn't actually mean. "I might have been misinformed," I offered. "My guidebook is very old." "What guidebook?" "My father gave it to me." I think his father gave it to him before that. It's practically a family heirloom. It says that on certain days of the year you can get in to see the house and gardens for 6 pence. You should take that book to an antique dealer. I figured the admission might have gone up with inflation. This hasn't been a private home for 30 years, and right now it's completely closed. I told him we should move along, and we did. But we took our time. We scanned everything around us. Left, right behind us, up at the trees, and across the rooftops. We passed row houses, duplexes, blocky apartment buildings, gas stations, corner stores, and watched the traffic flow under a wide gray sky. Our cab was long gone, so we kept walking. Casey Nice looked worn out when she asked, "What now?" "Back to the hotel," I said. "We both need some rest." But that didn't happen. O'Day called before we could even reach the elevator, and what he told me made me wish I'd placed a bet. Earlier, Scarangello had asked who might fill the second sniper slot. I'd said Carson. Turns out I was right. Datsev had been located, arrested, in fact. News had just come in from Moscow. More than 3 weeks back, he'd been smuggled out of the city in the trunk of a car, taken to a private airfield, and flown 4,000 miles east. There he'd waited, patient as snipers are, until the moment was right. One shot from 1,200 yards out, straight through the head of a bauxite smelter owner, business as usual in the rough and tumble world of privatized resources. With that single trigger pull, his employer became the second largest aluminum player in the region, but coming in second wasn't enough. The top dog felt threatened and saw a chance to wipe out the competition, and he had friends in high places, all generously compensated. So, for once, the authorities decided to actually enforce the law. The weather helped. Spring in far eastern Russia isn't like spring in North Carolina or Paris. It's freezing, with late snow still on the ground. The new number 2's plane was grounded. His whole team holed up in a local hotel, Datsev included. Some old-school KGB-style questioning got to the truth fast, and now Datsev was in custody. O'Day figured he'd be given a choice, go back to work for the SVR without complaint, or face prison. Not really a choice at all, if you know anything about Russian prisons. O'Day had already moved Datsev's file from freelance back to employed. What came next was anyone's guess, but one thing was clear: Datsev wasn't in Paris for either incident, and he wasn't in London now. We ended the call still standing in the lobby. Casey Nice let out a slow breath. This just got harder. Carson's local, and Cott speaks English, too. "Need coffee?" I asked. "No." "Tea? Maybe decaf?" We crossed the street and walked half a block to a no-frills cafe, not a chain, nothing like those Seattle coffee shops, just a plain London spot with harsh fluorescent lights and laminate tables that felt slightly damp. I got coffee, she got decaf. Then I said, "Close your eyes." She gave a tired smile, shoes on or off. Think about what we saw walking away from Wallace Court. Picture it. What's the first thing that comes to mind? She shut her eyes. The sky, same here. It's a low-built area. Some 3-story row houses, a few 4- or 5-story apartments, but mostly 2-family homes, some with attic additions, which means, she said, opening her eyes, there must be thousands of upper-story windows within a 3/4-mile radius. Not thousands like Manhattan or Hong Kong. This is Romford, but a few thousand, sure. And a few hundred of those would be solid options. If you were running security, what would you do? I'd have to defer to the Secret Service. Pretend you are the Secret Service. I wouldn't change a thing. I'd tell them to keep doing exactly what they're doing. Which is what? Ever watch the president arrive at an event? I asked. Sure, came the reply. An armored limousine pulls into a blocked-off street, then disappears inside a big white tent connected to the building. The flap closes behind it. The president is never out in the open. He's protected in the car, and he's protected inside that tent, at least from a sniper. A shooter wouldn't know the precise moment or the exact spot where the president steps out. The tent blocks the view. He could take a wild shot, I guess, but what are the chances even the best estimate would be off by 20 feet in a couple of seconds? I nodded. And the Secret Service brings that whole setup with them, right? They always do. Their own armored car and their own tent flown in on an Air Force cargo plane. It doesn't matter what the British say about running their own event if you want the U.S. President as a guest, the Secret Service dictates the terms. You're getting a tent attached to your building, like it or not, And the president isn't going to tell the other leaders they can't use it. He's not going to say, sorry, everyone else has to use the service entrance. Not all of them have armored limousines, though. Doesn't really matter, I said. A couple of Mercedes sedans with tinted windows would work just as well. Which one has the prime minister? Which ones are just aides and staff? It's the same basic idea as the tent. So what's your point? If I'm John Cott or William Carson, I'm not happy. I'm looking at obvious, foolproof security measures that will definitely be used: a landscape with no elevation, a very flat line of fire, and maybe a few hundred possible sniper positions at most. Honestly, if the British were willing to pay enough overtime, they could put an officer in every single bedroom window. You're saying an attack isn't possible? Where would it happen? The car goes straight into the tent. She leaned forward. You're forgetting about the photograph. Later, I asked Casey Nice about that photograph, and she laid it all out for me. She explained that, like most things in politics and diplomacy, it was a much bigger deal than it seemed. It was more than just a ceremonial handshake. The image was loaded with meaning. It was about perception, solidarity, and a chance for smaller nations to stand literally shoulder to shoulder with the major powers. It spoke to status, validation, and the headlines back home. In short, it was about exposure, both symbolic and literal. An outdoor setting was considered essential. The world needed to see them out there among their peers, chatting, laughing, clapping each other on the back, making deals, looking every bit as significant as anyone else. Nice told me they'd be outside for more than just the photo op. They'd wander the grounds in pairs or small groups throughout the day. If the Italian leader had an issue with debt or the euro, he needed to be seen in a serious private stroll with the German chancellor. They might only be talking about their kids or a soccer match, but the image would play well in Rome. Likewise, our president would be seen with the Russian leader. The British and French would huddle together, and the Japanese prime minister would confer with the Canadian. The possible pairings were endless. Plus, she added with a wry smile, they all got on each other's nerves regularly, and a few were still closet smokers, so breaks outside were always necessary. Cott and Carson are going to have visible targets, she said firmly. Believe me? Is there any chance they cancel the meeting? I asked. None, she said flatly through the foggy cafe window. I watched a black panel van roll to a stop outside our hotel. Couldn't they take the photo inside? I pressed. Theoretically, yes, she conceded, but not under these circumstances. Not now. So reasonable caution isn't an option. Not if it looks like cowardice. That's insane. That's politics, she said, her tone shifting from earnest to quietly sarcastic. The world needs the theater of seeing them boldly conducting business, and let's be honest, some of them have elections looming. A strong photo op is cheaper than a campaign ad. This kind of coverage is essential, she said. Across the street, the black panel van remained parked at the curb. No movement, no one entering or exiting, I asked. What happens if it starts to rain? They'll wait it out, she replied. It might not stop. This is England, after all. It's not raining now. Should I check the forecast? I declined with a shake of my head. Hope for the best, but plan for the worst. Is the outdoor photo location confirmed ahead of time? The back patio, she said. There are some low steps there. The shorter ones usually stand on those. The rear of the house overlooks the highway. That's preferable to facing the city. Plenty of cover on either side. Are they using armored glass? Wouldn't help, she answered. Those panels are for a single speaker at a podium. They're useless with a crowd of 8 people moving around. I nodded, imagining the scene. 8 individuals emerging through a set of patio doors, all feigning polite surprise at the abrupt shift from their weighty discussions to the circus of a press call. Oh, must we? Well, let's be quick then. There would be a show of reluctant smiles, a bit of playful shuffling, as each tried to appear humble and avoid the front. They'd stick close together, a tight little cluster bound by professional solidarity and a shared desire for the spotlight. No one would risk being isolated. A photograph splashing across the news with one figure set apart from the group would tell its own story, outcast, ignored, aloof. So they would huddle, And once they decided the cameras had enough candid footage, they'd arrange themselves on the steps, square their shoulders, and hold perfectly still, no blindfolds required. The black van was still waiting. I changed the subject. "How are you holding up with the medication? I have 5 left, so you're feeling all right?" She gave a small nod. "Pretty good. Because we've mastered the brief, and our initial phase went well. Because I can see a path forward now. The problem feels like it's narrowing. Cott and Carson will want to inspect the back patio and the lawn that immediately eliminates about 60% of the building options. We have a general idea where to find them. A ballpark at least. The van hadn't moved, I pressed on. What if we encounter an unexpected obstacle? What kind of obstacle? Anything. Will you be able to handle it? I think that would depend on what. She was silent for a long moment, considering carefully. I'd be okay if it didn't break our rhythm. You mean we need to handle any problem quickly and decisively? Yes, she said, her voice firm. If we hit a roadblock, we go through it and keep moving. We can't afford to get distracted. I can see the way now, and I don't want it to disappear. The black van sat a silent witness. "All right," I said. "Let's head back to the hotel," Chapter 27. The van at the curb was pointed away from us as we approached. It was roughly the size and shape of a compact SUV, but the rear was all solid sheet metal, just a windshield, a driver's window, and a passenger window, nothing else. It was painted a flat, unmarked black, and it was spotless. Waxed and polished to a mirror finish, it reminded me of the SEAL vehicle back in Seattle, which raised an interesting question. Who uses large black vehicles and maintains them in showroom condition? Only 2 possibilities: limousine services and law enforcement. And limousine services don't use windowless panel vans. Tour buses, maybe, but passengers generally like to see outside. Then again, this was London. For all I knew, the city was in the grip of some bizarre cultural shift, a sudden collective obsession with automotive detailing. Maybe the trend would reach America in half a year, like a delayed wave of Beatlemania. Every other car I'd passed had been caked in grime, but this one gleamed. Casey Nice murmured, "Police? They'll let us know soon enough," I replied. We kept walking toward the van, and as we neared, both front doors swung open in a swift, practiced motion. 2 men stepped out. The one on the sidewalk turned slowly, while his partner hurried around the front bumper, a choreographed move, polished by repetition. Both wore dark suits beneath black raincoats. Both were pale, their skin chapped from a long winter. They were a little shorter than me, but solidly built, with thick necks and large-knuckled hands. They moved to block our path. "Can I help you?" I asked, echoing that neighborly tone from Arkansas. The man who had pivoted on the sidewalk spoke first. "I'm going to reach slowly into my pocket to show you official identification. Do you understand?" It was a clever distraction. Our eyes would follow his slow movement while his partner could have been doing anything, maybe even assembling a weapon from scratch. But if they'd wanted guns, they would have had them ready. "Understood," I said. He glanced at Casey. "Miss," she gave a slight nod. "Go ahead." He withdrew a worn black leather wallet, flipping it open to reveal 2 yellowed plastic windows. One held a printed version of the Metropolitan Police badge. The other displayed an ID card. He held it out, his thumb covering the photo. "Your thumb's in the way," I pointed out. "Apologies," he said, shifting it. The picture matched his face. Above it, the words Metropolitan Police were printed. "We have some questions for you." "What kind of questions?" "We need you to get in the van." "Where will you be sitting?" He paused, thrown for a second. "In the back of the van." "I don't care for the dark. There's a wire screen up front, plenty of light." "All right," I agreed, which seemed to catch him off guard. He hesitated, then nodded. He and his partner stepped forward. We stepped back, turning slightly and moving off the curb into the street. We waited politely as the one who'd come around the hood moved to open the rear doors. He turned the handle, pulled the right panel wide, propped it, then repeated with the left, creating a wide chute. The cargo area was spotless, bare black metal, waxed and polished with ribbed flooring and stamped walls for strength. Just as described, a heavy wire grill separated it from the front seats. There were no interior door handles. As the man straightened from propping the left door, I pushed off my back foot, twisted at the waist, and drove my elbow hard into the bridge of his nose. His legs gave way, and his head jerked back, hitting the door with a dull clang. I didn't wait to see him fall. I was already spinning the other way, shoving Casey Nice aside and driving my elbow toward the first man. He was big and looked tough, but that was about it. Maybe he'd coasted too long on intimidation alone. Maybe it had been years since anyone actually tested him. When an elbow comes flying at you, the right move is to turn into it, letting it land on the thick part of your arm. It hurts, it might go numb, but you stay upright. This guy did the opposite. He flinched back, chin lifted like he could avoid it, a choice that never works. My elbow caught him square in the throat, moving like a pipe at close to 30 miles an hour. Speed changes everything, whether you're swinging a bat or breaking down a door, and the throat just a collection of fragile cartilage and tiny bones. I felt them give way under the impact. I pivoted back toward the other man, but he was already slumped against the open door, blood running from his nose, dazed and done, so I turned again. The guy I'd hit was flat on his back in the gutter, gasping and clawing at his neck. I knelt, checked him quickly, no weapon. Same with the other one, not even a pocket knife. Guess they figured they didn't need hardware in the middle of London in broad daylight. Casey Nice stumbled back into view, her face pale. "What are you doing?" she breathed out. "Later," I said. "We're out in the open. Get them into the van." The one in the gutter was barely getting air. I grabbed a fistful of his raincoat, hauled him up, and wrestled him headfirst into the cargo area. The other one was bleeding down his front, so I hooked him by the collar and belt from behind and dumped him in after. I kicked the door props away, slammed the doors shut, and checked the latch. Secure. Casey stared at me. "Why would you do that?" "You said to handle problems fast and decisively." "They're police officers. Get in. We need to lose this van." "You've lost your mind." I scanned the street. A few cars passed. Pedestrians kept walking. No one stopped. No shocked faces. No phones coming out. People have a way of looking the other direction, no matter where you are. "You told me if we hit trouble, we'd deal with it quick and clean," I said. I walked around to the driver's side and climbed in, shoving the seat back until it hit the wire screen. I'd be driving practically folded in half on the left side of the road, with a manual transmission and a diesel engine, none of it familiar. Casey slid into the passenger seat, still ashen. The key was in the ignition. I started it, worked the clutch, and tested the gear stick. Felt like a dozen gears in there, reverse included. I guessed left and up, then fumbled for the turn signal. Casey said quietly, "I meant problems other than cops. Cops are a problem like any other. Maybe worse, they can slap cuffs on us and drag us back to the airport. Nobody else can do that, which they'll definitely do now. They'll come after us with everything they've got. You just attacked 2 officers. We're fugitives from this moment on. You made everything 1,000 times harder. You just made this 1,000,000 times more difficult. You've turned an already tough situation into something completely impossible." I flicked on the turn signal and glanced at the side mirror. Pulling away, the van jerked forward thanks to my uncoordinated left foot. "Except those men weren't police officers," I stated. Shifting gears, once, twice, 3 times, my movements grew a little more fluid as I settled into the rhythm of driving, easing the van into the left lane. She countered, "We saw his badge. I'd wager it was printed on a home computer. You'd wager? What does that even mean? Are you planning to attack 100 officers on the off chance one is a fake? That's insane." I shifted again, pressing the accelerator to match the flow of traffic. No cop anywhere would refer to his badge as a government identification document. Cops don't work for the government, not in their own minds. They work for their department, for each other, for the brotherhood. Maybe for the city on a good day, but the government, they despise it. At every level, the government is the enemy, a constant source of frustration and red tape. A real officer would never use that term. "This is a different country," she insisted. "Cops are the same everywhere. I know because I was one, and I've met plenty, including here. The badge doesn't change the mentality. Maybe that's just what they call their identification here. I believe they call it a warrant card. which he knew we wouldn't understand. So he used simpler words. He would have said, "I'm a police officer, and I'm going to slowly show you my ID, or my identification, or my credentials." The word police would have been in there. Absolutely. The word government would not. That's a guarantee. She fell silent for a long moment, then unbuckled her seatbelt, twisting around to kneel on her seat and peer through the metal grill. "Reacher," she said, her voice tight. "One of them isn't breathing." I risked a quick glance back, but couldn't take my eyes off the winding road long enough to be certain. Maybe his breaths were just very shallow. Casey Nice's voice cut through again. "Reacher, you have to do something. What am I, a doctor now?" I shot back. "We need to find a hospital. Hospitals have the police on speed dial. We could leave the truck at the emergency entrance and run." I kept driving with no clear destination, taking the easiest turns at each intersection, just going with the traffic on these meandering, endless roads. I figured we were heading generally north, away from the river, with Romford likely off to our right. We passed a blur of anonymous storefronts, fast food joints serving kebabs, fried chicken, pizza, and burgers alongside insurance offices, mobile phone shops, and carpet retailers. No hospitals in sight. If the man had stopped breathing, he was likely gone minutes ago. I finally steered off into a bumpy asphalt lot boxed in on two sides by rows of single-car garages. The space between them was empty, save for a rusted, broken bicycle. No people, no activity. I stopped the van, fumbled the gear shift into neutral, and turned to look, and waited. The man wasn't breathing. The other one was staring straight at me. The lower half of his face was a crimson mask. The upper half was ghostly pale. His nose was clearly broken, and his eyes were wide open. I locked eyes with him. "I'm coming around to open up. You make any move against me, and you'll end up just like him." He didn't answer. "Do you understand me?" "Yes," he mumbled, tiny bubbles of blood forming at the corners of his mouth. I opened my door and climbed out. Casey Nice mirroring my movements on her side, walking to the rear. I turned the handle and swung the doors open. The man who was breathing was on the left. The one who wasn't was on the right. Cautiously, I reached an arm inside as a test. No reaction. I found a wrist on the right and checked for a pulse. Nothing. Leaning further in, I knelt and felt for the carotid artery in his neck. The skin was still warm. I eased his collar down and slid my fingers behind the angle of his jaw, holding them there for a long moment just to be certain. My eyes scanned the area as I waited. The man had a double-pierced ear and a small tattoo visible just above his collar line. It resembled a leaf caught in a breeze. He was gone. "We need to check their pockets," I said, "both of them." I shifted to start with the one who was still breathing. She replied, "I can't do that." "Do what?" "Go through a dead man's things. It feels wrong." "Why? It's unsettling. Do you mind handling both?" "Not at all," I told her, and moved to the living man first. His pockets held surprisingly little, and what was there raised questions. By the time I'd finished checking his pants, I was certain he wasn't law enforcement. For starters, he carried an enormous wad of cash, hundreds, maybe thousands of British pounds, rolled together and slick with use. Cops are public employees, they aren't broke, but they live on salaries, budgets, and maxed-out credit cards. Plus, he had no communication gear whatsoever, no cell, no radio, unthinkable for any officer on duty. I pocketed the money and handed his ID wallet to Nice. "Take a look at this." Then I turned to the dead man and found an identical haul, more cash and another ID wallet. I kept the bills and passed the second wallet to Nice. She'd already dismantled the first. "You were right," she said. "This is fake. The plastic is intentionally scuffed, and the discoloration looks like highlighter ink. The ID card is from a basic word processor, and the badge is a low-quality image printed off some website." I glanced back at the tattoo. Maybe it wasn't a leaf after all. What kind of tough guy inks a delicate leaf on his neck, unless he had a secret passion for botany, which seemed unlikely? "Watch this," I said. I leaned in, loosened his tie, and worked it free from his collar. After undoing the top buttons of his shirt, I folded the fabric back like some disco dancer from decades past. The tattoo wasn't a leaf. It was an ornate swirl. the kind of decorative curl that graces the first letter of a formal script. It formed part of a two-word name arched across his upper chest right where a necklace would rest. Romford Boys, so other inmates leave them alone if they end up inside, I explained. I shut the doors again and tested the handle. Secure. Casey Nice stayed quiet. What? I asked. It was too big a gamble. What if you'd been wrong? It was just a hunch. It was people avoiding eye contact because they know what's good for them. Maybe they're accustomed to it. Maybe in that neighborhood, black vans only mean one thing: how folks vanish without a trace. She didn't answer, and there were only two of them. If we were being pursued as unacknowledged foreign agents, Special Branch would have taken the job. They'd have brought half a dozen tactical teams just to justify their budget. Plus, they love a spectacle. We'd have been outnumbered 50-1. The street would have looked like a war movie. It's not like the films anymore. Nobody's wandering around in trench coats. When did you figure it out? They should have used a sedan, and they should have claimed they were MI5. You expect all sorts of nonsense from those characters. We climbed back into the front seats, and I reached over to pop open the glove compartment. Inside were two prepaid cell phones, still sealed in their drugstore packaging, each with a set number of minutes, effectively untraceable if bought with cash, which they undoubtedly were. Thorough security all around. Clearly, the Romford Boys ran a disciplined operation. Any move they made was a potential weak point, even collecting two unsuspecting strangers from a budget hotel. Anything could have gone wrong. We could have ended up in a scuffle, and an honest officer might have cruised past at the worst possible time. That's why we left the weapons and burner phones behind, less for a prosecutor to latch onto, less evidence for the record. I swung the wheel left, then up, bouncing over the rough blacktop until we were back on the road. After heading south for a mile, we turned east toward Romford. I enjoy a little trash talk as much as anyone, and I was looking for the perfect spot to make our statement. I wanted the van to be discovered after a solid day of worry, and I wanted to see who came looking, all from a safe, hidden vantage point. So we set those three pieces in motion and drove around until we found a location that fit the bill: a cracked concrete lot behind a small grocery store. Behind the lot stood the rear of a guest house, which had been converted from a pair of old townhomes and featured plenty of windows. Casey Nice pulled up a map on her phone and surveyed the area. It looked good. The guest house sat on a busy north-south route with easy turns east and west nearby, she said. But they'll have watchers in there for sure. They obviously did at the cab company, probably in exchange for a break on their protection money, maybe a big discount. The driver who took us to Wallace Court must have called it in right away because Wallace Court was already on their radar, I replied. This place isn't... And they think they've already got us pinned down anyway. They won't start searching again till they find this van, so we're clear for now. We made one more loop and stopped about 100 yards short of the lot entrance. I told Casey Nice I'd meet her on the corner. She pointed out. There could be a camera in the parking lot. I said, I'll keep my head down. That might not be enough. You stand out. We'll be out of the country before anyone reviews the footage. She didn't answer, just stepped out and walked away. I knew every surface we'd touched, and I wiped them all down with the dead man's tie, outside handles, inside handles, steering wheel, gear shift, stalks, seat latch, seatbelt buckle, glove compartment. I tossed the tie into the gutter, shrugged my coat down off my shoulders, and pulled the sleeves over my hands. Driving like that through the last short stretch, I parked in a random slot near the supermarket's loading door. I killed the engine, pulled the key, hit the lock, and walked away, hunched slightly and staring at the concrete under my feet. Nice was waiting on the corner. We walked another block and turned onto a wider, busier street, 4 lanes clogged with buses, trucks, and bumper-to-bumper traffic. We found the guest house's front door right where it should be. Inside, the lobby might have been fresh and clean 30 years ago, but those days were long gone. We asked for a room at the back, claiming we were worried about noise from the road. We added that the airline had lost our bags and was supposed to deliver them later. I paid cash from the dead guy's roll, got a big brass key, and we headed upstairs. The room was chilly and a little damp, but the window was large and gave us a perfect view. The lot lay about 45 degrees below us, the van clearly visible with its rear facing our direction. Casey Nice took a seat on the bed, and I pulled a chair from the dressing table, placing it well back from the window. I didn't want anyone glancing up to see two pale faces pressed against the glass. It's always better to stay deep in the shadows, like John caught in Paris, perched on that dining room table. We settled in to wait, something I'd done countless times before. Waiting is a huge part of law enforcement and of military life in general, long stretches of quiet punctuated by sudden bursts of action. I was used to it, and as it turned out, Casey Nice was good at it too. She stayed alert, which was what mattered. She rested easily, not staring fixedly, but keeping her gaze steady enough to catch any movement. She stepped into the bathroom, and for a moment I found myself wondering if she might be taking pills, but I kept the thought to myself. When she came out, she asked the question I'd been expecting. "Do you feel bad about that man?" she said. I played dumb. "Which man?" "The one who died. You mean the one I killed in cold blood?" "I guess so. Some tough guy he turned out to be, but do you feel bad?" "No," I said. "Should I?" "Do you?" "Maybe a little you didn't start anything with him." "Still, he made his choices," I told her. "He could have spent his time doing something decent, helping seniors, reading to kids, raising money for charity. I'm sure this town has a library. He could have done a world of good. Instead, he picked a life of shaking people down and causing pain. Then one day he opened the wrong door, and what walked out to meet him was his own problem, not mine. Besides, the guy was useless, a waste of space, too dumb to keep breathing. Being stupid isn't a capital offense, and there's no death penalty here anyway." "There is now." She didn't answer, and we fell quiet again. The daylight softened into dusk, and a yellowish vapor lamp flickered on in the parking lot below, mounted high on a pole and washing most of the black van in its glow. Cars came and went, and every driver who passed stole a glance at the van before quickly looking away. At first I figured they recognized it and were nervous. Then it hit me. There had to be another reason. Our other guest must be making a racket in there, I said. That was my mistake. I should have told him to keep quiet or made sure he couldn't make noise. It was going to throw off my schedule. I hadn't planned to give them a full day of fretting, just a couple hours, tops. But at first, nobody in Romford seemed eager to play hero. Not a soul lifted a finger to help. They all just averted their eyes and hurried out of the lot. Another reminder, I suppose, that bullies don't exactly inspire loyalty. Casey Nice said, "I'm getting hungry. There's probably every kind of fast food on this block," I said. "Kebabs, fried chicken, pizza, burgers, you name it. This place might be the junk food capital of the world. Should we go get something? Eat when you can. That's the rule. Are you hungry? A bit? What sounds good to you?" "Pizza," I said. "Plain cheese. Less chance of finding rats or pigeons in the toppings, or worse. Something to drink? Whatever comes factory sealed in a bottle or can. Will I be safe going out? Depends what you order. I mean, walking around here alone. Worried about getting mugged. Worried about a Romford boy recognizing me. They're not hunting for us. They think they've already got us cornered. There's a difference between hunting and accidentally spotting. If you had to describe yourself in 7 words, what would they be? You mean how I look or how I am? I mean, if you were that cab driver turning us in, I'm not sure. Female, average height, ponytail, brown leather jacket, that's what he said. You can't change your height or being a woman, but you can let your hair down and lose the jacket. Then you're just another 20-something in jeans and a tee. There are 100,000 like you around here. You'll blend right in. So she reached up and pulled the band from her hair, shaking it loose until it fell around her shoulders. She slid the jacket off, first one arm and then the other, folded it and laid it on the bed. When she turned back, I looked at her. Did she remind me of Dominique Cole? In some ways, yes. In others, not at all. Casey leaned more toward Scandinavian. Lighter hair, fairer skin, paler eyes. Cole had been all dark tones, like someone from the Mediterranean coast. The summer I spent with her in D.C. was brutally hot, even by the city's own sweltering standards. Day by day, her skin took on a deeper tan, a fine layer of dust seeming to settle over her. She lived in shorts and a simple t-shirt, that same kind of shirt that now connected her in my mind to Nice. Cole's had been olive drab. Nice's was plain white, but beneath that thin cotton, both were young women at their physical peak, lean, toned, moving with a fluid, almost elastic grace. On the surface, they could have been sisters. Inside was another story. Where Nice held back, cautious, Cole had been all boldness, utterly certain of her own strength, ready to take on anything. In the end, it hadn't kept her safe. "Be careful," I told her. Nice just said 10 minutes, and then she was gone, her footsteps fading down the hall. I stepped back from the window briefly, slipped my hand into the jacket she'd left behind, and felt the orange prescription bottle. 3 pills remained. Chapter 29. Alone again. I kept watch over the small supermarket lot. The same scene played out again and again. A car would pull in, the driver would step out, notice the black van and freeze for a second, a flicker of alarm before quickly looking away and hurrying inside. Minutes later, they'd return and speed off. 10 minutes passed. No sign of Nice. The sky behind the parking lot lamp deepened to full darkness, a thin night mist settling in. A sheen of dew coated the van, which occasionally shuddered and rocked. The guy trapped inside was getting restless, probably desperate for a bathroom break. 15 minutes gone, still no Nice. Then a different driver arrived, a young man, maybe 20, with a greased-down pudding bowl haircut. He parked, got out, glanced at the van, and didn't walk away. Instead, he took a hesitant step closer, tilting his head to listen. He moved nearer, peering sideways through the driver's window, then craned to look straight through the windshield. He pulled out his phone. Some low-level hire, eager to impress, he listened again, likely to the trapped man dictating a number, and dialed behind me. A key turned in the lock. Casey Nice walked in, balancing 2 stacked pizza boxes on her fingers, a thin plastic bag with cold sodas swinging from her other hand. "Everything okay?" I asked. "So far, so good," she replied. I nodded toward the window. "Kid just made a call." She set our dinner on the dresser and looked out. The young guy was talking on his phone, then bent to read the van's license plate aloud. He held the phone away, shouted a question through the gap in the driver's door, pressed his ear to the same crack for the answer, probably getting the trapped man's name, and repeated it into the receiver. Nice asked, "Why doesn't he just break the window or force the door?" "You think he knows how?" I said. Judging by his look, I'd guess yes. Not that I should stereotype. My bet is whoever's on the phone told him not to. This is a harsh business. These aren't heroes. They messed up. They're not worth damaging a vehicle over. Someone will show up with a spare key. How soon? 5, maybe 10 minutes. Fast enough. They don't care about the guys, but they'll want to hear what went wrong. I got up and opened a pizza box, plain cheese on a thin crust, blistered here and there from the oven, smaller than the massive pies you usually find in America. "Thank you for dinner," I said, the way my mother taught me. "You're welcome," she answered softly. We each took a slice. The Coke was ice cold and sharp. Down in the lot, the young man was pacing, waiting, no doubt expecting a pat on the back for his trouble. Casey Nice's phone chimed softly. "Text from General O'Day," she announced, glancing at the screen. "He's asking why we've stopped moving." "Tell him we're taking a break," I suggested. "He can see we're not at the hotel. The GPS gives us away. Then say we're at a movie or catching a play. Tell him we're expanding our cultural horizons. Or maybe getting manicures. Say we're at a spa. He'll know that's not true. He's already looked at a map of this area. He knows exactly where we are. So why bother asking? He wants our reason for staying put. Tell him to back off. Trying to manage every detail from across an ocean is a waste of time. I can't do that. He's sharing information, and I'm expected to do the same. That's how this partnership is supposed to function." I looked back down at the parking lot. Nothing had changed. The van sat silent, the young man still waiting. "Fine," I said. "Tell him we're following up on Shoemaker's idea. Say we're making an approach to the outer security ring. I'll have to explain our method, though. He'll know it wasn't some fake sales pitch." Go ahead, it won't bother him. It might. They were concerned about your directness. Scarangello was shoemaker, maybe? But O'Day doesn't get emotional about these things. You're sure? Try it, I told her. Give him the full story. Her thumbs danced across the screen while I turned back to the window. The scene outside remained still, the pale light, the thin mist, the van, the waiting kid. When I looked back, she was setting her phone on the bed and picking up another slice of pizza. I took a drink of Coke and waited. Down below, the young man kept glancing toward the road, then returning to the van to lay a hand on its side and speak through the door seam, likely offering more empty promises. Yes, I called them. They're on the way, just another minute. Nice's phone chimed again, O'Day's reply. She read it twice before relaying. He sends his sincere congratulations and says to keep going. I nodded. Human life doesn't mean a thing to him. All that matters is the outcome. Nice stayed quiet. I added, ask him for the MI5 intel on these Romford people. Photos, backgrounds, criminal records, everything he has. We need to know exactly who we're up against. She began typing again. Below us, the young man was back at the van door, his posture pleading. He shifted his weight, made calming gestures with his hands, and kept looking hopefully toward the entrance. They're coming, I swear. And then they arrived. 2 black vehicles sped into the lot, both with tinted windows. The first was a 4-door Jaguar sedan, the second a long, low 2-door coupe that radiated authority. A Bentley, I figured. They braked hard right in the center of the open space. All 4 doors of the Jaguar swung open, and 4 men stepped out, all white, all in dark suits. They fanned out like a security detail, facing outward, alert and ready. The greasy-haired kid hung back. The Bentley's driver emerged, another suit-clad figure. He scanned the area thoroughly before walking a wide arc to the passenger door and opening it like a professional chauffeur, and then a giant unfolded himself from the car. He emerged head-first, hunched and compressed, then straightened in deliberate stages, like some intricate mechanical toy that starts as a compact shape and clicks open, piece by piece, to reveal a formidable figure inside. The man was enormous. His arms were longer than most people's legs, his hands broader than shovels. His torso was like a sealed oil drum, squeezed into a long 3-button jacket that would have reached the ankles on someone of normal height. His feet were massive, his neck a solid foot wide, his shoulders spanning a full yard. His head was larger than a basketball. He had large ears that jutted out sharply, a heavy brow, prominent cheekbones, and small, deeply set eyes, all balanced on a weak, sloping chin. He resembled a museum's Neanderthal reconstruction, except he was fair-haired and pale, and towered over any ancient ancestor. He might have stood 7 feet tall and weighed well over 300 pounds. His movements were loose and rangy, covering yards in a single stride, his massive shoulders rolling, his enormous hands swinging freely. Casey Nice whispered, "Good Lord, I doubt it," I replied. No beard, no sandals. The man closed the distance to the van in 2 long steps where most would need 4, and with a sweeping gesture like a bird taking flight, he signaled his driver. The driver fished out a key. The giant stepped back, a full 4 feet in one motion, and the driver unlocked and swung open both rear doors. The 4 men from the Jaguar tightened their half circle, turning inward like spectators at a boxing match. Everyone waited. The wounded man slid out slowly, feet first, wincing in pain. He steadied himself against the van's floor, straightened up, and turned to face what came next. Under the vapor lights, the blood down his front looked almost black, his skin sallow. The giant stepped forward and peered past him into the dark interior. From my angle, I couldn't see the giant's expression, but he seemed to ask a brief question, likely, what happened? The wounded man didn't really answer. He just shook his head, exhaled, and held out his hands, palms up in a gesture of helpless defeat. The question was repeated. This time the man mumbled a few syllables through his battered mouth. Maybe he said they jumped us or they got away. The giant absorbed this, his huge head dipping slightly as if physically swallowing the bad news. He stayed quiet a moment, then began speaking again. His body language now exaggeratedly friendly, a clear sign he was taunting the guy. since there was nothing left to learn. Two of you, right? And two of them? One, a woman? Was it her who did this to you? On and on, sarcastic and demeaning. I could see the wounded man's face growing more miserable, more terrified, as if he knew what was coming, and then it did. The giant moved with shocking speed for someone so large. His right hand clenched into a fist the size of a bowling ball, his waist and shoulders twisted, and he drove a straight punch into the center of the man's already ruined face. The impact sent him flying backward against the van's left door. He bounced off and crumpled face first onto the concrete. "Charming," I muttered. "Not exactly the leadership style they promote at West Point." The man on the ground didn't move. The greasy-haired kid stared, mouth agape. Casey Nice stared too, then her phone chimed with another text. She looked away from the window. "General O'Day is sending the MI5 data now. We'll have it in a second," she said, swiping to another screen. Below us, the giant stood still for a beat, then jerked his head toward the Bentley. His driver scurried to hold the door. The big man strode over, carefully realigned himself, and began the meticulous process of folding his enormous frame back inside, like a transformer shifting from action figure to dump truck. He bent his knees, hinged at the waist, tucked his elbows, hunched his shoulders, ducked his head, and backed awkwardly into the seat. The driver shut the door and circled the front of the car to slide into his seat. The Bentley reversed, turned, and pulled away. Two men climbed back into the Jaguar to follow it, while the other two heaved the conscious man over, hoisting him by his armpits and knees before stuffing him back into the rear of the van. They slammed the doors, locked the handle, and pocketed the key. One of them stepped out and handed the kid a crisp pink banknote. Looked like 50 pounds to me. Then they both got in the front, backed up, and drove off after the Jaguar. Left alone under the streetlight, the kid just stood there clutching the money, his expression sour with disappointment. He'd probably hoped for a nod of approval, maybe a pat on the back, some hint he was now part of something bigger. Instead, he looked like he was thinking he could have made the same lousy 50 pounds by snatching some old woman's purse. Casey Nice's phone chimed with a soft, metallic ping. "It's the email from General O'Day," she said. The message was empty except for a link. She tapped it, and a dense document slid onto the screen. We sat side by side on the bed, our shoulders touching, as she held the phone between us, and we started to read. The header was a dry academic mouthful about organized crime activity in and around Romford, Essex, written in what I assumed was the British Intelligence Service's stuffy, formal style, very Cambridge University, like something out of Yale, but with more tweed, nothing like West Point, and honestly nothing like the real world either. The opening paragraph offered a disclaimer, then a weak reassurance. Nothing was proven, no convictions existed, but all the information was considered reliable. It went on to hint that the lack of proof was due to witness intimidation, and without spelling it out, what I took to be bribes paid to local cops. The second paragraph kicked off with a blunt statement. Crime in Romford was completely controlled by a tight-knit local group long known as the Romford Boys. The tone turned slightly sheepish here, as if the Cambridge-educated analyst was embarrassed to use a street name in an official report. Then came a rundown of their operations, exactly what O'Day had summarized. Smuggling and selling drugs and illegal guns, running prostitution rings that relied on human trafficking, operating protection rackets across most local businesses, and loan sharking with outrageous interest rates. Their annual take was estimated in the tens of millions of pounds. The bios began in the third paragraph. At the top was Charles Albert White, called Charlie. 77 years old, born on a local street, he'd left school at 15 on the public dime. He had no official employment history, owned his home free and clear, and was married with 4 grown kids who all lived elsewhere in London and were thought to stay out of their father's business. A surveillance photo embedded in the document showed a heavy-set, round-shouldered old man with thinning gray hair and a plain face dominated by a bulbous, ruddy nose. Below Charlie came a 3-man council. Thomas Tommy Miller, 65, William Billy Thompson, 64, and then a much younger member at 38, Joseph Little Joey Green. Little Joey was the giant, no doubt about it. His photo was cropped a full inch taller than the others, as if the camera itself had to strain to fit him in the frame. He was listed as 6 feet 11 inches tall and weighed 22 stone, which, as far as my grasp of foreign measurements went, translated to a solid 308 pounds. He served as their enforcer. MI5 was, as usual, meticulous in noting the absence of formal proof or convictions, yet little Joey's rapid ascent to equal footing with men old enough to be his grandfather could only point to a terrifying level of effectiveness. The official record credited him with 11 confirmed homicides, and a number of severe assaults too high to tally grievous bodily harm was the dry legal term which felt fitting. Casey Nice asked, "Why do they call him Little?" "Because they're British," I replied. "They have a taste for irony. If they named him Big Joey, he'd probably be 5 feet tall." She continued scrolling, but the file ended there with Little Joey as the final entry. I said, "This isn't enough. We need the supporting players, the hangouts, the addresses. You should check back with O'Day right now. The sooner, the better. Information rules everything, and ask what he's got on those Serbian contacts out west." "What for?" "We're going to need serious firepower, preferably elephant guns after seeing what Little Joey can do. I don't imagine the Romford boys will be lining up to sell us any, so we'll have to look elsewhere. We don't have time for all that now. This hotel is almost certainly paying protection, and you can bet the Romford boys are already making calls to track us down." I nodded. "All right, finish your pizza and we'll get moving. I've lost my appetite. We should leave now." She closed the document and swiped her phone back to the home screen, emphasizing her point. I asked, "Where do you want to go?" "We can't return to our hotel. They've already been there once. It'll be the first place they check. Your things are there?" She stayed silent. I said, "We could chance 5 minutes in and out just to grab them." "No," she said. "Can you manage without yours? You don't have any belongings." "I'm accustomed to that. Maybe I could get used to it too. The Sherlock homeless approach. How bad could it be? We could swing by a store and I'd pick up a toothbrush." I said, "The worst part is not putting on fresh clothes in the morning. Right now, that sounds far better than the alternative, and no pajamas." "I can handle that." "Okay," I said, "we'll head into central London, maybe the Ritz or the Savoy. We've got plenty of cash thanks to them, and they won't have lookouts in places like that. How do we get there? We can't call a taxi." "We'll take the bus," I said. I doubt London's public transit is paying protection money. So we left the room empty-handed, dropped the key at the desk, and stepped out into the night. Big red buses were moving in both directions on the road outside. We decided to head south, planning to switch at the next major intersection and go west toward the city center. All our money was in large bills, which we assumed wouldn't be accepted on a bus, so we slipped into a convenience store and bought travel cards named after shellfish. Then we found the nearest bus stop and waited in the shadows until the right bus came rumbling through the traffic. It was past 7 in the evening. I was worn out, and Nice looked utterly exhausted. She hadn't slept in nearly 36 hours. The outer sprawl of London felt endless, and the bus was crawling. So we took a risk and got off again in Barking, where we knew we could catch the subway for a faster ride. We checked the map at the station and took the District Line, which had a stop at St. James's Park, a name that hinted at proximity to some upscale areas, and it was. We emerged into the cool night air to see signs pointing toward Westminster Abbey in one direction and Buckingham Palace in the other. Directly across the street stood a grand hotel, 5 stars, part of a glossy international chain. It wasn't the Ritz or the Savoy, but it looked perfectly suitable in every way. We entered the hotel, and the clerk at the front desk clearly saw our exhaustion as an opportunity. He informed us that only premium suites were available for the night, quoting a rate that could have covered a month's rent on a decent house with a pool near Pope Field. Since the Romford boys were footing the bill, it didn't matter much to us. I peeled off the substantial amount from one of the well-worn cash rolls, and in exchange we received key cards along with a rundown on room service, dining options, club access, business amenities, and Wi-Fi details. Casey Nice picked up a toothbrush from the lobby store, and we took the elevator up. I walked her to her door, waiting until it clicked securely shut, then continued to my own room. The space earned its premium label not through size, but by burying the bed beneath an avalanche of overly decorative pillows. I pushed them all onto the floor, tossed my clothes on top, slid under the covers, and fell asleep almost instantly. 11 hours later, the room phone woke me. It was Casey Nice, her voice sounding remarkably lively and upbeat. Whether that was the result of a solid night's rest or some pharmaceutical assistance, I couldn't tell, she asked. Want to grab breakfast? My internal clock read just past 8 in the morning, and sunlight was streaming through the window, I replied. Sure, knock on my door when you're set. About 10 minutes after I'd showered and dressed, she did just that. She was wearing the same clothes as the previous day, which didn't seem to bother her in the slightest. We rode down to the restaurant and were seated at a two-top in a quiet corner. The room buzzed with polished professionals debating schedules and closing deals, some in person, others glued to their cell phones. I went for a hearty British-style breakfast, loaded with fats and sugars paired with coffee instead of tea. Casey opted for something lighter and placed her phone beside her napkin for quick access. She began, according to General O'Day, as of this morning, there's no word from MI5 or the local police about any casualty among the Romford boys. Looks like Charlie White is keeping it quiet. I gave a slow nod. That was to be expected standard operating procedure. The unfortunate individual had likely been disposed of in a car compactor or a rural Essex pig pen around the same time I was drifting off. She continued, and General O'Day reports that 6 of the 8 nations have already tried to make undercover contact with the outer security ring. All attempts have failed. Another nod from me. A predictable outcome. The Romford boys were playing it safe, willing to risk missing a real opportunity in order to shield their operation, she added. We'll receive a full list of names later today. Location data is trickier. There are numerous possible sites, including isolated rural spots. We also assume they're already utilizing Carol Libor's existing network, which gives them even more options. I nodded a third time. Scott and Carson were needles in a sprawling, shifting haystack, and they'd remain that way for the foreseeable future. Then she said the best way to approach the Serbians is through a pawn shop in a neighborhood called Ealing. It's an outer western suburb roughly halfway back toward the airport. I checked the map. You've been productive. I hope you got some sleep. I did, she said brightly. I feel fantastic. I didn't inquire about medication. She leaned forward slightly. You knew that minicab service was crooked from the start, didn't you? Right from the beginning? I shrugged. An educated guess. You used them to draw attention. Having them pick us up from the hotel and take us to Wallace Court was part of the plan you formulated on the plane. You decided to make the security perimeter come to us. She was crediting me with more foresight than I deserved, especially with a word like plan. I shook my head. I wasn't sure what to expect. Nobody ever is. It's all about how you react in the moment. She paused, letting that hang in the air between us. So you're telling me you don't have a plan at all? I have a strategic goal, which is to be gone before anyone reviews the security footage. She suggested, let's head to Ealing. We returned to the St. James's Park tube station. The map indicated the same district line we'd arrived on continued west, ending at Ealing Broadway Station, which, according to Casey Nice's phone, was exactly where we needed to be. That seemed almost too convenient. We waited on the platform inside the distinctly tubular station, living up to the local nickname, boarded the train, and settled in for the lengthy ride. I broke the silence. Talk to me. What should I talk about? Start with where you were born, where you grew up, the name of your childhood pony. I never had a pony. A dog, then, usually. Sometimes we had a couple. Did they have names? Why does that matter? I just want to hear you talk. She relented. I was born in downstate Illinois. I grew up there, too, on a farm. The dogs were usually named after Democratic presidents. I asked, where was I born, West Berlin? You mentioned that to the man in Arkansas. And where did I grow up? All over the globe, according to your file. Can you hear that in my voice? You sound like you're from nowhere in particular. Exactly. That's why you'll do the talking at the pawn shop. Your accent is perfect. These Serbian guys are probably paranoid about entrapment. A British accent might set off alarms, suggesting an undercover officer. A foreigner is less suspicious, and you sound authentically American, assuming they can even tell the difference. All right, she said, sounding agreeable enough. Pills or not, she was holding up well. The train rattled along, swaying gently, before emerging from the tunnel into daylight, moving slowly and steadily like any local commuter line. We disembarked at the Ealing Broadway terminus, an ordinary above-ground rail station, and stepped out onto the street. Ealing resembled the distant eastern suburbs we'd seen earlier, once separate villages now absorbed by the city, looking somewhat uneasy about it. There was a long stretch of storefronts, some larger civic buildings, and small clusters of family-run shops. One had its windows painted over with a sign for Ealing minicabs. Right beside it was another establishment, secured with iron bars and a sign reading Ealing Cash Loans. I'd been expecting to see the classic British pawnbroker symbol, 3 golden balls hanging from a black bar, but had to settle for a small neon imitation placed high in the window. The window itself was crammed with forfeited items, some small, some possibly valuable, many just sad tokens of last resorts. Ready? I asked. As ready as I'll ever be, she replied. I opened the door, letting her enter first, before following her inside. The place was nothing like the shadowy, atmospheric pawn shops from the movies. It was a bland, rectangular room painted a grimy off-white with laminate surfaces everywhere and harsh fluorescent lights overhead. The layout was a horseshoe shape with waist-high counters on 3 sides, featuring glass panels displaying haphazard collections of unredeemed pledges. A man stood behind the counter at the 11 o'clock position. He was of average build, maybe in his 40s or 50s, with a dark complexion and stubble, wearing a thick, rust-colored sweater that looked hand-knitted with bulky needles. He was hunched over, polishing what might have been a bracelet with a cloth held between his thumbs. He turned his head to the side like a swimmer taking a breath and looked at us with an expression that was neither welcoming nor particularly concerned. We stood there for a long moment, understanding that the silent stare was the only welcome we would receive. I stayed back while Casey Nice moved forward. "Do you mind if I look around?" she asked. That got his full attention, thanks to her choice of words. She said I, not we. It was clear I wasn't a customer. I was nobody, maybe her driver. The man behind the counter didn't speak, just gave a quick upward nod that came off sideways in the cramped, low-ceilinged room. The gesture felt fitting, partly an invitation to go ahead, partly a warning that what we saw was all there was. I didn't move. Nice began to wander, leaning down now and then, pressing a finger lightly against the glass as if to mark an item for closer inspection before moving on unsatisfied. She went from one end to the other, then all the way back again, before straightening up and saying, "I'm not finding what I'm looking for." The man in the sweater stayed quiet. She tried again. A friend of mine from Chicago said this is where she came. For what, he asked. He definitely wasn't English, not French, Dutch, or German either. Russian, Ukrainian, Polish, no, Serbian seemed a safe bet. Casey Nice replied. My friend had some worries about her safety. You know, being in a foreign city for the first time without the kind of protection she'd have back home, you American? He said. Yes, from Chicago. This isn't a gym, lady. We don't teach self-defense here. My friend mentioned you sell certain items. You want a gold watch? Take a couple. Maybe you can trade them if things get rough. She didn't buy a watch. What did she buy? Nice. Held her hand out low, slightly behind her, and snapped her fingers. My cue, I figured. The driver. The help. The bagman. I stepped up, pulled out the dead man's roll of cash, and pinched it lightly between my thumb and forefinger. I tapped it upright against the glass counter and left it there, a thick, greasy cylinder packed tight with paper money, sour to the smell. The guy studied it a long time, flicked a glance at me, then turned back to Casey Nice. Who's he? My protection, she said, but his piece didn't make it through airport security. There are laws here. There are laws everywhere, and yet the same things slip past. He looked again at the money. Go wait in the cab office next door. Someone will drive you. Drive me where? We don't keep that kind of merchandise here. Cops search us all the time. There are laws. So where is it? He didn't answer. Pulling out his phone, he dialed and muttered a short, fast sentence in a language that wasn't French, Dutch, German, Russian, Ukrainian, or Polish. Serbian still topped the list. He ended the call, waved us off, and said, "Go, they'll take you." We left, and they took us. In the minicab office next door, a man was already coming around the counter as we walked in. He looked like a slightly younger, heavier, cleaner-cut version of the pawnshop guy. Same dark stubble, same vibe, a cousin maybe, or just another guy from the same old village. He led us to a Skoda sedan parked at the curb, a taxi. We climbed in the back. He got behind the wheel. The engine turned over. He hit the gas, and as we picked up speed, the door locks clicked shut automatically. Asking where we were headed was pointless. We wouldn't get an answer. The silent driver was all part of the show. Not that it really mattered. We knew the general direction, if not the exact address. We were moving north, that much was clear. We didn't need the name of some rundown estate up ahead. We could already picture it well enough. We could be heading anywhere, really. Maybe a storage unit tucked away in some forgotten industrial park on the outskirts of town, or a big empty structure near a confusing knot of side streets, or perhaps a genuine barn. Way out in the country, a solid hour's drive north of the city, the Skoda's diesel engine rumbled, suggesting we were in for some distance. I leaned forward to check the fuel gauge, full tank. Outside, the traffic crawled, the suburban scenery dragging on until the massive arch of the soccer stadium slid into view. Wembley, so we were still pushing north, but not for long. Soon we turned, looping almost back on ourselves, and I caught a sign for Wormwood Scrubs, the name of a famous London prison, which told me all I needed to know about the neighborhood we were approaching. We didn't go that far, though. The streets grew darker, more neglected, but we turned off the main road before the worst of it, taking a sudden left, then another, through a gate in a high brick wall. We rolled straight into a cavernous brick building that might have been a streetcar depot a century ago, or some kind of factory from the days when cities actually made things. Now it was an auto shop, specializing by the look of it in quick, cheap fixes for the local minicab trade. The place was littered with stacks of part-worn tires, all coated in gray dust, and every car I saw was a battered sedan just like ours. One was up on a hoist, its dented panels cut away, all presumably being patched up to whatever bare minimum standard kept them on the road. We could lose our license, the guy embarking had said. I figured there were more ways to lose it than just taking the wrong fare. We stopped in an empty service bay as if waiting for an oil change. Our engine echoed loudly off the walls. A man emerged from the shadows behind us, walked across the concrete floor, and hit a large green button. A chain-driven security shutter began clattering down over the entrance, slicing the daylight away until it was gone completely, leaving us in the dim glow of bulbs hanging from the high rafters. Our driver killed the engine, got out, and opened Casey Nice's door, either out of some old-world courtesy or simple impatience. Nice stepped out, and I did the same on my side, stepping over scattered tools and air hoses to clear space behind the car. The man who'd closed the shutter walked back, and two more emerged from a boxed-off office. We found ourselves in a loose circle, outnumbered 4-2. They were all cut from the same cloth. Not young, not old, all dark-haired, unshaven, solidly built and watchful. There were no mechanics around, no men in oil-stained overalls, sent away, I assumed, while the real business happened. One of the two from the office seemed to be in charge. He looked us over and said, "We need to know who you are," Casey Nice replied. "We're Americans with money, looking to buy something from you. How much money?" "Enough, I'm sure." "You're very trusting to come here," the guy said. "We could just take your money and give you nothing. You could try. Are you wearing wires? No. Can you prove that? You want me to take my shirt off? Because that's not happening." He didn't answer, but his mouth twitched, getting a little wet as if the idea held a certain appeal. I said, "You're welcome to check our passports first. Then you can decide for yourself whether British authorities would ever use foreign nationals for an undercover operation. After that, we'll look at the cash and then we'll see the merchandise. That's the order, is that so? The man replied. Pretty much, I told him. He fixed me with a hard stare, and I held his gaze without flinching. Probably his first staring contest of the day, and one he wasn't going to win. Staring is easy. I can do it all day without blinking, if I have to. It stings a little sometimes, but it gets the job done. The trick isn't to actually look at them. You focus about 10 yards past their shoulder on nothing at all. It gives your eyes this vacant, glassy look that tends to make people nervous, makes them wonder what's going on behind that empty expression. Finally, he said, "All right, show me the passports." I went first, handing over my stiff blue booklet. It was practically new, but unmistakably real. He flipped through the pages, rubbed the paper between his fingers, and studied the photo. He must have read the details, too, because he glanced up at me and said, "You weren't born in America only on paper," I said. "Children of active-duty military count as American-born for all legal purposes. Active-duty military. You remember us, I'm sure? We came and cleaned up in Kosovo." He paused for a second, then said, "And now you're a bodyguard?" I nodded. "You better believe it." He handed my passport back without bothering to check Casey Nice's. One was enough. "Come into the room," he said. "We'll talk there." The room was a cramped 15 by 15 space that had been walled off from the main workshop decades earlier, probably when someone ran a new electrical line. The walls were single-layer brick, plastered smooth and painted a glossy institutional green, the color of canned pea soup. There was a metal-framed window with a desk beneath it and 3 worn armchairs. No gun cabinets, no closets, just a place to do business, like a sales office behind a lot full of old cars. "Take a seat," the man said. When we didn't move immediately, he sat down first, maybe to set an example or put us at ease. We followed. "What are you looking for?" he asked. "What do you have?" I said. "Handguns? 2. We both carry, throws people off. Any preference?" "Something that works, and something you have ammo for, mostly 9mm around here, easy to get in Europe. That works? You like Glocks? Is that what you've got? Glock 17s, brand new. We can do a matching pair if you want, and 100 rounds each." He paused, then nodded. "I'll get you a price." He stood up, stepped out, and closed the door behind him. Then I heard the lock click. For a second, I almost brushed it off as part of the act, more of the over-the-top cloak-and-dagger theater we'd been dealing with since the gnome at the pawn shop counter. Maybe some buyers think a locked door adds authenticity, makes it feel like there are secret storerooms full of oil-slick weapons just waiting behind another, more important lock. But by the next second, I knew that wasn't it. This was a lock too far. We were still in the polite phase, 2 wary parties feeling each other out like buying a used car. You don't lock customers in a room. Not this early. Not unless you've already decided how this ends. The 3rd second brought a sharp, familiar coldness across my face, neck, and chest, a clear signal that things had gone wrong. My eyes met Casey Nice's, and the stakes instantly felt higher. In the background of my mind, a checklist formed on autopilot: walls, a door, a window, 4 men outside. By the 4th second, the who and the why crashed into focus, making everything worse. To the Serbian crew, we were supposed to be nothing but customers. At most, maybe part of some bizarre cultural exchange where FBI agents from the States were picking up extra work in London. But probably not. Customers get service, not a locked door, unless the business plans to fold fast, so why lock us in? Only 2 explanations made sense. I turned over the first one in the 5th second. Maybe the Romford boys had put a general alert out on us, complete with descriptions and a bounty across their whole network. Maybe Charlie White had swallowed his pride and picked up a direct line, like some mob version of the Oval Office hotline, to call in favors from anyone willing to sell. Or, as I considered in the 6th second, there was the second possibility hinted at in O'Day's own words after that failed barbecue dinner. A Serbian group in West London and an old-school English crew in the East. Carol Lebor was a thorn in both their sides, MI5 had said. In both their sides. That could mean this was a co-production, a temporary alliance, a one-time truce for shared aims, shared benefits, and shared information, with Cott and Carson tucked away safe. All of London would be covered east to west like the whole district line. What's the price for that kind of coverage? A steady hand, a 5D caliber round, and probably a whole lot of cash. Again, O'Day's words came back. These people are throwing money around. They're not looking for value. They want easy solutions, and they've got the budget to make it happen. But whether they were hired hands or equal partners, they'd locked us in for a reason, to keep us here until a predetermined event, which would almost certainly be the arrival of a third party, the claimant, the vested interest, the prisoner transport. Little Joey, no doubt, arriving mob-handed in his Bentley with more Jaguars and at least one plain black van in tow. For us, not a good picture. Nice said, we walked right into this, didn't we? We've got some time, I replied. How much? Hard to say. But London's big traffic is slow, and we're clear on the other side of town. They'll need to get a small convoy together. That's 10 minutes right there, even if everyone's on the ball. Then they'll have to loop north in a wide arc or cut straight through the city center. East End, Westminster, Paddington could be an hour, maybe more like 90 minutes. To do what? Whatever needs doing. Can you kick the door down? The door was a solid piece of aged wood, fitted tight into its frame. From the outside, maybe, I said. Probably, but not from in here. What about the window? The window wasn't an original Victorian piece, looked like a 1930s replacement upgraded with modern materials, low-maintenance aluminum or some kind of galvanized metal, strong enough to hold those big panes of glass they put in for extra daylight. Big enough, in fact, for an average person to climb through the window appeared completely ordinary. I replied, "Yes, I believe we'll need to break it. Where does it go?" She answered herself by leaning in, pressing her nose to the pane and looking left and right. Beyond lay nothing but a plain brick wall. "It's an alley," she said, "long and narrow. I think it's sealed at both ends. We'd be boxed in unless we could climb through another building's rear window and exit through their front." "Don't think about all that right now," I told her. "So when should I think about it? First, we wait 5 minutes. We might be wrong. Maybe it was just overeagerness. Maybe he'll return with a price." We waited the 5 minutes. The man did not return with a price. On the other side of the door, the workshop was silent. No automotive work was happening, a situation I had completely misread. I had assumed the mechanics were sent away to keep the weapons deal confidential, but it was our capture that was meant to stay quiet. Missed signals, missed links, risks turning sour. "My mistakes, Dominique Cole," I said. "We need to take a full inventory of this room," Casey Nice asked. "What are we searching for?" "Everything. Once we know what we have, we'll figure out how to use it." We didn't have much in terms of obvious sizable items. There were 3 armchairs, a desk, and a desk chair. The armchairs looked like relics from a corporate lobby 3 decades past, possibly Danish or Swedish design. They had short wooden legs supporting a basic upholstered form, the nubby fabric worn flat and shiny with age. The desk was even older, a traditional oak piece with a knee-hole drawer and 3 more in each pedestal, the bottom ones deep enough for files. The desk chair resembled a dining chair, no wheels, no arms, no adjustment features. No lumbar support, no ergonomics, just 4 solid legs, a hard seat vaguely molded by past occupants, and a straight back. No phone, no lamp, nothing on the walls, no leftover cutlery from rushed meals, no power cords, no chargers, no letter openers, no paperweights. The knee-hole drawer held 3 tarnished paper clips, a single pencil shaving dust trapped in the corners, and nothing else. 5 of the other 6 drawers were equally empty, but the deep left-hand drawer contained a sweater, a musty old thing likely discarded on a warm day and never reclaimed. It was off-white wool with thin denim patches at the shoulders and elbows, a medium from a brand I didn't recognize. We stepped back, Casey Nice said. "What did you hope to find?" I said. "An armored division would have been lovely. Short of that, a couple of Heckler & Koch MP5s with extra magazines would have been handy. Even a book of matches would have been helpful. We have nothing. We have what we have. What are we going to do? So I explained the plan, and we practiced it meticulously, repeatedly, until we began to execute it. I grabbed an armchair, digging my fingers into the soft fabric, and lifted it in front of my face, holding it upside down at an angle, leading with the short wooden legs. I took 2 long steps and hurled it at the window. The legs smashed through the glass with a tremendous crash, the bulk of the chair rebounding off the central frame, tumbling onto the desk and landing sideways on the floor, noise upon noise. Casey Nice moved near the window while I picked up the desk chair and positioned myself by the door to wait. There was no sense in us going out the window, as I had said. The alley led nowhere. We needed to draw the 4 men back into the room, and they came human nature. A sudden loud crash, clearly the sound of shattering glass. What else would they do? The door flew open, and the first man started to step inside, the one who'd been doing all the talking. I didn't wait. My hand clamped onto the back of his neck, and I shoved him hard toward the window where Nice was waiting. I'd told her earlier, "Handle the first one. Find the sharpest piece of broken glass, wrap your hand in something thick, and go for his eye." I hoped she was doing exactly that, but I couldn't look. I was already swinging the desk chair like a battering ram straight into the second man's skull. This wasn't some bar fight from an old movie. It was deliberate, like a lion tamer driving a stool into a beast's face, all my weight focused into the narrow end of a chair leg. Mass times velocity, just like physics, just like baseball. I was aiming to crack his head open, maybe even drive a piece of bone straight into his brain. Whether I succeeded would be a question for the coroner later. Either way, he dropped like a sack of bricks. He was the one who'd driven us here in the Skoda. I let the chair fall and stepped right over him, moving toward the next 2. 2 against 1 never worried me. I'd told Nice not to sweat it. "Just make sure the first guy stays down," I'd said. "If the glass doesn't do it, hit him with the desk drawer. Hard don't stop until he's quiet." The third man had frozen after seeing what happened to the first 2, and the fourth bumped into him from behind, a moment of clumsy hesitation before they snapped back into focus. These weren't amateurs. They retreated fast, putting distance between us, eyes scanning the room, no guns in their hands yet, which was a relief. London wasn't like other cities. Guns here were for special occasions. Knives were more common, and I've never liked knives, but neither had drawn one. Not yet, anyway. The workshop floor was vast, bigger than a basketball court, cluttered with tools, hoses, and half-repaired cars under the harsh electric lights. The security shutter was still sealed shut. The 2 men fanned out about 20 feet apart, then turned to face me. The third guy ducked left and grabbed a tire iron. The fourth went right and snatched a wrench off a bench. One of them had come out of that boxed-in office earlier. The other was the one who'd shut the security gate. They took a step toward me in unison, balanced on the balls of their feet, arms loose, eyes locked on mine, blank, unwavering. They weren't the worst I'd ever faced. Hard lives, probably some military or guerrilla background, enough nerve to muscle in on guys like Charlie White and Carol Libor and carve out a shady living in a foreign city. They wouldn't faint if I shouted boo. In my head, I could picture little Joey's Bentley weaving through traffic, but I figured I still had time. No need to rush. Let them come to you. Let them commit. Their moves would show you their weaknesses. We stood there for what felt like a full minute, though it was probably less, locked in a silent, unmoving triangle. We were all tense, all swaying slightly to stay loose, their eyes fixed on me while I kept my gaze shifting between them, relying on my peripheral vision to learn the layout, judge the angles, and map my options. The Skoda we'd come in was parked to my left. Beyond it, a car was up on a lift, its undercarriage black with grime. Next came an empty service bay, then a dusty sedan slumped in the corner with a flat tire and a missing front fender. Across the open space were racks of parts in stained cardboard boxes, stacks of tires, some new with stickers, most worn, a wheel balancer, oil funnels, drums stuffed with greasy rags, and a sad pile of rusted-out mufflers waiting to be hauled off. Behind me was more of the same clutter, plus that enclosed room where I'd just heard a soft, muffled whimper. Male or female, I couldn't tell, and I didn't look back. Then the fourth guy made his move. His wrench was a serious piece of steel, maybe 18 inches long with wide jaws on both ends, the kind meant for heavy-duty work, maybe a suspension bushing or something. Honestly, I knew next to nothing about cars. I'd picked up some of the terms, but never really learned what they meant. He held the wrench like a hammer, raised it up, and took a step toward me. This was the moment his buddy should have rushed me while I was distracted, but he didn't. Teamwork clearly wasn't their strong suit. Every man for himself, fine by me. 2 against 1 is manageable, but why work harder than you have to? He took another step, the wrench still held high. Instead of backing up, I stepped forward. I wanted my subconscious to be certain about what was behind me. Empty space since I'd just moved out of it. Besides, advancing is always better than retreating. It throws the other guy off. Just a little here he was, coming at me with a wrench raised like a club, and I wasn't giving ground. Come and get it, pal, I thought. He kept coming, a flicker of doubt now in his expression, and behind him his partner finally shifted, taking a single step. Showtime. I kept my eyes on the guy with the wrench, watching his hips and waist for the first hint of action. It came. His legs braced, his elbow lifted an inch. His intention was plain as day. He was going to lunge at me, swing that wrench down like a tomahawk, aiming for my head, but perfectly happy to settle for a shattered collarbone if he missed. So I went for him first, a long, quick skipping step, the kind a boxer uses to close in on a wounded opponent. In that split second, all his confidence vanished. He shifted from offense into a defensive panic, his back arching, his elbow hiking even higher as if he needed to wind up for an even bigger blow. And that was his mistake with a blunt instrument. A big backswing is just wasted motion. Right when it mattered, his weapon was moving the wrong way. I slammed the heel of my left hand up under his elbow, using his own momentum to force the backswing further than he'd intended, driving his arm past vertical until the weight of the wrench was arcing down behind his back, about to smack his own rear. Then I reached around with my right hand, grabbed the wrench, twisted it, and tore it clean out of his grip. That part wasn't wasted motion. Taking his weapon was my backswing. I pivoted and drove my fist back at him instantly, a sharp, brutal uppercut that connected solidly beneath his cheek. The impact likely shattered whatever molars he had left and rattled his brain inside his skull like a marble in a tin can. He toppled sideways, a dead weight hitting the floor with a heavy thud, the air rushing from his lungs as his head bounced once. I was already moving past him toward his partner. Certain the man wouldn't make the smart choice, he didn't. Instead of hurling the tire iron, he clutched it tighter, scrambling backward in a defensive crouch. The fight was decided then and there. Now it was just him and me. I adjusted the wrench in my grip, sliding it until the heavy end was snug in my palm, and thrust it forward like a blade, extending my reach to what felt like 6 feet. You could have searched every jungle from here to the Amazon and not found an ape with arms as long as mine were in that moment. He could swing that iron all day and never come close, I demanded. Where are Cott and Carson? He stayed silent. The 2 men your friends are protecting, I pressed. Where did you put them? No response. I jabbed the wrench's sharp jaws into his chest, a quick, punishing stab, he cried out, and stumbled back a step. I closed the distance. Tell me where they are. It was clear he had no idea what I was talking about. His expression was utterly vacant. No deception there. Maybe the crews were working together on a need-to-know basis, and he wasn't on the list. I switched tactics. Then where are the guns? He didn't speak, but his eyes flickered with recognition and stubborn defiance. He knew, and he wasn't talking. From behind me came a faint, distressed sound, and Casey Nice's voice cut through. Reacher, we need to go, so I ended it. I feinted with the wrench again, and he swung the tire iron to block it with a loud clang of metal. I jabbed once more, he parried again, his entire attention fixed on the duel happening from the waist up, which was exactly my plan. It left him wide open. I stepped in and drove my foot up hard. It was a clean, powerful strike, all momentum and mass, like connecting with a fastball. The tire iron clattered to the concrete. He folded, dropping to his knees, gasping and heaving, head bowed right in front of me. That gave me all the time I needed. I chose my angle and swung the wrench against the side of his head, a controlled, non-lethal blow like a practice swing, and he crumpled onto his side, out cold. Then I hurried back to the partitioned room to check on Casey Nice. The first man was sprawled on his back, a long, vicious splinter of glass buried deep in his eye socket. He was definitely gone. The total slack stillness of his body was unmistakable. There wasn't much blood, just a stalled trickle on his cheek like a crimson slug, mixed with a thick, clear fluid that might have been the contents of his eyeball. The soft whimpering was coming from the second man, the one I'd hit with the chair. He was slumped in the doorway, his hair dark and matted, a substantial pool of blood spreading beneath his head. His eyes were shut. He wasn't getting up any time soon. Casey Nice was braced against the desk, her posture caught between trembling and determination. I recalled asking Shoemaker if she had any field experience. Well, she did now. I said, "You all right?" She took a breath. "I think so. You handled it." She didn't reply. I said, "We have to toss this place." She glanced at the wounded man. "We need to call for an ambulance." "We will, after we search. We need weapons first. That's why we're here. They won't be here. It was a setup. How many safe houses do these people even have? I think the weapons are right here." I questioned the last guy, and he started sweating bullets. "We're running out of time." I pictured little Joey in his Bentley, crawling through downtown traffic, stuck at red lights in a sea of brake lights. Or maybe he wasn't. Maybe he was already flying down the highway. "We'll make it quick," I said. She replied, "We'd better. We began with the boss's pockets." My thinking was, if he had a key, it might give us a clue about what kind of lock we were hunting for and where to find it. A safe key looks nothing like a door key, which looks nothing like a locker key. You get the idea. But all he had on him was a single car key. It was a worn, greasy thing on a cracked leather fob stamped with Ealing taxis and peeling gold lettering. Maybe it belonged to one of the beat-up sedans scattered around the shop. He also had some cash, spoils from whatever deal went down, which I pocketed for our funds, and a cell phone, which I took nothing else useful. We'd already tossed the office area, so we moved out onto the main shop floor. In the far corner was a restroom that was basically a giant petri dish of germs, offering nothing but the basics and a serious health hazard. No secret panels, no hidden doors in the walls, no trapdoor under the grimy floor. The rest of the space was one chaotic open area jammed with cars and clutter, just as we'd seen earlier. A visual mess, but noticeably empty of obvious hiding spots. No extra doors in the walls, no closets, no suspicious crates, no locked cabinets, nothing tucked inside the stacks of tires. "No guns here," Nice said. "It's a repair shop. What you see is what you get." I stayed quiet. She pressed. "We need to leave." I thought about little Joey again in that Bentley, probably already through the city by now, speeding west on some open road. "We have to go," she repeated. "Hold on," I said. "For what? No large crates, no locked compartments. What a joke," I said. "The head guy wouldn't drive some junker. Why would he?" Carol Libor had a Range Rover. The Romford boys roll in luxury rides. You think the Serbians would settle for less? They wouldn't want to look like second-class citizens, so why was this guy carrying a key to a piece of junk? Because they fix junkers here. That's the business, or their cover story. It's not the boss's job to hold keys for customer cars. I walked back to the office, fished the key from the guy's pocket, and returned. It was a simple metal key with a plastic head. No bulky modern fob, no battery, no security chip. Just a key. I scanned the room. I started with the dusty sedan slumped in the corner, its tires low and a front fender missing. Why would a car sit here long enough for the tires to go flat? That's bad business. A car should be on the road making money. If it's beyond repair, you scrap it. This whole shop needs to turn a profit every square foot. I checked the trunk, a large square box, a locked compartment right in the open. I tried the key. It didn't fit. "Nice," said Reacher. "We have to move." I tried the next car and the next. The key didn't fit any of them. I even tried the Skoda we came in, knowing it was pointless. And it was. I went from vehicle to vehicle. No match. Nice's voice tightened. We're out of time. I took one last look around and gave up. Fine, I said. I went back to the office doorway and crouched beside the guy lying there. He'd stopped moaning but was still breathing. Must have a skull like a rock. I found the Skoda's key in his pocket and tossed it to Nice. Start the car, I moved to the roller door. It had a palm-sized button mounted on a switch box connected to the winding mechanism by a long, curved metal conduit. I jammed the button down, the motor kicked in with a jolt, the chain tightened, and the door began to rattle upward. Daylight crept back into the space, inch by creeping inch, spilling across the concrete floor and climbing the far wall through the growing gap. I saw Casey Nice sitting in the driver's seat of the Skoda, her head bent as she studied the controls. A puff of black smoke erupted as the diesel engine coughed to life. My eyes scanned the workshop. I saw another palm-sized button and another. They were mounted on the hydraulic hoists, controls for raising and lowering. The hoists were mostly empty, except for one. A car was suspended high up on it, its grimy undercarriage exposed, the trunk lid elevated well above my head. Out of sight, out of mind. Some detective I was turning out to be, I hustled back toward the Skoda, signaling for Nice to wait, then hit the hoist's button. A grinding noise filled the air as the platform began its slow descent, passing my eye level and continuing down. The vehicle on it was a boxy, outdated sedan coated in a fine layer of dust, its tires looking soft. The hoist settled with a final shudder, the car rocking once before going still. The grinding ceased just as the roller door at the entrance reached the top of its track, its own noise cutting off. The only sound left was the heavy rhythmic thrum of the Skoda's idling engine. I approached the dusty sedan. Its trunk lid was less dusty than the rest of the body. It was smeared with finger marks around the lock and dotted with palm prints near the lip. This lid had been opened and closed countless times recently, far more than the passenger doors. The key fit the lid, sprang up on a protesting hinge. It was a decent-sized sedan, and the trunk was deep and wide, the kind of space meant for luggage or sports equipment. It was full, but not with suitcases or golf bags. It was packed with handguns, all meticulously wrapped in plastic, and stacks of ammunition boxes. At a glance, they were all Glocks, brand new, mostly Model 17s, the classic with some longer-barreled 17Ls and some compact 19s mixed in. All 9mm, which matched the stacks of parabellum ammunition boxes, each holding 100 rounds. Casey Nice got out of the Skoda and came over. She peered into the trunk and said, "Sherlock Holmes, the 19 will fit your hand better," I said. "You okay with the shorter barrel?" She paused for a second. "Sure." So I unwrapped a compact Glock 19 for her and a standard 17 for myself. I loaded both from a single box of ammunition and grabbed two more unopened boxes. We left the hoist down and the trunk gaping open, got back into the Skoda with Nice driving, and backed up, turning toward the exit. "Hold on," I said. She braked, stopping with the hood of the car just touching the bar of harsh daylight falling through the open doorway. "Where are we exactly?" "Wormwood Scrubs," she said. "Give me an American comparison." "Probably the South Bronx, but the British version, where they don't hear gunshots as part of the daily soundtrack. Probably not. In fact, when they do hear them, they still call the police, who show up with a SWAT team, armored vehicles, and about 100 very interested detectives, likely. And I never fully trust a weapon I haven't tested. What? "We need to test, fire the Glocks." "Where?" she asked, her voice tight. "Well, if we did it right here, the police would come. They'd call ambulances for anyone who needed them, and then they'd gather enough evidence to put a major dent in this whole Serbian operation they seem to have going out here. All in all, you might call that a public service. Are you completely insane? Aim for the other cars. I've always wanted to do that, 2 rounds each, and then we get the hell out." Which is precisely what we did. We lowered the windows, leaned out with our shoulders, and aimed backward. 4 shots rang out, spaced apart, deafeningly loud, each shattering a different windshield. Before the final echo could bounce off the brick buildings, we were already moving, rolling forward, slow and steady, perfectly ordinary, just a local car service properly arranged by phone. We found the main western route into the city and headed toward the center. Less than a mile along, a quick little convoy sped past us going the other way, a big black Bentley coupe in front, followed by 4 black Jaguar sedans, with a small black panel van bringing up the rear. We pulled over in a no-parking spot on a side street near Paddington Station. The idea was to lock the car and walk away. It was a bustling area, full of options for moving on: buses, black cabs, 2 nearby subway stations, and regular trains. On foot, we could head south toward Hyde Park or north through Maida Vale toward St. John's Wood. We'd definitely be caught on camera, probably many times over, but it would take hundreds of hours of patient review for anyone to piece together who we were, where we'd come from, or where we were headed. I checked my appearance to make sure I was presentable for the public. My jacket was made of thin, stretchy material, great for freedom of movement on a golf course, I'm sure, but it clung to whatever I had in my pockets. That might have been fine with golf balls, but it wasn't ideal with the Glock. I wanted it on the right side, and it barely fit, mostly because there was already something else in there, the main guy's cell phone. It was a cheap prepaid burner, pretty much identical to the pair we'd found in the Romford boys' glove compartment. I handed it to Casey Nice and said, "See if you can pull up the call log." She tapped through some arrows and menus, scrolling up and down. "He made a 30-second call to what looks like a local cell number," she said. 3 minutes later, the same number called him back for 1 minute. That's the last activity on it. I nodded. The APB on us probably went out overnight, and all the local players got briefed first thing this morning. So the Serbian guy calls Romford and says, "Hey, those people you're looking for, I've got them locked up." But maybe he was only talking to some lieutenant who said, "We'll call you back," then went to tell Charlie White the news. Charlie White calls back himself and makes the arrangements. Would a minute be long enough to arrange all that? All they needed was an address. I'm sure Bentley's come with GPS. Hell, even our pickup truck back in Arkansas had satellite navigation. Okay, though I never heard the phone ring. She navigated the menu again. It's set to silent. I nodded once more. So that's how it went down. I should give this Romford number to General O'Day. Don't you think MI5 could trace it? Right to a cash purchase at some pharmacy. Doesn't help. What pharmacy? Their version of CVS. Started as an herbal medicine shop way up north in a place called Nottingham. Probably founded by some guy who looked just like the one who built the wall around Wallace Court. MI5 could still track the phone to a physical location, only if it's turned on, and it won't be for much longer. They'll ditch it as soon as they hear what happened at Wormwood Scrubs. They'll know we have their number. They've probably already heard. I took the phone back from her. Let's find out. I squinted at the keypad, found the redial button, and pressed it with my thumbnail. The number flashed across the screen. I hit the green call button and raised the phone to my ear. The ringtone started, that classic British 2-beat purr, sharper and more urgent than the laid-back American sound. I waited. The phone rang 6 times before it was picked up. The man on the other end had clearly used the delay to check the caller ID, because his first question was already loaded and ready. A deep voice with a London accent demanded, "What's happening over there?" "We've seen about 100 coppers drive past us already." I said, "Where are you?" "3 streets over," the voice replied. "Little Joey?" I asked. "Who is this?" "I'm the one who took out your man last night in the van. I saw your little display of temper. Where are you right now?" "Right behind you." I heard movement on his end. "Just kidding," I said. "Who are you?" "I'd call myself a challenger, Joey, but that would be underselling it." "No, you're a dead man walking. Not yet." "You're mixing me up with your own crew, or the Serbians. They definitely took some hits. That's for sure. They told me they had you locked up tight. Nothing good lasts forever. What do you want?" "John Cott and William Carson," I said, "and I'm going to find them. Your smartest move is to stay out of my path. Otherwise, I'll roll right over you. You have no idea what you're dealing with." "About what?" "You have no clue how much trouble you're in." "Really?" "Honestly, I'm feeling pretty good right now. I'm not the one losing men left and right. That's you, Joey. So maybe it's time for a little common sense and grown-up thinking. Don't you agree? Cut Cott and Carson loose and I'll leave you alone. They already handled Loibor for you and I'm betting you've been paid. What's in it for you now? Nobody messes with me. As declarations go that one's not holding up too well, is it? I'm already messing with you, and I'll keep on messing with you until you let Cott and Carson go. Your call, pal. You're a dead man. You said that already. Just saying it doesn't make it true. There was no reply. The call cut off. The line went silent. I imagined the scene on little Joey's end, a minion sent to dispose of the burner phone, the battery tossed in one trash can, the phone body in another, the SIM card snapped into pieces and dumped somewhere else. A burner burned on my end. I wiped the phone on my shirt and tossed it onto the back seat. Casey Nice asked, "Do you think he'll listen? Will he actually cut them loose?" "I doubt it," I said. "He's clearly used to getting his way. Backing down now would probably make his head explode." I tucked my Glock deep into my pocket. It fit well enough without anything else crowding it. Nice watched me and did the same with her smaller firearm, her pocket tighter, but her gun more compact. I heard the short barrel click against the pill bottle she kept with her. "You should keep your pills in a different pocket," I told her. "You don't want to get tangled up if you need to move fast." She hesitated for a second. She didn't want to take the bottle out. She didn't want me to see. "How many are left?" I asked. "Two," she said. "You took one this morning?" She nodded silently. "And you want to take another now?" Another silent nod. "Don't," I said. "Why not?" "Because they're the wrong pills for right now. You have no reason to be anxious." "You're doing great. You're a natural. You were outstanding this morning, from the pawn shop all the way to handling that piece of broken glass. That last part might have been a step too far." I saw her hand move almost on its own, as if cupping the memory of the dirty sweater wrapped around that jagged edge. She was reliving it, and she didn't like what she felt. Her eyes squeezed shut, her chest began to heave, and then the tears came. All the tension, the shock, the horror it poured out of her. She shook and sobbed, her eyes darting wildly around before she finally looked at me and collapsed against my shoulder. I held her tight in an awkward, chaste embrace, both of us bent toward each other from our seats. She buried her face in the fold of my jacket, right where Yevgeny Kenkin's blood had been. After a while, her breathing slowed, and she muttered, "I'm sorry," her voice muffled by the fabric. "Don't be," I said. "I killed a man." "Not exactly," I told her. "You saved yourself and you saved me." "Think of it that way. He was still a person." "Not exactly," I replied. "My grandfather shared a story with me once. He worked in Paris crafting wooden legs, but he was taking a holiday down south near some vineyards. He was sitting on a hillside having a picnic, and he had his pocket knife out to crack open a walnut. He spotted a snake racing toward him, and without a second thought, he drove the blade right through the center of its head, pinning it to the dirt just inches from his leg. What you did was no different. That man was a snake, or maybe something worse. A snake doesn't understand what it is. It acts on instinct. But that guy knew exactly what he was choosing. Same as the other one yesterday, who certainly wasn't spending his days helping little old ladies or reading to kids or raising money for charity. She pressed her forehead against my sleeve. Maybe she was agreeing, or maybe she was just drying her eyes. She whispered, "That doesn't make me feel any better." Showmaker mentioned you understood what you were getting into. In theory, yes. Actually, living it is something else. There's always a first time. Are you going to tell me it gets easier? I didn't answer that directly. Instead, I said, "Keep the pills. You don't need them now. And even if you think you do, hold on to them. This is just the start. It's going to get tougher down the line." That's not exactly comforting. You've got nothing to worry about. You're handling it. We both are. We're going to come out on top. She didn't respond. She held on for another moment, then slowly pulled away, and we both settled back into our own seats. She let out a shaky breath, wiped her nose, and dragged a leather sleeve across her cheeks. "Can we go back to the hotel? I really need a shower. We'll find a different hotel." "Why?" "First rule, switch locations every day, but my new toothbrush is still there." Second rule, keep your toothbrush in your pocket at all times. Guess I'm buying another one. Maybe I'll grab a new one, too. And I want to buy some clothes. We can do that. I don't have a bag anymore. Not a problem. I've never carried one. It's all part of the lifestyle. You change right in the store. No, I mean, how are we supposed to carry the ammo boxes in our other pockets? They won't fit. She was right. I tried the box jutted halfway out, and my pockets were bigger than hers to begin with. I said, "But this is London. Who's going to recognize what it is? Maybe one person in 1,000? But what if that one person is a cop, like back at Wallace Court, wearing body armor and carrying an automatic weapon? We can't walk around the city with boxes of live rounds in plain sight?" I nodded. "All right, we'll get a temporary bag." I scanned the street in every direction, though I don't see any luggage shops around here. She gestured toward the corner. "There's a convenience store over there, like a tiny supermarket. One of those chains, I think. Go buy something, gum or candy. Their bags are flimsy plastic. I saw the one you used for the Coke last night. It was practically see-through, just as bad as our pockets. They have heavy-duty bags, too. They won't give me a heavy-duty bag for a pack of gum. They won't give you any bag. You have to buy them separately here, which means you can pick whatever kind you want. You have to pay for the stuff and the bag it goes in. I read about it in a magazine. What kind of place is this? An environmentally conscious one? You're supposed to buy a sturdy bag and reuse it? I didn't say anything else, just got out and walked to the corner. The store was a stripped-down version of a full supermarket, essentials, snacks, drinks, and sure enough, a stack of bags near the registers. I picked one out. It was brown and looked about as eco-friendly as you could imagine, as if it had been woven from recycled hemp by dedicated artisans somewhere far away. The canvas tote had the grocery store's logo faintly stamped on it, likely with some kind of vegetable-based ink. Carrot juice, maybe. It looked like the whole design would wash right off in a downpour, but the bag itself was decent. Rope handles and a sturdy, boxy shape when opened. I wasn't interested in gum or candy, so I asked the cashier if I could just buy the bag by itself. She didn't even bother with a reply, just gave me a look that said I was an idiot. Slid the tag across her scanner with a digital beep and announced £2. Fair enough. Back in a trendy California shop, this thing would have cost $50. The Romford boys covered it. I pocketed their change and headed back to where we'd left the Skoda. It was gone. My hand went to the Glock in my pocket. The tactical part of my brain did the math. 17 in the mag, plus 1 in the pipe, minus 2 spent in that Serbian garage, 16 rounds ready. It pushed me back against a real estate agency's window, cutting my field of exposure from a full circle to a half, but mostly it was shouting one name, Dominique Cole. I took a slow breath and scanned the street. No traffic officer in sight, which made sense. Nice would have peeled away the second she spotted one. Digital footage from a camera can be deleted with a button, but a live cop remembering her face alongside the Skoda's plates? That's a problem you can't just erase. Entire operations have collapsed over smaller details. But there was no cop on the block, no uniformed person strolling with a notebook, and no crowd gawking at the empty parking spot either, as if there'd been some dramatic scene, and Nice wouldn't have gone quietly. Not for the Romford boys, not for the Serbians, not for anyone. Her doors locked, and she had a loaded piece in her pocket. 16 rounds, same as me. The street buzzed with normal city life, no sign of a major disturbance. That much was clear. I edged along the broker's window and slipped into a doorway, narrowing my exposure to a mere 90 degrees, like I was only covering one section of a baseball field. Traffic moved one way from my right to my left, a steady stream of compact cars, black cabs, the occasional sedan, and delivery vans. No drivers craning their necks, no passengers scanning the sidewalks, no one hunting for me. I took a step out and checked the corners. No one lying in wait. She knew the risks when she took this job, and she's a lot tougher than she appears. A cold memory flashed. Captured, tortured, killed. I should have handled this myself. I'm staying far back this time. It won't happen again. I left the doorway and walked against the traffic flow. Pedestrians crowded both sidewalks, rushing in both directions in their budget suits and light raincoats, clutching tightly rolled umbrellas as Brits do, always prepared, along with briefcases, shopping bags, and backpacks. Everyone was just moving, no suspicious loitering, no ominous black vans idling at the curb, no hulking guys scoping out the area, no patrol cars. I pulled out the phone Scarangello had provided, found Nice's number in the contacts, and dialed. A long stretch of scratchy silence followed. Maybe the network connecting or an encryption protocol engaging, then the ringtone, a soft, drawn-out American purr right in the middle of London. It rang 6 times. No answer. I ended the call. Hope for the best, but plan for the worst. Maybe she was driving and couldn't pick up. Maybe something harmless spooked her off the curb and she was just circling the block. A simple, innocent explanation. Left, then left again and again, as many times as needed until I was done in the store. Eventually, she'd spot me standing there and swoop in to collect me. I kept my eyes fixed on the corner up ahead. She didn't appear. The worst-case scenario played out in my head. Her phone in another man's grip, some stranger with a cold, assessing look in his eye as he watched my name flash on the screen. Maybe they'd decide to pause right there and try to pull me in. An impromptu 2-for-1 deal. A hasty trap set nearby, with Casey Nice as the lure and an ambush waiting in the wings. I glanced at my own screen. No return call, always planned for the worst. The only other contact in the phone was O'Day. Our cells had GPS, they'd be tracking our every move. He could guide me to her, step by literal step, at least until they tossed her phone. I dialed and heard that same staticky silence again, then killed the call because the Skoda was finally rounding the corner. Nice was behind the wheel, but she wasn't alone. A solid but shadowy figure was leaned back in the seat behind her, tilted forward as if peering over her shoulder. As the car drew nearer, I recognized him, maybe mid-40s, slightly sunburned with close-cropped fair hair and a blunt, squared-off face. He wore a sweater under a short canvas jacket, blue jeans no doubt, and those tan suede boots that looked like British Army Desert issue. Bennett, the Welshman, with the impossible first name. Last seen vanishing into the Parisian streets. MI6 or MI5 or something murkier in between. It's all pretty fluid at the moment, he'd said, in that lilting cadence of his. The Skoda swerved to the curb and jerked to a stop right in front of me. Both Nice and Bennett looked up, necks craned beneath the windshield, eyes slightly wide with a silent, urgent appeal. Nice more than Bennett, as if willing me to play along like this was all perfectly routine. I opened the passenger door, slid into the seat, hauled my legs in, and shut the door, keeping the environmental bag in my lap. Nice hit the gas and pulled away, she said. "This is Mr. Bennett." "I remember," I said. "We've met," Bennett added, speaking to her. "Not me. Back in Paris, where a lucky gust of wind saved his skin," I said. "So now you're admitting you were there? Not in writing? Why hijack my ride? You had me worried for a minute." "There's a traffic warden 2 blocks over. They use automated cameras now, better to avoid that kind of paperwork." "What do you want? Pull over," he said. "Anywhere you like, we'll move if we see company." Nice slowed, hunted for curb space, and ended up half in a bus stop, technically illegal. But Bennett didn't seem bothered. I asked again. "What do you want?" he said. "I'd like to ride along for a day or two." "With us? Obviously. Why? I've got a roving assignment at the moment, which I take to mean I should check in on the other 36 undercover operatives in London and attach myself to whoever's making the most headway. We're not ahead. Nobody is, frankly, but at least you're having an adventure." "Not so far. You're making some kind of progress, are we?" "Don't be modest. Are you wired? Care to frisk me?" "I will." Nice said, glancing back. "If I have to. There are protocols. Says the unacknowledged asset operating inside an ally's territory with 2 recent homicides trailing behind her." I said, "You can pin both of those on me." "Unlikely," Bennett replied. "How do you explain Wormwood Scrubs? You took 1, she took 3. I don't buy it. You should have moved the bodies. The pattern was too neat. I'll credit the glass shard to Ms. Nice alone. I'll give you yesterday's crushed throat, though. Call it a one-all draw, a tie in your parlance. What do you want? I said a third time. Relax, he answered. There are no wires for NHI cases. Casey Nice asked, which are what? No humans involved. We're not very interested, but they are. That's the core issue, the real complication. Now you've got two separate groups gunning for you. How minimal is not very interested, from our perspective. We'll observe and document, but we won't intervene directly. Written documentation, unfortunately, it's unavoidable. Then, as far as anyone knows, we were never involved. He asked, involved where? Anywhere, I replied. Modern surveillance suggests otherwise. We track movements, you understand. GPS is a marvel. How do you think I located you just now? Parked miles from where the incident occurred, in a vehicle that isn't yours, all on such short notice. Our phones have encryption, I said. He gave a dismissive smile. Really, now? Really, what? Consider why your government tolerates our presence. Why us, and not another ally? What unique value do we provide? GCHQ, I answered. He nodded in confirmation. You're equivalent to the NSA, your signals intelligence hub, but frankly more advanced than the NSA in certain respects, which is somewhat awkward to admit. You require our capabilities. That's the foundation of our arrangement. You're conducting surveillance on us. No, we're enabling cooperation, he corrected. We collect information and share it appropriately. Sometimes we might assess the clarity of communications, purely from a technical standpoint. CIA channels are supposed to be impenetrable. The CIA operates under that assumption. You've deciphered their encryption. I believe we were the ones who provided it to them, not directly, of course. It was undoubtedly an elaborate operation. I'm fairly certain that violates protocol. And I'm fairly certain it occurred a long time ago. So, did we perform a civic duty with the Serbians? You damaged their operation, but you didn't eliminate it. It's like severing one tentacle from an octopus. Not that we're unappreciative, mind you. Fighting a seven-limbed creature is marginally easier than fighting one with 8. You want us to do more. Both factions are now targeting you. That could create certain opportunities, in my view. A few more reductions in their ranks would not be met with disapproval in certain quarters, with you along for the ride, strictly as an observer. Some of these individuals hold British citizenship, and as Ms. Nice reminded us, there are regulations to consider. Will you provide any assistance? Do you require any? We requested a list of potential locations. Bennett acknowledged this. We intercepted that communication. We haven't received a response. Compiling locations is complex. It's even more so now, because we must account for Karol Libor's assets, and as of this morning, the Serbian network's resources. If the Serbians are genuinely collaborating with Romford, then logic dictates they might have stationed Caught in one location and Carson in another, deliberately separated. It's a safer strategy. Logic also suggests they would utilize secluded addresses. The countryside around London is largely open, gently rolling at most, not ideal terrain for approaching distant, isolated farmhouses that may contain one or two of the world's top 4 freelance marksmen. I would still like that list, I insisted. All right, we'll authorize its release today. You'll receive it once it clears O'Day's desk. But your assumption is remote farmhouses? Widely spaced, not exclusively. There are other plausible scenarios, such as they maintain safe houses, they have numerous rental properties with tenants who would be perfectly happy to vacate for a week or two, and there are plenty of individuals indebted to them who would welcome a chance to reduce what they owe by providing room and board to a stranger and then maintaining absolute silence about it. But you believe a location far from observation would be preferable. Initially, yes, it seems much more secure, but ultimately it's a balance, isn't it? They must assume we have contingency plans for locking down the city center, a post-9/11 style protocol. I'm certain every major city does. They wouldn't want to be trapped outside such a perimeter, not when they need to transport a large caliber rifle through it. So, overall, I suspect they'll move into the urban area sooner rather than later. They might already be here. We identified several hundred possible vantage points overlooking Wallace Court, which we are currently scrutinizing with great care. But what if they're hiding somewhere we missed? Do you have a procedure for locking London down? We have a plan. Then why not activate it? Because we're still hopeful. That's a line from a press conference. The goal is to resolve this fast. Another political soundbite. Politicians approve our funding. So what exactly are you offering? We'll take you to little Joey's home. He's the linchpin. Watch the activity around his place. See if you can spot a pattern we've missed. You're admitting you can't. The movements we've tracked so far don't add up to anything logical. Then maybe little Joey isn't your man. Charlie White is too old and too removed to be hands-on. Tommy Miller and Billy Thompson are only a decade younger and have become administrators. Modern gangs are about finance, tax planning, legitimate ventures. Little Joey Green is the only one still in the field, believe me. If guards are being swapped or supplies are moving, it's flowing through his property. Except you haven't seen it. Not yet. How much time before the politicians lose their nerve? Not much. Do they have a backup plan? It would be better for everyone if we never reached that point. So now we're doing you a favor. It's mutual assistance. That's how partnerships are meant to function, right? Do you monitor the direct line between Downing Street and the Oval Office? Why do you ask? Curiosity. By custom, we avoid that particular channel. Good to hear, he said. Let's get you settled in a different hotel. You should rest. I'll message you when it's time to head to Little Joey's. I said you have our numbers. He stayed silent. Stupid question, I said. Bennett took over driving from Nice, heading south to Bayswater Road, skirting the edge of Hyde Park, then east to Marble Arch before turning south on Park Lane into Mayfair, a neighborhood too wealthy for the usual turf wars, at least of any kind I understood. We passed the Grosvenor House and the Dorchester, finally stopping at the Hilton. Bennett said, they won't search for you here. Given the cash you took, they'll assume you choose somewhere more luxurious, somewhere with a grander name, like Brown's or Claridge's, the Ritz or the Savoy. I said, how do you know about the money we took? It was in Ms. Nice's report to O'Day, which you just happened to test for clarity. The selection process is randomized, a matter of statistics, engineering protocols, something about mean time between failures. We should ditch our phones, Casey Nice said. We can't, Bennett agreed. She's right. You need to maintain regular contact with O'Day. That was his condition with Scarangello. If you go silent now, the deal is void and you'll be cut loose by everyone. In that case, you'd better be out of the country within the hour, or you'll be tracked like ordinary criminals. You know about Scarangello, too? Try to remember, anything that lands in Maryland passes through Gloucestershire first, and vice versa. You must be listening to everything, more or less. So, who's financing this operation? Have you pieced that together? Not precisely. And you're the elite unit, right? The geniuses, so much sharper than the amateurs at Fort Meade. Normally we're quite effective, but not this time, it seems. So, now you want to offload it onto us? You want us to keep talking to O'Day so you can eavesdrop while we take all the risks. We didn't build an empire by being polite. The Welsh built an empire, the British built an empire, and the Welsh are British, just like the Scots, just like the English for that matter. I had nothing to say to that. Nice handed me the ammunition boxes, which I tucked into a reusable shopping bag before we stepped out of the car and entered the hotel lobby. The Hilton was perfectly suited for what we needed. It was a chain, sure, but this location on Park Lane had been dressed up to the nines, and the prices and attitude matched the fancy decor. The staff eyed us with initial suspicion, probably because we had no luggage except for a bag full of bullets. They were equally hesitant about accepting cash until they saw the thick rolls of bills we carried. Instantly, we were mentally upgraded from questionable tourists to eccentric billionaires. Our accents ruled out Russian, so maybe Texan, but either way, the politeness level shot up dramatically. The bellhops looked especially let down that we had no other bags for them to carry. You could almost see them imagining the hefty tips they were missing. Our rooms were on separate floors, but we went to Nice's first to do a security sweep, and because I wanted her to have a box of ammunition close by. A last stand in a hotel room was a remote possibility, but remote things do happen, and in that scenario, having 116 rounds would be a lot more comforting than just the standard 16. Her room was clear and felt safe. Architecturally, it was like 1,000 other hotel rooms I'd seen, but it was polished to a much higher standard, complete with a view 20 floors up overlooking the park. I placed her box of 100 parabellum rounds on the nightstand, gave the space one final scan, and turned to leave. She said, "I still have 2 left." "I feel better now?" I asked. "Walk me through when Bennett got into the car." That's exactly what he did. Just climbed right in. I spotted him across the street on the sidewalk, dialing his phone and then listening like anyone would. At that moment, he was just some random guy. But then my own phone started ringing. I answered, and it was him. He crossed over, slipped into the seat behind me, and said General O'Day had given him my number, which General Shoemaker had confirmed. He told me we should pull away from the curb and drive around the block because we were in a no-parking zone and there was a traffic cop right behind us. "So you moved?" He seemed completely legitimate. Knowing both generals' names made me think he was on our side. "What's your take now?" "Maybe not entirely legitimate, but still probably on our side." I nodded. "That's about where I landed, too." "Did you buy everything he said?" I think there was some embellishment, unless he was being recklessly open about a program that must still be highly classified, especially on the British end. Someone would definitely react if their biggest secrets were being discussed out in the open like that. Some guys do get recklessly candid. They grow to despise the deception, but sometimes there's no reaction because it doesn't actually matter. People like that aren't security risks. Putting everything out in the open can be the same as saying nothing at all. Are the British hacking our signals? Are they not? Both ideas are floating out there under the spotlight, which doesn't help us figure out what's true. So are they hacking our signals? Consider what he didn't exaggerate. Which was what? He admitted straight out they were getting nowhere with the activity at Little Joey's house and hitting dead ends tracking the paymasters online. And that's poor performance. Nobody's perfect. But the British are excellent at this kind of work. They pioneered most of it. I don't buy there's a huge gap between them and the NSA. They're at least equals. We have to admit that. Maybe they're even a little better. They're a subtle people, deep down in the best sense. Generally good card players, and they're tough when they need to be. In the end, they always do what it takes, but they're making zero progress. This is a difficult investigation, so difficult that even the NSA and GCHQ can't get a foothold, apparently. So what are the odds that a new analyst and a former military investigator will find the key piece everyone else missed? What could we possibly notice that they haven't? There might be a detail. There isn't. Bennett is now following O'Day's line of thinking just a few days behind. He was in Paris. He knows Cott was targeting me. Now he knows Cott is in London. He believes he can provoke a reaction by putting us out in the open, right in the spotlight, as potential targets. It's a desperate last-ditch play, and it's entirely about his own goals. He doesn't care about our safety. He's just waiting for the gunshot. That's all he's after. He needs a result before the politicians start to overreact. I'm certain you intended to be in the spotlight anyway, not as a target. Does a label from someone else change what we are? Exactly. We have to proceed regardless. We don't have an option. It's the same with the phones. We have to brief O'Day. Bennett gets what he wants from every angle. Only because we also get what we want first, in fact. So in the end, it balances out. That makes 2 governments now viewing us as nothing more than live bait, which is one government too many. We're relying on them in numerous ways. What information they choose to share depends on their subconscious perception of us. They can develop a bias. We have to be alert enough to spot it. And then do what? We need to think entirely for ourselves. There may be instructions we have to disregard. She glanced away, silent, but after a moment she gave a slow nod. It was a gesture that could have been thoughtful or grimly resolved, or a mixture of both. It was hard to decipher. I asked, "Still feeling confident?" She replied, "We have to do it anyway." That's not what I asked. Should I still be feeling confident? There's no need to feel nervous, at least not about which agency might let you down, because they all will eventually. That's really going to improve my mood. I'm not trying to improve your mood, I'm trying to get us on the same page, which is where we need to be. No one is going to betray us. Would you bet your life on every single person you know? Some of them, yes, but not all of them. No, it's the same principle, she said. That thought bothers you, I said. It bothers you more, shouldn't it? You know your biggest error. I'm sure you're about to tell me. You should have joined the Army, not the CIA. Why? Because all this stress you're carrying comes from feeling like national security rests solely on your shoulders. That's an impossible weight. You feel it because you don't trust your colleagues. Not all of them. You don't have faith in them. That leaves you isolated. Everything falls to you. But the Army is different. Whatever its flaws, you can trust the soldier next to you. And believe in them. That's the foundation. You would have been far more content. She was quiet for a long moment, the distant sound of London traffic, a faint hum through the window. Then she said, I went to Yale. You could change paths right now. I'll take you to a recruiting office. Right now, we're in London, waiting for a message from Mr. Bennett. Think about it for when we get back. She said, maybe I will. The text from Bennett arrived 2 hours later. I was alone in my room, which was identical to Niece's, but several floors higher, with a view facing the opposite direction. My window looked out over Mayfair's affluent rooftops, a landscape of gray slate and red clay tiles with elaborate chimney stacks. The American embassy was nearby, just to the north, but it wasn't visible from my angle. I was on the bed, my phone charging on the nightstand when it vibrated once and the screen illuminated. Lobby in 10. I called Nice on the room phone, and she confirmed she'd received the same alert. I waited another 5 minutes, then slipped my reloaded Glock into my coat pocket and headed for the elevator. Nice was already waiting in the lobby, and Bennett was outside, seated in a car at the curb. The vehicle was a standard-issue Vauxhall, a domestic GM model, freshly cleaned and painted a deep, nondescript blue. It had that unmistakable government fleet look. I figured the old Skoda was already scrap metal or ash by now. Evening was settling in, the sun a low orange disk hanging above the park. I slid into the back while Nice took the passenger seat beside Bennett. He pulled out into the flow of traffic with a sharp acceleration. What's the destination? I asked. He was quiet for a beat, focused on navigating a tight, fast loop around Hyde Park Corner to reverse direction, a maneuver as chaotic as any Parisian roundabout. Once settled on the northbound route, he finally answered Chigwell, which is where exactly. Think of it as the step up from Romford, where you move when you start doing well for yourself, very suburban in parts. Large homes, plenty of breathing room between them. Walls, gates, that sort of thing, greenery and open areas, and that's where little Joey's set up. In a custom-built place of his own design. We passed countless homes of various styles before reaching Joey's neighborhood. The drive was a crawl, stuck in the sluggish exodus of commuters heading out of the city. Every intersection was clogged. Bennett, however, seemed perfectly patient. I suspected he was content to let the daylight fade completely. We wound through some older districts, then pushed further out, tracking a northeasterly course. A brief stint on a motorway, one off-ramp to the next, and we entered Chigwell. The streets here were almost comically picturesque in the dusk, the kind of scene designed to soften the hardest heart. Substantial homes of warm red brick stood behind iron fences or stone walls like scaled-down estates. Mature trees and landscaped shrubs framed driveways holding late-model luxury cars, their chrome details catching the last slivers of sun. Are we planning a front door approach? I asked. Bennett shook his head. No, it's a bit more intricate than that, and geographically it certainly was. We left the car on a crushed stone lot behind a pub, bypassing the entrance entirely. There was likely an unspoken agreement with the owner. No towing, no questions asked. We turned left, then right onto quiet, tree-lined streets. We were undoubtedly being watched from behind lace curtains, but the British tendency toward cautious discretion worked in our favor. We were just 3 people out for an evening walk. The last of the sunset bled away, leaving a dark sky. We passed a long wooden fence And just before another began, there was a narrow gap, the entrance to a public footpath. It was a straight, tight corridor of packed weeds and dark gravel, board fences rising on both sides, exactly 3 feet apart. We proceeded in single file, Bennett, then Nice, then me. About 150 paces later, we emerged into a small gravel clearing. In it stood a neatly painted green garden shed, larger than it first appeared. 2 words were stenciled in white above the door, Bowling Club. Behind it stretched an immense, perfectly manicured square of lawn. A different kind of bowling, Nice observed. Quite a popular sport, Bennett said. Hence the massive facility, I added, my tone shifting to dry sarcasm. Must need to seat the whole league at once for those really bitter rivalries. Nothing says friendly competition like a grudge match in a garden shed. There are many other clubs, Bennett replied, ignoring my jab, all of them larger. He crouched, retrieving a shiny new key from beneath a stone. It took a little jiggling in the lock, but the door eventually swung inward, releasing a wave of damp, musty air that smelled of old wood, stored wool, and mildewed leather. He kept the door open with one hand, gesturing us inside with the other. I asked, "What's in there?" "See for yourself," he replied. Inside, the space was cluttered with bowling club equipment pushed to one side, creating a clear path in front of the windows overlooking the perfectly manicured lawn. Arranged along that open strip were 3 kitchen stools, each positioned behind a massive set of night vision binoculars mounted on sturdy tripods. Bennett explained. We had some strong winds last winter. Nothing catastrophic, but one neighbor lost a fence panel and another had a 20-foot pine tree come down. By pure chance, that opened up a straight view from this shed right to little Joey's place. Lucky for us, since we can't get any closer, we figure his nearest neighbors are either on his payroll, loyal to him, or too scared to talk. So this shed is your surveillance space for Joey. You work with what you've got. You sit here for hours with your back to the door. Take it up with the carpenter who built this place half a century ago and the key under a rock. That's a budget decision. Someone higher up suggested sharing 1 key instead of cutting 10 so they could afford a new computer. No video feed. Oh, they'll spend on that kind of tech. These binoculars wirelessly upload high-definition footage around the clock. It's monochrome, but crystal clear. Does the bowling club know you're here? Not exactly. Good, I said. Telling some nosy committee chair would be like publishing our plans in the local paper. Nice added, what if they come into play? Bennett shrugged. We changed the lock. This one's ours. They'll think their keys are faulty, call a meeting, debate spending club funds on a locksmith, make long speeches about it, and by then either it won't matter anymore or we'll have swapped the lock back and left quietly. I asked, how good is the view from here? Take a look, he said. I moved inside, sat on the middle stool, and peered through the binoculars. Chapter 38. The technology in those lenses was impressive. The image wasn't the usual green, grainy mess, but a sharp, silvery, almost liquid picture with stunning detail. About 400 yards away, at a 45-degree angle, stood a house. I could see the front and one side through the gaps in an iron fence mounted on a low brick wall, broken up by brick pillars every so often. The overall effect was stately, and it clearly hadn't cost as much as the ridiculous setup at Wallace Court. The house itself was a large, solid brick structure designed in a symmetrical, vaguely Georgian style, utterly conventional. It had a roof, windows, and doors all where you'd expect them, like a child's drawing of a house after being told to add more rooms. A curved driveway entered through one electric gate and exited through another, paved with blocks that looked pale in the night vision, maybe brick red in daylight. Parked hastily at an angle near the front door was a small black sports car. I leaned back. That's little Joey's house. Yes, Bennett confirmed. Great sightline. We got lucky. Did he design it himself? One of his many talents? It looks like every other mansion in the suburbs, Bennett said. Look closer. I leaned in again. Roof tiles, bricks, windows, gutters, all arranged in a standard rectangular shape, taking up most of the lot. What am I supposed to be seeing? Start with the Bentley. I don't see one. It's right there by the door. That's not a Bentley. It's way smaller. No, the house is way bigger, bigger than a car, bigger than a normal house. Little Joey stands 6 feet 11 inches tall, standard 8-foot ceilings feel like they're closing in on him, and ordinary doorways force him into a permanent stoop. That house looks like any other from the outside, but every single measurement on the original blueprints was scaled up by 50%. It's all perfectly proportional, as if the whole structure had been uniformly inflated, the antithesis of a dollhouse. It's an identical replica, just significantly larger. The doors soar past 9 feet, and the ceilings stretch way up into the air. I shifted my gaze, concentrating on the car parked outside, and made myself perceive its true scale. Instantly, the house performed the exact transformation Bennett described. It expanded, maintaining flawless proportions, not a miniature copy, but a dwelling built for a giant. I leaned back in my chair. What do average-sized people look like going through that door? Like action figures, Bennett replied. Casey Nice slipped in behind me, settling onto a stool to get her own view. I asked, "Walk me through what you've observed so far first. Consider our location," Bennett began. We're adjacent to the major highway heading toward East Anglia and right by the Beltway, giving quick access east-west or a fast disappearance into the urban sprawl within minutes. It's a logical hub for operations. That's why everyone reports here, not solely because Joey is a control enthusiast. He positioned himself near them. I'm certain that's why he constructed his home in this spot. He believes an effective leader must oversee every detail personally. Who exactly have you witnessed checking in? Plenty of faces, but we can't account for most of them. Explain it to me. We sensed something was brewing when Joey abruptly doubled his personal security detail. At the time, the reason was unclear, but now we suspect that coincided with Cott and Carson's initial outreach prior to the Paris assignment. Now they're here, as arranged, and they'll require their own protection along with supplies and distractions, all of which would be coordinated through this location. Even if they're holed up somewhere distant for Joey Green means the far side of the Beltway. We aren't discussing remote wilderness. 30 minutes from here is the most isolated concept Joey can fathom. But you're not seeing evidence of it? Bennett shook his head. We anticipated a consistent pattern, additional activity layered over their normal routines, but it's not materializing. We spot occasional outlier vehicles and track them as far as possible. We've even run computer simulations based on their headings. They never lead anywhere consequential. Beside me, Casey Nice offered, perhaps Cott and Carson returned to France to wait. There's far less exposure there, wouldn't you agree? Since we're focused here, maybe this is a just-in-time operation. They could be planning a last-minute return that would align with what you're seeing or not seeing. Individuals who aren't physically present wouldn't require regular provisioning. Bennett countered. Why would they gamble with a potential security lockdown? That would be sloppy. I added, and Carson isn't known for being sloppy, correct? Is Cott? Cott would assess a lockdown like any other variable. Distance, conditions, elevation. He'd avoid the risk because it's unpredictable. Lockdowns are emotional, not logical. My guess is Cott has been tucked away inside for days, ours too, but there's no discernible pattern here, just the usual traffic. I asked, is Joey home right now? Absolutely. His car is out front. I leaned forward again, studying the scene. The colossal door making the car look toy-like, the townhouse windows as vast as pool tables. Maybe Cott and Carson are situated somewhere they don't need Joey's men for meals. Maybe they're ordering delivery, pizza, fried chicken, cheeseburgers. This neighborhood seems to have endless options, or perhaps they're both on a health kick, and maybe they have no interest in company. Cott was incarcerated for 15 years. He's got a lot of lost time to make up for. Maybe all that meditation reformed him and cleansed his desires. Regardless, they'd need security, partly for rest cycles, but also because Joey enjoys making an impression, a minimum of 4 men at a time, which meant 12 different faces rotating through each day. There was no other way to manage it. They came for the briefings, and they stayed for the debriefings. Joey was a firm believer in the debrief. The more he knew, the more secure he felt. In his world, information wasn't just power, it was the crown itself. He wanted every secret, every whispered confidence filed away for a day when it might prove useful. This whole Carol Libor situation was about to start a trend. Soon every boss would be wanting a personal sniper of their own. I asked, "What about Joey's meals? He gets his deliveries like clockwork," came the reply. "Does he eat a lot? Twice what I do. The man is twice my size. A van pulls around back to the kitchen door. Sometimes it comes twice in one day. Heaven forbid a man in his position should ever push a shopping cart. Does he ever sample the merchandise? He's been known to take the new arrivals for a test drive. Not often, though. His tastes run to the rougher side of things. It's bad for business if the fresh faces show up to work bruised for their first few weeks, so mostly he visits the other end of the pipeline. He finishes off the ones who are all used up. Any noticeable uptick in that lately?" "There are always peaks and valleys in these matters." Beside me, Casey Nice spoke up. "Why hasn't he been arrested?" "The last time someone testified against the Romford boys, you were still in diapers," he said flatly. I kept my gaze fixed through the binoculars. The scene was dead still, a photograph. "So, what's the working theory?" I asked. "Some of us think this cooperation with the Serbians might have roots going back a month. Maybe that first approach from Cott and Carson was a joint venture from the start. If that's the case, stashing them with the Serbians makes perfect sense. Safer, we're saturating East London for obvious reasons while they're tucked away in the West. Classic misdirection. But then Joey misses his debriefings," I pointed out. "That's the theory's main flaw. We think he might tolerate not knowing their secrets. You can't miss what you never had, but the idea of the Serbians getting that information instead. That might be a bridge too far. Which emotion wins out? Greed or paranoia?" The Behavioral Psychology Subcommittee is having a lively debate about it right now. "The what?" "The Behavioral Psychology Subcommittee. Any other brilliant ideas?" "The standard in-house view is that we know a safe house exists somewhere. The problem solves itself the moment we find it. London is a city of cameras and recognition software. We have rivers of real-time traffic data. We've got programmers working around the clock and analysts working even harder. All very smart people, I assume. Exceptionally smart, which is why you're better than the NSA, right? And far more cost-effective," he said without a hint of irony. I leaned back in my seat. The whole scene felt staged like a bad community theater production. "I'm curious why you brought us out here," I said, the skepticism dripping from my words. "You could have just told us. Joey has a house, and it's as exciting as watching paint dry. You didn't need the binoculars for that. We're sharing the full picture. You're overcomplicating the picture, or you're blowing smoke. How do you figure to explain that? I'd first have to believe a single word you're saying. Why wouldn't you?" he asked, his tone shifting from bureaucratic to vaguely amused. "It's a simple chain of logic, but I have to trust every single link." "Why wouldn't you?" he repeated, a smirk playing on his lips. "All those things you mentioned before, your no humans involved protocols, the special procedures. You're hacking our phones right this minute. Individually, you're intercepting CIA traffic wholesale. You could probably listen to the hotline into the Oval Office if the mood struck you, but you don't out of some quaint sense of decorum. If any of that is true, it's all classified way above top secret. You talk about it. You don't just go to jail. You get a one-way ticket to the tower for a date with an axe, or whatever the modern equivalent is, life in a concrete box for treason." "I'm not going to any prison." "Why not?" "Because I wasn't telling you anything I learned from inside any official building." "What building?" "Any building at all." "So what were you telling us?" "You know how this world works? There are a million stories and a million rumors. 99% are pure fiction. But there are always 3 or 4 that have the ring of truth to them. The trouble is they all contradict each other. So you use your hard-earned instincts, your gut feeling, and you pick the one you choose to believe. Why believe any of them? Because one of them is almost certainly real. Hacking our phones isn't a story or a rumor, I said. It's a documented fact. It's a minor fact, he countered with a shrug, a small piece in a very large, very messy puzzle. The small clues we uncover often point toward larger truths still hidden. That's how deduction works. If we're willing to strike at minor American interests, what's stopping us from going after major ones? The current flows through the same circuit. And if we're already targeting high-value assets, why wouldn't we aim for the very heart of power? So what you've shared with us are just your personal theories. I can't provide concrete proof, but I know they're correct. How can you be sure? It's human nature, he said. You understand how it works. No matter your original plan, if you possess the capability to act, you eventually will. The lure is constant, and it can't be ignored indefinitely. Don't pretend you believe otherwise. What about your other claims, such as, you're convinced Cott and Carson are in London? Absolutely certain. Based on your expertise and inside knowledge, everything I understand tells me they're here. And they're being protected, fed, and kept comfortable by the Romford boys. That's the standard procedure. The protocols are quite formal. You're 100% sure, he said, even more. And the security, supplies, and amenities would be managed directly by Joey, without a doubt. 100%, but there's no visible movement between Joey's place and any other location, and that isn't just my opinion, it's an established fact. I mentioned that Ms. Nice and I had a talk. The entire British establishment is hitting a wall, so what are the odds that a new analyst and a former army investigator will be the ones to crack this wide open? Bennett stayed silent, but I suppose you needed to appear that way. You want one of us to be the one to say it aloud, so you can act shocked, to make your conscience feel a bit better. He didn't respond. A straightforward, logical chain, I repeated. Cott and Carson are in London, the Romford boys are sheltering them, yet there's no comings and goings from little Joey's driveway, Bennett said, all accurate. Therefore, Cott and Carson are inside little Joey's house. Bennett said nothing. Joey increased his security for a reason. He was anticipating visitors. Honestly, where could be more secure? The police can't approach, and no ordinary person would be foolish enough to try. And if Joey wants to keep these men close, perhaps thinking about future opportunities, then his own home is the perfect place. He'll let them lay low there as long as necessary. They'll depart when the moment is right. They could even walk from here to Wallace Court if needed. They arrived in one of those random vehicles you noticed, probably driven around to the back. Following that vehicle afterward was pointless. It wasn't going anywhere else. It had delivered its cargo, not picked it up. But beyond all that, you're witnessing exactly what you should expect to see. 2 shifts of house guards swapping in and out, and plenty of food being delivered. Enough for 3. Bennett didn't reply. Now, you can act amazed, say we must be right. You had no clue, and you're so terribly sorry for accidentally positioning you just 400 yards from where 2 of the world's top snipers might be staring out a window. I'm sorry, he said, but look for the bright side, okay? There always is one. If you witness a weapon fired inside that house, you could call in every SWAT team and armored vehicle in the city. Mission accomplished right then and there. If you see a weapon discharged, which isn't guaranteed, but which might become more probable if they had a target to aim at. This wasn't my plan, he said. Whose was it then? Like I told you earlier, they didn't build an empire by being polite. We, but not me. Not personally, no apologies needed, I said. This is precisely where I intended to be. I remained in that exact spot for another half hour, with Casey Nice beside me at her own set of binoculars, both of us observing the unchanging view and attempting to piece together its meaning. Bennett stood behind us, recounting the activity they had already documented and fielding our occasional questions. The afternoon light began to fade, casting long shadows across the quiet street, a mundane scene hiding an extraordinary secret. I said, "What would it take to get you inside that place?" He replied, "Besides seeing a gun go off. Let's pray it doesn't come to that. A clear visual on either of them would do it." "Which you still don't have." "Not yet." Some windows showed light, upstairs and down, filtered through what seemed to be pale roller shades. Yet there were no silhouettes, no motion, no telltale flicker from a TV screen. The heart of the home was likely tucked away in the rear or on the far side out of our line of sight. Maybe a kitchen and a den back there with spare rooms above, Or perhaps they had their own private suite, like a city apartment, only bigger, built for this very situation, or maybe for some future scenario involving elderly relatives. I shifted the topic. When do you figure they'll set up shop down at Wallace Court? Bennett let out a slow breath. That's the million-dollar question. Got a million-dollar answer? We'll start shutting down roads a day or two before the event. They'll know that. And they'll know a day or two often stretches to 3 or 4. My bet is they'll arrive 5 days early. That's a long time to wait around. Snipers eat that up, all that patient, hidden waiting. It's part of the whole mythos for them. Could you intercept them while they're moving? Sure. If we knew the exact day and time they plan to roll out, we could stage a traffic stop, a busted taillight, something minor, but we don't have that intel. To be safe, we'd have to pull over every vehicle connected to them for nearly a week. After a few stops, Charlie White would start making calls. He's got local politicians and some cops in his pocket, we believe. Might be amusing to watch. Honestly, we'd have upstanding citizens swearing that sure, Charlie might deal in guns and run girls, but he's no terrorist. I leaned in. Who's this we you keep mentioning? We could. We think. Bennett's tone turned evasive. The operational lines are a bit blurred right now. Why is that? We want this wrapped up fast. Sounds like a politician talking, one who's willing to deal. He can sweep obstacles aside with a signature, ease certain restrictions. In fact, he'd roll back regulations to the Stone Age if he could. An attack like this on home soil wouldn't just be a disaster, it would be a profound embarrassment. Then why not just cancel the event? That, he said flatly, would be even more embarrassing. I moved on. How many possible firing positions did you identify near Wallace Court? Your Paris incident adjusted our calculations. That was a 1,600-yard shot, and it was perfect, except for a wind shift. So if we draw a circle with that radius from the rear patio and lawn, we're looking at roughly 600 locations. Nice chimed in. Meaning you'd need to search 120 per day to guarantee finding them. Is that feasible? Not a chance, Bennett admitted, and we're also worried about the M25. That would be the ultimate last-minute setup, wouldn't it? Picture a tall commercial van pulled over on the shoulder, a custom shooting platform inside, a discreet port cut into the paneling and high-powered scopes. They could cover the entire target zone from there, I asked. Can't you shut down the motorway? The M25? Impossible. It would gridlock the entire southeast. We're considering closing the shoulder and the inside lane for fake construction, but even that's a huge request. The traffic flow on that road is unpredictable, like chaos theory in action. A butterfly has a bad day in Dartford, and 200 people miss their flights at Heathrow, 40 miles away. I leaned back, setting the binoculars down on the cool metal ledge between us. The night air felt suddenly heavier, thick with all the things we couldn't control. So you're telling me we should hit them before they ever step out of Joey's place? That would be the ideal scenario, in my opinion, and based on your intel, they're likely holed up there for the next few days at least. It's an educated guess, but you know the saying, strike while the iron's hot. I heard Casey Nice take a sharp breath beside me. Not tonight, I said. Bennett raised an eyebrow. Too early? Do it right the first time? No second chances? When do you want to move? We'll let you know. We have your number. Bennett locked up the bowling club and slid the key back under its rock. We retraced our steps out of the gravel clearing, down the narrow path, and through the quiet streets until we reached the pub. Our Vauxhall was waiting patiently behind it, untouched and with plenty of room to pull out. Where to now? Bennett asked. I said, we need to find a 24-hour pharmacy. What for? Toothbrushes, and maybe some toothpaste. Then what? The hotel. I thought you Americans never slept. First light, I told him. Be ready. You're driving. Where to? Wallace Court. Why there? I want to see the view from that back patio. Bennett shook his head. Wallace Court won't matter if we get them at the house. Hope for the best, plan for the worst. The endgame might come down to the last few seconds right before they pull the trigger. We need to understand the terrain. We have to narrow down those 600 possible spots. Give me a top 10 list, at least a top 50. You know those streets are crawling with Romford boys? I'm counting on it. I want to be seen. I want them to know I'm still here, still looking. That message needs to get back to John Cott, fast. Wouldn't surprise be more effective. Surprise has its place, I agreed, but sometimes you want to rattle the cage. Guys like him don't rattle easily. It doesn't take much to miss at 1,600 yards, a faster heartbeat, a moment of doubt. He hates me for putting him away. He hates himself for letting me break him. Either one of those could throw off his rhythm. Put them together, and 2 + 2 makes 5. I want him to know I'm coming. That's the only way I live long enough to get close. He dropped us at the Hilton's entrance. We went inside, and he drove off. We agreed to meet in the hotel's rooftop restaurant in 20 minutes, a late dinner, just the two of us. I figured she'd want to clean up, so I did the same. We met at the host stand, standing about an arm's length apart. She looked good, a mix of determination and the natural resilience that comes with being 28, still plenty of energy, maybe even a flicker of optimism left. We were seated at a table by the window with a sweeping view of the city lights, broken only by the dark shape of the park below. The glass was reflective enough that we could watch the room behind us, scenic and practical, a 2-for-1 deal. We ordered drinks, bottled water for her, black coffee for me. The room was all candlelight, crystal, and the soft sound of a piano somewhere in the background. She said, "This feels glamorous, like something out of a movie." I suppose it does. This is the part where you try to send me away, isn't it? Why would I do that? Because from here it gets hard, which is exactly why I'd want to keep my numbers up, not cut them down. But you'll worry about me, you'll look at me and see Dominique Cole. That's worth an extra heartbeat or two. What if I promised not to worry? Then I'd say you're lying. The only way to get to Cott is through little Joey first, and Joey won't be easy. He's got a reputation with new girls, likes it rough. If you get caught, you get a bullet. If I get caught, I'll be begging for one. Let's assume neither of us gets caught. That's the more likely outcome. Joey's a big target. He doesn't have to be hard to take down. The target is heavily protected, with a driver and 4 security personnel in a Jaguar wherever he travels. Our plan is to render that protection obsolete. Once they're out of a job, they'll vanish. People don't fight for free. She looked at me across the table. "You're sure you want me involved in this?" I didn't reply immediately. It reminded me of a question Dominique Cole had asked long ago about making an arrest, a question I wish I'd answered differently. A waiter arrived, and we ordered. I chose a ribeye. She went with the duck. After he left, she pressed again. "Do you really want me there?" "Not my call," I said. "You're in charge." Joan Scarangello made that clear. The strategy seems solid. I agree. But pulling it off won't be simple. I'll welcome any help offered. She leaned forward slightly. "What if you'd never picked up that newspaper? Where would you be right now?" "Probably in Seattle or somewhere else entirely, and all of this would be unfolding without you. Does that ever cross your mind?" "Not often. I did pick up the paper." "Why did you make the call?" "Just curiosity." "Not exactly," I replied. "I had a feeling O'Day would be mixed up in it. I try not to be curious about his line of work. So, why call? I owed Shoemaker. From when? About 20 years back." "What kind of debt?" He kept quiet about something. "Care to share?" "Personally, I'd rather not, but you could argue the details are relevant to the mission." "In that case, you have a right to know." "Okay, what happened?" "To make it quick, I shot a man who was supposedly trying to escape. Is that considered wrong?" The escape story was fabricated for the report. It was a straightforward execution. National security is a messy business. It's all about perception. Sometimes retribution is public, sometimes it's not. Some traitors get trials, others meet unfortunate ends in bad parts of town, looking like victims of random crime. And General Shoemaker knew. He saw it by accident. Did he protest? Not in principle. He understood. He was military intelligence. Ask anyone from that era. The CIA operated the same way. It was a pragmatic time. "So how does that put you in his debt?" "I shot the guy's associate, too." "Why? A bad feeling." It turned out to be justified. The man had a concealed weapon, and his apartment was a gold mine of intel. He was the primary contact. The agency cleaned house because of it, making arrests up and down the network. But an inquiry panel wanted absolute confirmation I'd seen the gun first, a legal technicality. The truth was, I hadn't. And Shoemaker never gave me up. Now you're fighting his war. That's a steep payback. Seems disproportionate. That's how favors work, like in those gangster films. Someone says one day they'll call in a marker. You don't get to negotiate. Besides, maybe it started as Shoemaker's fight, but it's mine now. O'Day was right, it's a big world, but I can't spend my life looking over my shoulder, so Cott gets a rematch. Do you want me with you? Only if you choose to be. Ethically, you should know. This favor is a nudge. O'Day wants an executioner, not arrests and trials on any level. Do you want me there? I turned the question back to her. Where do you want to be? I want to be part of it. You already are. We're moving into a phase that doesn't exactly play to my strengths. What's wrong with your skills? I'm a decent shot, but hand-to-hand isn't my forte. It doesn't matter. We'll balance each other. The physical part is the least of it. This game goes to the quickest thinker, which is where you excel, or at the very least, 2 heads are better than 1. She was quiet for a moment. I said, we start again at 7 tomorrow. Take the rest of the night off. We rode the elevator down together, but I got out alone on my floor a couple of levels above hers. The turn-down service had been through my room. I walked to the window and reopened the drapes, looking out at the dark rooftops stretching into the distance, the city lights flickering like distant stars. For a second, I thought about how different this night might have been if I'd just kept walking past that newsstand. Most of what I was looking at seemed to be roughly 100 yards off. That comfortable middle ground you get in a packed city, an easy view, a kind of automatic focus. I lifted my gaze a little and tried to imagine doubling it. 200 yards, then 400, then 800, and one last push to 1600. Suddenly I was peering into the far, far distance. If Romford were Mayfair, we'd be checking 10,000 spots. Cole had asked, will you let me make the arrest? I told her I wanted her to. It was a reward, really, or a mark of respect, a kind of compliment, like a medal earned in the field. A privilege she'd worked for. She'd done all the heavy lifting, had all the insights, made every breakthrough, so the reward fit. And in the quiet language of our world, it meant something because we were up against a big enemy, not in size. I don't remember him that way. Years later, I stuck a chisel in his brain, and he wasn't a large man, but in power, in prestige, and reach. Absolutely huge, a real long shot, especially for a woman back then. And that was part of it, too. It was a long time ago. Recognition mattered, and she'd earned it. She did the work, had the ideas, cracked the case. She was thorough and sharp. Didn't save her in the end. I undressed and got into bed, but left the curtains open. I thought the city's glow might settle me, and the dawn could help me rise. At 7:01 the next morning, we were headed to Wallace Court in Bennett's car, no longer an anonymous blue Vauxhall, but an anonymous silver one. Otherwise exactly the same, like a rental. We took mostly the same route, just faster, because morning traffic was flowing the opposite way into the city, not out. Rush hour, but not for us. Bennett looked worn out. Casey Nice seemed all right. We didn't talk, nothing to say. No doubt Bennett figured I was wasting his time. Possible, even probable, but there's always a percentage chance. Right? Maybe a chance to avoid ever saying, if I'd known then what I know now. People say that a lot. My mother said it constantly. She meant it sincerely, but she'd recite it like an elocution drill, like someone practicing a foreign language, which she was fixating on the 3 tumbling vowel sounds at the end and none of the consonants in between. If I add known then what I know now like drum beats, ominous, a little sinister, like timpani opening some gloomy symphony. Shostakovich, maybe. I know now. I knew 20 minutes into the visit. As we neared, I began to recognize sights from the minicab ride, the second one, properly booked by phone. I'd seen these streets before, suburban but squeezed, a little busier and tighter and faster than they were meant to be. I even remembered some of the storefronts, carpets, cell phones, rotisserie chicken, cheeseburgers, kebabs. Then came the sudden green space, the fine old house, and that stubborn wall still holding London at bay after all this time. The same compact, tough-looking guy was on duty at the gate, wearing a Kevlar vest and cradling a submachine gun. Bennett gave him a nod. The guy took a step toward the gate, but his eyes landed on me, and he came back over. "You're the gentleman with the guidebook," he said. "Sixpence to see the grounds. Welcome back, sir." Then he turned and opened up. No radio check, no paperwork, no badge, just a nod and a wink. The guy was in tactical gear, but it was blue and had Metropolitan Police stitched and printed here and there in subdued black, along with monochrome versions of their insignia like corporate branding. No question he was a cop, and no question Bennett wasn't. Yet Bennett was nodding and winking, and the guy jumped right to it. Things are pretty fluid these days. We pulled up the long driveway and stopped on the gravel near the entrance where another armed officer stood watch. The house had a patchwork look with later additions stuck on here and there, but its core was a long rectangle, stretching much wider than it was deep. Not that it felt shallow inside, I was certain the rooms were generous, but the sheer length of that uneven front dominated everything. It reminded me of a row of shoeboxes lined up side by side. Maybe in Queen Elizabeth's day they couldn't easily find oak beams long enough to span from the front to the back. Her father had been busy building up the Royal Navy, after all, which used up whole forests of oak. We climbed out, and Bennett gave a quick nod to the second policeman, who nodded back. Then he hurried us inside, almost impatiently, as if he was either embarrassed to be seen with us or worried about snipers. Having survived Paris, he probably didn't want to take any chances in London. The front door itself was massive, cut from a single ancient tree and reinforced with iron bands and nail heads as large as golf balls. Inside, the air felt heavy with age. Dark wood paneling, polished to a deep gleam, covered the walls. The floor was worn flagstone, and a huge limestone fireplace dominated one end. There were heavy oak settles, tapestry-covered chairs, and electric lights fitted into iron candelabra. Stern portraits of Tudor-era men looked down from the walls. Bennett turned right into a corridor, and we followed, eventually entering a room that had been updated with white paint and an acoustic tile ceiling. Beyond it was a smaller, similar space with a large door set into the far wall. "That's the side entrance," Bennett said. "That's where your president's holding area will be. We expect they'll all use it. From there, they can come through here with secure access to wherever they need to go. Every room has natural light, but they're all large, and all seating is arranged in the center. No one should need to get near a window where they could be seen from outside. The only real vulnerabilities are the informal walk on the lawn and the group photograph. We retraced our steps but turned right earlier into another hallway with a wide plank floor that creaked underfoot. It led to a narrow room that ran left to right, its far wall made up entirely of French doors. Clearly not original to the period, that were glass from top to bottom, opening onto a patio. Bennett explained, "They'll use this as a staging area. They come in, get organized, do a head count, make sure no one's left behind, then they step out." I paused for a moment, putting myself in their position, and looked out through the glass. Our location was slightly off-center relative to the building's symmetry, and the patio curved gently, meaning they'd emerge a little to the side of the deepest section. That was actually fine. It would make the group look naturally clustered, rather than desperately staged. It also meant the shallow steps down to the lawn were a bit closer, giving the shorter leaders less ground to cover to keep up with the taller ones. The photographers would likely be corralled off to the right, so the house would appear at an angle in the background, which was certainly better than a straight-on brick wall looking like a police lineup. I rested my hand on the door handle and reconsidered my earlier cynicism. Maybe their laughter and apparent bewilderment at shifting gears so fast wasn't entirely an act. Think about it. In the tent, through the side door, moving along secure routes, kept away from windows, these men lived under tight security every minute. Stepping out onto an open patio might genuinely feel strange, even unsettling. He stepped out, moving slowly, his head held high, his gaze fixed on nothing in particular, or maybe on another man just as nervous. Then he came to a stop, facing forward, chest out, wearing a smile, perfectly still. The sky stretched overhead, vast and indifferent, while the horizon held its secrets. It's a different feeling entirely when there might be a sniper out there. I pushed open the door, stepped into the chill of early morning, the air damp and sharp, and stood motionless. Under my feet, the patio was paved in a medium gray stone, worn smooth by years and weather. I moved to the very center of that paved space, stood straight, faced front, then pivoted halfway to the left and stared in that direction before turning back to the right. Slowly, I walked forward to the edge of the steps leading down to the lawn, like a diver poised at the end of the board, hands clasped behind me, chest out, head high as if posing for a portrait or maybe facing a firing squad. Ahead lay a wide expanse of lawn, then the rear wall, followed by a patch of scrubby common land, a safety fence, and finally the M25 motorway roaring in the distance, what looked like 8 lanes of relentless motion. Right then, I scrapped Bennett's idea about using the motorway. No just-in-time delivery here. It wasn't a workable location. The traffic was both fast and dense, a river of heavy vehicles with massive trucks dominating the inside lane, barreling along like immense bludgeons cutting through the air. Trees beyond the shoulder thrashed wildly in their wake. A parked truck would be battered by the slipstream. A platform built high inside would shudder and rock almost constantly with unpredictable peaks of vibration. At about 3/4 of a mile away, even a tremor the width of a dime could mean a shot missing the house entirely. Not a smart spot. Dismissed. But what if a parked truck just dropped off 2 guys to move forward on foot? Pointless. There were no viable firing positions between the house and the motorway. None at all, unless you counted propping a ladder against the back wall and aiming over it, which would no doubt be discouraged by some tough, Kevlar-vested security, so the area directly ahead was clear in that sense. The pizza slice shape of the property was a plus. It meant the safe zone wasn't just straight ahead, it curved around generously to both sides, from roughly 10 o'clock all the way around to 2 on a clock face. That same wedge shape also meant the streets flanking us weren't parallel, they fanned away to the left and right like spines in a handheld fan. Good at first glance, because the farther off a house was, the more extreme the angle of any line of sight would become, maybe even eliminating some buildings from consideration altogether. A sniper can't easily hang out a window and aim nearly parallel to the glass, like riding side saddle, but on second thought it was almost too good. That same angle exposed us to just as many side windows as front ones. You win some, you lose some. I scanned everything visible, starting on the north side, then the south, from about 800 yards out to 1,600 thousands upon thousands of windows, most winking back the dawn sun in a ragged linear sequence with shifting pink reflections jumping from one street to the next, as if the whole neighborhood had been laid out by ancient astronomers for some solar ritual. In the end, I decided the south side was worse, denser, and on balance with taller buildings. At random, I picked out one about 1,500 yards off. Most of a mile away, a tiny thumbnail of a place, a tall, narrow red brick house, handsome with a steeply pitched roof. It looked like it had plenty of attic rooms, maybe even proper attics. A single dislodged roof tile could work just as well as an open window. I imagined John Cott stretched out on a flattened sleeping bag, positioned on a plank laid across the rafters above a top-floor plaster ceiling. A sliver of light came from ahead where a roof tile had been shifted sideways, impossible to notice from the outside, too high up, just one among many. We had fierce winds last winter, Bennett had mentioned in his rhythmic tone. I saw Cott's eye in my mind, steady and unwavering behind the scope, the inch-wide gap in the roof granting him a 20-yard sweep side to side at the far end of the arrangement. I pictured his finger resting on the trigger, loose but prepared to tighten, moving through the slack, pausing, then advancing again, like engaging a tiny mechanical switch, the soft click of a precision part setting off a tremendous chemical blast. The kick of the recoil, the bullet beginning its long trip, more than 3 full seconds in flight, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, half an inch wide like a human thumb, soaring like a missile straight and true, governed only by the unchangeable forces of gravity, elevation, temperature, humidity, wind, and the Earth's curve. I fixed my gaze on the distant house and counted 3 slow seconds in my head, trying to visualize the bullet's path. It felt like I ought to be able to see it approaching, right toward me, like a minuscule speck growing larger. Flash, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, game over, that's when I understood. More than 3 whole seconds in the air. I moved back into the anteroom much quicker than I had left it. Bennett was watching me, and I asked him, "The bulletproof glass in Paris was new, correct?" "Yes," he replied, "upgraded, at any rate." "Do you have any details about it?" "No," he said, "other than it's glass and, well, stops bullets." "I need to know everything: who designed it, who researched it, who funded it, who made it, who tested it, and who approved it." "We already considered that." "Considered what?" "Borrowing the shields and flying them in from Paris. Placing one on each side, they aren't very wide, but given how the streets are laid out, they'd cut the field of fire by about 10% each, but we decided against it. Politicians are civilians. They'd instinctively hide behind the shields. Maybe subconsciously, but it wouldn't look good, and they couldn't stay there indefinitely, which would leave the shooter the other 80% to target anyway, so overall we thought it would be a net negative. That wasn't my idea. All I need is the information quietly, if possible. No need to turn it into a big production. Make it seem like just you and me. Like a private project outside the usual channels. Like a hobby. But fast? How fast? As fast as you can. What does the bulletproof glass have to do with anything? We're not using it. I told you that. Maybe I want to use it myself. Maybe I want to ask if they sell directly to the public. Are you serious? It's a side project, Mr. Bennett. Just a small inquiry, nothing to do with anything else, but fast, okay? And face-to-face only. Nothing written down, nothing through official channels. Understood, like a hobby. He gave a nod and glanced back toward the corridor, which likely led to other hallways, staircases, and rooms. He asked, "Do you need to see anything else?" "No, we're finished here," I said. "We're leaving and not coming back. Like the Darby family after all those years when the highway went through. No more Wallace Court for us." "Why not?" "Because it's never going to reach this point." "You sure?" 100%, he didn't respond. "You said that would be a favorable outcome. You said we were supposed to help each other. You said that's how it's supposed to work." He said, "It is." "Then relax. Trust me. Crack a smile. It's never going to get this far." He didn't crack a smile. We drove back to the hotel, crawling the whole way in traffic. Maybe the height of the morning rush, an hour or so after sunrise, or maybe just past the worst of it, but bad enough all the same. The vast city continued to draw crowds, though the pace had slowed to a crawl. It took us 2 hours to return to Park Lane, with most of that time spent sitting in traffic, somehow even more frustrating than Los Angeles. Bennett handed his keys to the valet as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world, and the 3 of us took the elevator up to the rooftop restaurant, hoping breakfast was still being served. We settled into a booth tucked behind a support column. The view was mostly blocked, but it offered more privacy. Bennett was absorbed in his phone for a long while, explaining he was arranging for materials to be delivered, detailed government maps, an architect's blueprint from the zoning office, and 3 separate aerial images. One was from a satellite, another from a sightseeing helicopter that had conveniently strayed off course, and a third from an unspecified source which he insisted had to be an American drone, despite official denials of any operating in Britain. His team would upload everything onto a secure tablet and bring it to the hotel. Then his tone shifted, turning coldly practical. "We can't risk collateral damage, not in that neighborhood. A handful of people on that street are just ordinary citizens going about their day. It's unfortunate, really. We could have resolved this ages ago, planted an explosive, and written it off as a gas main failure." After he left, Nice and I stayed behind. I nursed a coffee while she picked at a piece of toast. She looked at me and asked why the sudden fascination with bulletproof glass. Just a hunch, I replied. Should I be concerned? Not at this point. It doesn't alter our immediate plans. Do you think Bennett will actually get that information for you? I believe so. Why does he owe you now? Did I miss something? It's a soldier-to-soldier understanding. You ought to try it sometime, might improve your outlook. Is he with the British Army? Consider that fluid concept he keeps mentioning. It points to a special combined unit, an elite all-star team pulled from various agencies. Now, who do you think would lead something like that? They'd all be fighting for the position. Exactly. Their egos would shatter if they weren't in charge, but whose ego would explode the most violently? Who brings the heaviest firepower to a petty squabble? I'm not sure. The SAS. They barely tolerate their own officers. They'd never take orders from an outsider. The simplest solution is to put them in command, which is clearly what happened. And it was a smart move, because they genuinely believe they know best. Plus, they feel personally invested. Carson, the renegade Bennett, wants him just as badly as I want caught. So Bennett is SAS without a doubt. What's our next move then? We need to get inside Joey's house. Inside it. Ideally, I'd lure them out, but that's a tactical puzzle no one has ever fully solved. We studied it in training. It's easy enough to ensure they never leave, but that's not the goal. How do you make someone willingly walk out into the open? Nobody knows. I remember my father wrestling with that same problem when we were kids. He'd include us in those discussions, asking for our ideas afterward. My brother Joe once suggested building a massive device like a giant subwoofer to blast them with infrasonic waves, extremely low frequencies at high volume, because he'd read that modern humans have a low tolerance for that kind of thing. What did you suggest? Keep in mind, I was younger than him. What was your answer? I said. We should set the house on fire. I was absolutely certain modern humans have a low tolerance for being burned alive. I figured they'd come running out eventually. Are we going to set Joey's house on fire? It's definitely on the table. What are the alternatives? They all involve tricking Joey into coming out alone and handling him beforehand. If we do that, the group back at the house would be left without clear leadership, making them easier to manage. We could use that to our advantage, meaning we'd be facing a weaker opponent. Exactly, but we'd still be in a fight. No risk, no reward. You claimed they wouldn't keep fighting without pay. Since they're out of work now, you said they'd just vanish. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. So which is it going to be? It'll be exactly what it always is. And what's that? Somewhere in the messy middle? The tablet arrived an hour later, delivered by Bennett's team. The device itself was sleek and cutting edge, while the couriers looked exactly how you'd expect, deceptively ordinary, yet not entirely. One man, one woman, both well past their early days in the field, both calm, professional, and clearly capable. Neither seemed bothered by what must have felt like a glorified errand run. Team players through and through. Only the best for the top brass, apparently. They mentioned that for something this sensitive, a signature would usually be required, but Bennett had waived it this time. They explained the tablet needed 2 passwords. The first was the name of the prisoner I'd shot during an alleged escape attempt. The second was Ms. Nice's mother's social security number. Both were case-sensitive and offered only one attempt. No second chances with this British software. Then they left. We took the tablet to Nice's room. It was like a laptop sliced in half, just a screen, blank and waiting. Nice asked. You remember the name, right? I remember both, I said, but I'm betting the password is the first one. The primary subject, the target, right? Him? Unless you count the other guy as also trying to escape? Technically, only the second man was running. The target was already down. He never saw me coming. Which one did the investigation focus on? Officially, the second. Did people discuss the case much? Not if they valued their careers. It involved the killing of an American on U.S. soil. But if they had talked about it, what would they have called it? Like a case name, the John Doe thing. Definitely the first guy, the target. And Bennett's British, with that dry humor, So his escape attempt line was probably sarcastic. That points back to the target. The first guy, that's the name we use. First name or last has to be last. This was the U.S. Army, right? Or a code name. He had a code name. Two, actually. One from us, one from the Iraqis. She looked at me. Do you ever wake up in a cold sweat over it? Over what? That operation? Not really, I said. But if you did, what name would haunt you? Like, I shouldn't have done that to so-and-so, you think it was wrong? It wasn't exactly volunteering at a community garden. You sound like Scarangello. We need to get you out of that mindset and back into uniform before it sticks. What was his name? I shifted gears. Tell me about your mother. What about her? You know her social security number by heart? I handle all her paperwork. She's not well. I'm sorry. It's a brain tumor. Inoperable. Her thoughts get tangled. I manage the insurance, the disability claims, all of it. I probably know her details better than my own. I'm sorry, I repeated. She must be young, too young for this. Any siblings? No, she said quietly. It's just me, I asked. Would most people know their mother's social security number? I don't know. Did you know yours? I doubt it. Do you get to visit her often, as much as possible? Downstate Illinois is a long haul. That's a lot of flights. It keeps me occupied, and you probably worry when you can't be there like now. There's nothing I can do. When was she diagnosed? 2 years ago. I'm sorry, I said for the third time, the words feeling inadequate. She replied, that's just the way things are. When did Tony Moon begin seeing a doctor? It's unrelated. You're completely certain of that? My mother isn't with us anymore, but you're thinking of her. A bit? And so you're feeling somewhat uneasy. Not about her. It's not connected. I stayed quiet. She told me, I have one pill remaining. You took one last night? I needed to sleep, I asked. Are your supervisors aware of your mother's situation? She gave a nod. It's mandatory. Family circumstances have to be disclosed, they've been understanding. They try to keep my weekends clear when possible. So, somewhere at Langley, there's a personnel file noting your mother's illness and your handling of her affairs. That has to be confidential, because everything at the CIA is classified. And somewhere in the Pentagon, there's another file with the name of a man I shot in the head 2 decades ago, which I know for certain is classified. Yet somehow MI5 in London accessed both files to create unbreakable passwords for us. They're like DNA or fingerprints. She nodded once more. Mr. Bennett's theories about hacking could be correct. If so, he's flaunting it, unless O'Day gave him the files. Why would he do that? That's a question we'll put to Bennett. What was your guy's name? Archibald, I said. It's not a name you hear every day. Lowland Scottish, I added, coming through Old French and Old High German. The 3rd Earl of Douglas was known as Archibald the Grim. No such drama in my case. My guy was called Archibald the Worthless Piece of Trash. She pressed a button and the screen illuminated with a dialogue box. She tapped it with a finger, prompting a blinking cursor and a keyboard image below. She typed Archibald, 9 letters, starting with a capital A and the rest lowercase. She verified the spelling, Archibald, then glanced at me with raised eyebrows. I nodded confirmation. She touched Submit. After a pause, a green check mark appeared, the dialog box vanished, and an identical second box took its place. She tapped a button to switch the keyboard to numbers, typing 3 digits, a hyphen, 2 more digits, another hyphen, and 4 final digits. She reviewed it, touched Submit. The green check appeared again. The box disappeared and was replaced by rows of thumbnail images. The municipal maps would have been perfect if we were planning to repair a sewer line or install fiber optic cable. They showed extensive underground detail beneath the sidewalks and the road itself. In a movie, we would have discovered a storm drain about as wide as my shoulders running under Joey's kitchen floor. I would have climbed down into it 2 blocks away and crawled along, a sudden thunderstorm threatening to drown me before I reached my destination. It would have been a gripping scene, but in reality, there was no storm drain. Nothing was wider than my wrist. Gas line, telephone line, electrical supply, water main, and sewer pipe. The house itself was depicted merely as the grateful endpoint for those utilities. It was drawn as a large blank rectangle with no interior detail whatsoever. The leftover architect's blueprint from the zoning office was more useful. It was printed small, but Nice ran her fingertips over the computer screen to enlarge it, then moved it around so we could scrutinize each area in detail. We could even pretend it was us moving, not the plan, and take tiny walks through the house from room to room and up and down the stairs. The plan was covered in the architect's handwriting, which looked like every other architect's handwriting, perhaps a required skill in architecture school. But the words he had written were straightforward. He was giving us the structural details, and as we studied the kitchen layout, I noticed a small penciled notation near the back door that wasn't on any official document, a possible pantry addition from decades ago, a hidden quirk in the house's history. Wood, metal, brick, plaster, and glass. That was useful information. Nearly every item on the list was a custom fabrication, which made perfect sense. If you need a standard door, you go to a store for something 4.5 feet tall, you track down the few craftsmen still working in their shops. That 50% increase in size probably multiplied the cost by a factor of 100. The house was just 2 stories, with no usable attic and no basement. Upstairs held the main bedrooms and bathrooms, along with a completely separate guest suite featuring its own bedrooms, bathrooms, and an attached living area. Downstairs contained a kitchen, a breakfast nook, a formal dining room, and a collection of other spaces variously called living rooms, parlors, libraries, studies, or offices. At a glance, the floor plan seemed almost cozy until you remembered the sheer scale. Those so-called nooks were as large as most people's living rooms and probably half again as tall. They felt like museum halls after dark, not exactly cavernous, but certainly not built for human comfort, dimly lit and full of echoes. Casey Nice asked, "Do you see a way inside?" I replied, "Without an armored vehicle, our options are pretty much limited to doors and windows, which will be wired with alarms, which will be overkill. They won't need a siren on the roof to know we're coming." And where exactly would that be? In a house with 4 guards and 2 elite shooters, they outnumber us 3-1, in a structure that's far easier to defend than to attack. If those were rhetorical questions, then yes, that's a fair assessment. How long would it take to build a massive subwoofer? I should have picked up some cigarette lighters when I bought that shopping bag. She said, "I'm serious. Back at Fort Benning, they'd tell us we need to start this planning process from about 100 hours ago." Who would say that? The instructors. The ones who lived long enough to become instructors by making it up as they went along every single time. They know detailed plans are worthless. "Reacher, we still need some kind of plan." I said, "Let's review the aerial photos." The photographs were technically impressive, crystal clear, steady, high-definition color images, whether taken from a satellite miles above, a silent drone invisible in the sky, or a helicopter hovering 1,000 feet up. In practical terms, however, they were nearly useless, showing us nothing more than we'd already seen through the night vision binoculars, the same empty views, just from a different angle. A note on the helicopter shots mentioned the house wasn't the primary target. The mission had focused on a garden meeting over drinks. Those reference photos showed nothing but 3 men throwing their hands up in surprise. By sheer luck, the coverage of the house itself was the best of the set. We could make out all 4 walls reasonably well, doors, windows, points of strength and vulnerability. There was more strength than weakness overall. It wasn't an easy target even before considering who was inside. I said, "We'll come up with something. We have time. We need to handle Joey first anyway." She asked, "Do you at least have a plan for that?" "What I did last time worked well enough. Imagine if we'd been waiting in that parking lot behind the small grocery store, hidden in the shadows. We wouldn't have missed." "You want to try that again?" "I don't want to." "Feel free to suggest a better idea. Would it even work a second time?" "Good point. Probably not with someone at Joey's level. He might get suspicious. We'll have to appeal to his sense of elaborate courtesy. We need to find someone he can't ignore. Like who?" Old Charlie White would be the obvious choice, but I expect he's taking extra precautions now, so we should probably look at either Tommy Miller or Billy Thompson. That might even stir up some internal conflict, a little infighting over the spoils. In that scenario, all three of the remaining leaders might converge on the location, each trying to keep tabs on the others. That would give us a chance to create a genuine leadership crisis for the Romford organization. Joey remains the primary target. He will be, but if other opportunities present themselves after he's handled, we should be ready to adapt. I need to run this by General O'Day for approval. Go ahead, but first send a message to Bennett. Ask him about the security details for Miller and Thompson. Are they comparable to Joey's or different? Make sure he understands why we're asking. She picked up her phone, her thumbs moving quickly across the screen. I heard the soft swoosh of her first message sending a faint, almost silly sound before she kept typing. Her focus absolute. She was undoubtedly drafting a full report for O'Day. He inspired that kind of thoroughness in people. My mind drifted back to the topic of bullet-resistant glass, and I asked her, "Did you inform O'Day in advance that we were going to Wallace Court this morning?" "It's right here in the first section of my update," she replied. "No, I mean, did you tell him beforehand that we planned to go?" Her typing slowed and her speech followed suit as she managed both tasks at once. "No, not ahead of time. I wasn't certain we would actually go through with it. Honestly, I wasn't completely sure of the reason ourselves, so a detailed after-action report seemed more practical." "All right," I said. She resumed her rapid typing, and I waited. Finally, she stopped, reviewed the text, and sent it with that same soft swoosh. I asked, "Do we have home addresses for Miller and Thompson?" "They weren't in the background files," she answered. "Text Bennett again, then. I'm certain he'll have that information." The next hour was consumed by messages, a back and forth with Bennett and O'Day, gathering information and building a clearer picture. It turned out Miller and Thompson also lived in Chigwell, just a few streets apart from each other and not far from Joey's place. No tactical reason, it was simply where Romford's successful people ended up. On paper, their security setups mirrored Joey's. Each had a personal driver and a team of 4 bodyguards working in 3 daily shifts. Miller drove a new black Range Rover, while Thompson had a new black Range Rover Sport. To many, they were just as impressive as any luxury sedan. All 3 lieutenants were supposedly treated equally, at least that was the official story. But Bennett hinted that the personnel assigned to Miller and Thompson were second tier. Little Joey got the best of the bunch, partly because he was Little Joey and partly because Miller and Thompson were seen more as administrators, essential, but not on the front lines. That created a completely different situation between the two of them. There was no obvious difference. Either would be a similarly vulnerable target. "Relatively speaking, I guess," Casey Nice remarked. I said, "We're going to need a vehicle." "General Shoemaker provided us with credit cards. We could rent one. Not the best plan. It leaves too much of a trail." "Maybe Mr. Bennett could lend us one of his. I'm sure all his vehicles have GPS trackers installed. He'd be worried about legal exposure if anything went wrong. So what's the alternative?" "Our second option would be to steal one, but ideally we should locate another pair of low-level operatives and take their panel van. That would buy us a few crucial seconds with Miller or Thompson. They wouldn't immediately recognize a threat. We'd look like their own people, at least for a moment. So that means we're planning 2 separate engagements, not just one, with 2 more to follow after that," I added. "First, the foot soldiers, then Miller or Thompson, then little Joey Green. Finally, whoever is left barricaded inside his house. So we have to get through 4 distinct confrontations. What are the odds of that? Think of it like the World Series. It's a tall order, but somebody manages to pull it off every single year. That's a total of 18 individuals we're talking about. 20. You're forgetting the drivers. Miller, Thompson, and Joey each have one. But the good news is, we won't be facing all 20 at once. The driver and 4 bodyguards make it 6 at a time when we're dealing with the major players," I said. "Some of those bodyguards are the absolute best, standing in front of a man who's nearly 7 feet tall. We can aim over their heads. This feels insane to me." "That's because you don't know what's coming." And to that, I always say what? She paused, thinking it over, then repeated it word for word. She had a knack for remembering phrases. You say nobody ever knows what to expect on either side, and that's a good thing. It means the advantage goes to whoever thinks fastest. That's all I need. Exactly, I replied. Strange things are about to unfold, situations will shift, the ground will feel like it's moving under us, but if we keep our minds sharp and quick, we'll make it through. You're sure about that? Like you mentioned earlier, it's all relative. In the end, it comes down to thinking faster than Joey Green, and history's verdict on that was settled long ago. Modern humans survived, Neanderthals didn't. What did you mean about strange things happening? It sounded like you had something specific in mind, only that nothing ever goes exactly as planned. It felt like more than that. Are you keeping things from me? I stayed quiet. Just then, Bennett reappeared in person and upped the ante. We got a call to Nice's room saying he was downstairs asking us to meet him in the restaurant for lunch, his treat. Nice powered down the tablet, locking those semi-useful photos behind our dual passwords, and we took the elevator up. We found Bennett at a window table with our drinks already waiting, bottled water for Nice, black coffee for me. The coffee was a dead giveaway. He was about to ask for something big, and he did. He explained that the Behavioral Psychology Subcommittee had reconvened to review the report he'd submitted that morning. Apparently, they'd overstepped their mandate by actually thinking for themselves. They'd started from the same hunch I'd had about internal conflict. If Miller or Thompson were taken out then, depending on the still unknown balance of power between Charlie White and his lieutenants, somewhere between 15 and 20% of the Romford boys' profits would suddenly be up for grabs. Interesting, but not nearly as explosive as it could be. What if, they proposed, we aimed higher from the start? What if we targeted Charlie White himself? That would be cutting off the head of the beast, not just a limb. It would certainly draw all 3 lieutenants to the scene, even if I didn't get them all at once. A brutal war of succession would likely follow. The 2 old-timers against the young upstart, fighting for the whole operation. The old guard knew the business inside out. The newcomer had the physical advantage, making their initial clashes lively. In the chaos, they might even forget, however briefly, that Charlie paid off cops and council members every single week. That could open a narrow, bribe-free window just long enough to make arrests and build cases. So, Bennett finished. What did we think? I looked at him. How's that information coming on the bulletproof glass? It's in progress. When? How urgent is it? Really? I want it the minute you get it, and I want you to get it soon. He gave a slow nod. So, what about Charlie White? All right, you? What's the plan? Where does he live? Still in Romford, born and raised there. He likes to think of himself as a genuine man of the people, a single-family home, meaning? Detached, nice translated, of course, Bennett said. A normal-sized place, but it has a wall just like Joey's, or a fence, whatever you want to call it, brick and wrought iron to keep the grateful working class at a distance. Security detail, 6 bodyguards and a driver, top tier, highly competitive. Does he leave his compound often? Bennett replied, as it happens, he's heading out tonight. Where to? To meet with the Serbian delegation, to offer his sympathies. Is that part of the usual formalities? One of the most essential. They're business partners, and the Serbians lost a man. The same scenario played out just last night, but in reverse because of the individual you neutralized. An hour from now, is the behavioral psychology panel going to circle back and suggest we target the Serbians as well? We'd welcome that outcome, but realistically, you shouldn't engage all adversaries simultaneously. I stated, we haven't agreed to engage any of them. The committee asked me to emphasize that we may have downplayed the caliber of the security teams protecting Miller and Thompson. They're more capable than initially indicated. The implication is that shifting focus to White isn't a major leap. Is any of that accurate? No. It's a substantial leap, but they have to employ psychological tactics. Whatever proves effective, effectiveness improves with prior intelligence. Have you reviewed our dossiers? Bennett smiled. Did you catch my not-so-subtle hint with the passwords? O'Day provided your files. Why? Because we requested them. In the past, he would have told you to take a hike. He's not the man he once was. He's finding his footing again. His influence had been waning for a couple of years. Kenkin mentioned the same thing in Paris. We could assist you if needed. 4 of Charlie's guards will be in a trailing vehicle. Naturally, we could intercept it, a traffic stop or something similar. Then you'd only face 2, plus the driver, and Charlie himself. 1 guard up front with the driver and the other in back beside Charlie. That's their standard protocol. What type of car? A Rolls-Royce, black, naturally armored, similar to Carol Libor's Range Rover. Only the rear doors and rear window, and only rated against handguns. They market it as the anti-opportunistic assassination package for clients who might have enemies passing by on the street. And the follow car is a Jaguar. They have a fleet of them. I remained silent. Bennett continued. Traffic stops come at a high cost, not just financially. There's operational exposure, risk, and potential liability. Imagine a pregnant woman delayed from reaching the hospital or an elderly man suffering a heart attack from the commotion. Questions would be raised. It's not a tactic we could authorize without the promise of a substantial return. Now it was my turn to smile. You didn't build an empire by playing nice, right? You're proposing that if we target Charlie White, you'll manage the chase car for us. But not if we opt for Tommy Miller or Billy Thompson. So our choice is between confronting 2 of Charlie's guards or 4 of theirs. Charlie's will be superior, but likely not twice as capable. Therefore, this is an incentive, crafted and suggested by the Behavioral Psychology Subcommittee. Am I correct? We're here to support one another. That's how the system is designed to function. When will I receive the specifications on the ballistic glass? 1 minute after I do. Which will be when? Very shortly. What time will Charlie depart for his condolence visit? Late after sunset. It's a cultural tradition. They have their own rituals. We've gathered some details, including a probable route. And we believe we've identified a suitable location for the maneuver with the chase car. I'll transmit what we have via another terminal. Then he departed. Casey Nice inquired, "Is this one of the strange developments you anticipated?" I replied, "No, this segment was entirely foreseeable." The new terminal arrived, delivered by the same personnel as before. They informed Nice that her new access code was the customer service number for her mother's health insurance provider. For me, they said, my new password was the name of the other individual Shoemaker had witnessed me eliminate. After they departed, we once again hauled the computer up to Nice's room, input the private credentials, and watched the screen populate with a lengthy array of files and folders. The bulk of the data was a dense, seemingly random collection of background intelligence, meticulously compiled over decades and then processed through various computer models in an attempt to forecast future actions from past behavior. For instance, on every east-west trip Charlie White had ever made across the city, he had consistently avoided the M25 motorway, opting instead for the North Circular Road. This road, along with its southern counterpart, represented a much earlier vision for an orbital route once situated on the distant fringes of the metropolis, but now utterly engulfed by relentless urban sprawl. The data indicated old Charlie took this slower circular path 85.7% of the time. The remaining 14.3%, he was driven directly through the city's core. The analysts interpreted this as a strong, meaningful preference. Personally, I thought it just proved Sundays still existed. When downtown was deserted, a direct route was the obvious choice. On weekdays, giving the congested center a wide berth made more sense. With 7 days in a week, 100 divided by 7 gives you that magic 14.3. Of course, in today's world, the distinction between a Sunday and a Tuesday is pretty blurry. But Charlie was from an older generation. You know what they say about old habits? Perhaps in his mind, London on a Sunday was still a quiet ghost town, and the land where the M25 now sits was nothing but farmland. I glanced over and asked, "What's today? Friday?" "Nice," replied Bennett, covering all bases, had prepared for both potential routes. He labeled the direct path through the center as option 2 and the northern arc along the North Circular as option 1. In the grand scheme, the distinction was almost academic. Both roads inevitably converged far to the west, like the hands of a clock meeting at the 9 o'clock position. This junction was the logical, almost laughably obvious spot to position an intercept vehicle, killing two birds with one stone, which is precisely what Bennett had arranged. An aerial photo of the intersection revealed a surreal expanse of blacktop, a standard crossroads bloated to monstrous proportions yet perfectly symmetrical, reminiscent of the uniform sprawl around Joey's place. Charlie White's home was marked by a pushpin on a digital map, and another pin denoted his destination, an address in Ealing for a meeting with his counterpart, a summit. A photograph showed the location, a substantial, handsome red brick mansion that wasn't quite suburban. It wasn't a million miles from a place like Chigwell in style, yet it was worlds apart in every other sense. The street was perhaps 30 years older than Joey's neighborhood, but it existed for the same fundamental reason. Successful people need somewhere to park their success. Charlie's current Rolls-Royce had its own dedicated file, complete with photographs. The car was massive and aesthetically challenged, featuring those odd rear-hinged suicide doors, but it commanded undeniable presence. The data showed that 93.2% of the time, Charlie sat directly behind the driver with a bodyguard beside him in the back and another up front next to the driver. For the remaining 6.8%, this formation shifted to a diagonal arrangement with the rear guard sitting behind the driver. No discernible pattern explained the switch, which didn't surprise me when relying solely on machines. They lacked basic common sense. The obvious answer was that Charlie's usual driver was a shorter man. In a right-hand drive car on the left side of the road, maybe Charlie felt exposed sitting next to the curb when stopped at lights or crawling in traffic. Sitting behind his shorter driver, closer to the center of the road, felt safer. This worked fine until the regular driver needed a day off, forcing Charlie to sit behind a taller replacement. This probably happened for a mandatory 25 days a year, which works out to exactly 6.8% of the time. It was a simple matter of ergonomics, not espionage. I told Nice I have to find a really sharp knife. "All right," she replied. We covered 11 blocks along Piccadilly, and then the full stretch of Bond Street. We spotted plenty of knives, but they were all wrong. Some were solid silverfish knives, others were delicate pearl-handled pocket knives meant for cleaning pipes. None would work for what I had in mind. Then we stumbled into a high-end hardware store. It was packed with sturdy tools, many with dark-stained wooden handles. I saw a linoleum knife with a mean hooked blade. I bought 2 of those, plus a roll of silver duct tape. The guy at the counter tossed everything into a brown paper bag and didn't charge me for it. Next, Nice wanted some new clothes. We turned onto Oxford Street to complete our little city square, and she chose a store at the dressing room. She handed me her jacket. "You don't need to check," she said. "I still have 1 pill left." She came out 5 minutes later in her new outfit, put her jacket back on, and we headed for the exit. On the way, we passed the escalator to the menswear section. Taking her hint, I went up. I replaced everything except my pants. Nothing else would fit. The new coat was a definite step up from the Arkansas golf jacket, bigger pockets, and it didn't outline a Glock quite so obviously. Still, ditching the old one felt lousy, like saying goodbye to a friend. It had Kenkin's blood on it and had soaked up Niece's tears. We walked down through Grosvenor Square past the U.S. Embassy, aiming for the back of our hotel. "My guess is Bennett will offer us a government car tonight," I said. "We'll take it, but we ditch it the first chance we get." "Why?" "I don't want to be tracked." "Would they do that?" "Absolutely. They have to cover themselves, and they'll need to file a report tomorrow, 20.2% of the time." I was just standing there scratching my head, wondering what the plan even was. "Why did you buy 2 of those knives?" "I didn't. I bought one for me and one for you." "For what?" "Like I said before, we're on our own now. There might be orders we have to ignore." She stayed quiet. "Best of both worlds," I added. "We do the job, but we do it our way." "Okay," she said. "Which also means we leave our phones at the hotel tonight." Bennett showed up again just after 4 in the afternoon. He handed us the keys to his silver Vauxhall and said he'd already programmed the crossroads into the GPS. He suggested we position ourselves a short distance west of the spot, ready to pick up the Rolls-Royce right after the chase car was taken out. He figured Charlie White wouldn't wait around or try to help it. Etiquette was too big a deal. Being late in Ealing would be rude, even disrespectful, and for London gangsters, that stuff mattered. Charlie was expected at the Serbian boss's house at 10 p.m., which meant there was an 84% chance he'd leave home exactly 1 hour early, building in a 20-minute cushion for traffic or other delays. If he had to, he'd park around the corner and wait. That was his usual move for sensitive meetings. Etiquette was everything. 10 o'clock meant 10 o'clock. But his loop around the North Circular would probably be smooth, so he'd likely reach the pickup point before 9:30. Bennett said his team would be in place and on full alert from 9 o'clock on, and he advised us to do the same. "How's it going with that glass information I gave you?" I asked. "You'll get it when I do," he said. "I know that, but when will you get it?" "Tonight at the latest, hopefully before we kick things off at 9. If not, I'll have it right after." "Where's it coming from? I can't tell you that. Who else did you talk to? What kind of notes did you make?" "Nobody, and none at all." "It's about as under the radar as possible. That's likely the reason for the delay." "All right," I replied. "Take a moment. We're going to do the same. We'll connect again tonight. You might not spot us, but remember, we're out there and we're counting on you." Bennett held my gaze silently before departing. We had an early dinner at 5:30, knowing we'd need sustained energy hours later, and stress tends to slow digestion, not speed it up. Afterward, we placed our phones together on the windowsill, high above Hyde Park, and she stated, "I'm informing General O'Day that we suspected a breach by British intelligence. It's our only viable justification. I'm directly disobeying orders here," I said. "I get it. And this will only work once. They'll broker some new arrangement where the intrusion becomes authorized in exchange for concessions. After that, we couldn't possibly invent another random excuse without it seeming deliberate. So this is our only shot. Is it worth it? For the British? We only need one shot, there won't be a second chance. But why choose this moment? It's as good a moment as any other. What's that supposed to mean?" "We leave at 7:30, I said. At 7:30, we were beside the silver sedan in the hotel's driveway, mentally mapping the local streets and arriving at a frustrating realization. To reach our destination, we either had to navigate a complex maze of back alleys or loop around Hyde Park Corner toward Buckingham Palace. Casey Nice argued that the back streets significantly increased our chances of getting lost and missing our deadline for the simplest of reasons, I agreed. Then she pointed out that Hyde Park Corner was like a speedway where a minor collision or a traffic stop would be just as trivial a failure. I agreed with that, too. But then she mused that the narrow back streets could be even worse for bumps and tickets. Tight spaces, parked cars, confusing signs. Probably the risk was greater there. So Hyde Park Corner it was I offered to drive, but she insisted, which was for the best. She was more skilled. It felt like plunging into a fast-moving current, riding the flow, and then ejecting at the precise point. 2 bold moves separated by a lot of tense silence. But Nice executed both perfectly, and we emerged onto Grosvenor Place unscathed, right alongside Buckingham Palace's sidewall, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the side of Wallace Court. Perhaps the same builder had worked on both, back when he had a client list full of people with similar security concerns. We left the car in a no-parking spot about 100 yards from the St. James's Park tube station. 100 yards felt sufficient to obscure our true destination. We could have been going anywhere given the many attractions in the neighborhood. The station itself served 2 different lines. The Circle Line, which, true to its name, ran in an underground loop reminiscent of Chicago's downtown loop, and the District Line, our intended route, which stretched across London from east to west. We ducked into a brightly lit pharmacy and purchased 2 disposable cell phones with cash. Then we continued to the subway, used our prepaid travel cards, descended to the platforms, and waited for an eastbound train, carrying us away from Ealing, away from the major intersection, and away from Bennett. We exited the tube at Barking and walked up to the Barking minicab's office, where Nice activated her new phone and called for a car from the sidewalk outside. A typical assortment of worn-out sedans was parked along the curb: older Fords, Volkswagens, Seats, and Scotus, models we didn't recognize, but which were obviously perfect for the job, much like Crown Victorias back in the States or Mercedes over in Germany. After a moment, a man emerged from the office, fishing in his pocket for a key. He appeared middle-aged, local, and somewhat drowsy. Spotting us, he showed no particular reaction. Maybe he only worked part-time and hadn't caught the latest underworld bulletins. Where to, he asked, per fleet. I told him mostly because I liked the ring of the name. I'd noticed it on a road sign earlier and guessed it lay east and a bit south of Barking. The man pointed to a battered Ford Mondeo, the color of dirty dishwater. "Hop in," he said. We settled side by side in the back. He slid behind the wheel and pulled away smoothly, working the gears as he navigated the side streets, the diesel engine humming quietly. I assumed he was planning to merge onto the main Purfleet road at the last possible moment to avoid traffic, a strategy that suited me just fine. I waited until we reached a desolate stretch ahead, where weeds pushed through the sidewalks, windows were boarded up, and a sad row of shuttered workshops stood empty. Then I drew my pistol, held it up so he could see it clearly in the mirror, and pressed the barrel against the back of his neck. "Pull over right here," I said. He did, immediately breaking into a sweat. "I don't have any cash on me," he stammered. "Been robbed before?" I asked. "Plenty of times." "This is different. We're not here to rob you. We're going to pay you for your time, every minute of it. You'll even get a tip. But we're driving now, and you're riding in back." "Understood?" The man stayed silent. "Put your hands behind the seat," I told him. He complied, and I bound his wrists with a good length of duct tape, then wrapped another section around his elbows. It wasn't comfortable, but it kept him out of commission. "You breathe okay through your nose?" I asked. "What, no stuffy nose? No sinus issues, no cold symptoms?" "No," he muttered. So I wound several more yards of tape around his head, covering his mouth again and again. After sliding out, I opened his door, found the seat recline lever, and laid him flat. I taped his knees and ankles together, then lifted his feet and maneuvered him backward and upside down over the seat into the rear. Casey Nice caught his shoulders, and we arranged him on the floor, cramped but manageable. I fished a cell phone from his pants pocket and left it on the sidewalk. 2 of the Romford boys' 50-pound notes went into his shirt pocket. We figured that was a fair gratuity. Nice took the front passenger seat, and I got behind the wheel. We drove off at 8:25 p.m., roughly 3 miles from our destination, Romford. Navigating by a blend of guesswork, memories from earlier trips, and mental images from the maps on Bennett's second computer, we made it to Romford with about 20 minutes to spare. But we agreed we needed finer detail, so I pulled over and Nice hopped out to a newsstand, returning with an AZ Street Atlas. With our bound passenger grunting softly on the floor behind us, we hunched together and located Charlie White's address, tracing a route that spanned a couple of pages, maybe 5 minutes' drive. Rush hour had ended, and traffic was flowing, though not as quickly as it seemed. It took us 7 minutes, not 5, to reach the top of Charlie White's street. The block felt like a tougher, grittier version of Little Joey's. The houses were a generation older, their chimneys slightly taller, their brickwork a bit more polished by time, but at its core, the setup was the same. The neighborhood was a fortress of walls, fences, and gates lined with expensive late-model cars. 2 houses down on the left, behind a fence identical to Joey's, a mix of red brick knee walls, tall pillars, and black wrought iron twisted into intricate, licorice-like shapes, sat a black Rolls-Royce and a black Jaguar parked nose to tail. Both electric gates, crafted from the same ornate iron, were shut tight. The Rolls was positioned ahead of the chase car, which made a certain kind of sense, at least in terms of the phrasing. With an 84% probability he'd depart exactly 1 hour prior, we had 5 minutes. I studied the map and said, They're making for the North Circular Road. They'll turn left out of the driveway and head away from us. We need to be positioned at the opposite end of this street." Nice asked, "Do we chance a slow pass or loop around the block? That's why we're in a minicab. We can crawl by like a driver searching for an address, then turn around and park, waiting for a fare. It's a believable cover. These types usually have their own drivers. Not all of them, only the so-called working-class legends." I reversed slightly, made the turn, and drove with exaggerated slowness, peering conspicuously out the side window as if Lost Charlie's house was a substantial, ornate old structure built in an era when skilled bricklayers cost less than the bricks themselves. The front garden had been completely paved over into a shallow, curving driveway that entered one gate and exited the other, winding over flagstone and gravel between concrete urns and angel statues, some holding aloft pans of water for the birds. I turned around 2 houses later, pulled to the curb, and settled in to wait. In this world, etiquette was everything. 10 o'clock meant 10 o'clock. Therefore, 1 hour before meant 9 o'clock precisely. And at 8:59 on the dot, Charlie's front door opened. He emerged looking just like his photo, 77, bulky and round-shouldered, with thin gray hair, an unremarkable face, and a nose the size of a baking potato. He wore a black suit, black tie, and a black raincoat. Behind him came a shorter, older man I took for the driver, followed by a stream of 6 younger men, all plainly dressed, shaved-headed, and of a useful, imposing size. 4 headed for the Jaguar. The other 2 trailed toward the Rolls-Royce, now directly behind Charlie himself, because the driver had hurried ahead to open the door. It was an awkward dance. The Rolls featured rear-hinged suicide doors, the handles seamlessly paired with the driver's conventional front door. Charlie had to pass his driver, then stop and wait for the door to be opened before reversing direction to get in, but they managed it eventually. Charlie settled into the back seat. The driver closed his door, then circled to slide into his own. The 2 guards climbed in on the opposite side, one in front, one in back. At exactly 9 o'clock, the gate began to swing open. I was operating on 2 crucial assumptions. The first was that the short older man driving the Rolls fancied himself something of an artist behind the wheel. Perhaps he was a veteran wheelman from the old days, adaptable to any scenario, whether a frantic getaway after a bank job or the silent, dignified chauffeuring of the top man. He might even secretly indulge his boss's obsessions like maniacal precision and timekeeping, especially when a sensitive destination lay ahead. I anticipated the driver would accelerate as the gate reached a certain familiar point, ensuring it was fully open by the time the car arrived, allowing a swift, seamless passage with mere inches to spare, a kind of mechanical tribute to his employer's own obsession with punctuality. That's how a true artist would handle it. So I needed to guess his exact moment to hit the gas and time mine about 3 seconds earlier, since I was still a good way down the street and had ground to cover. Arriving too soon or too late wasn't an option, so I began a slow creep forward, figuring a cabbie might need to finish jotting a note or stow his pen before really focusing and pulling away. I saw the Rolls begin to move when the gate was roughly 2/3 open, a smooth, hushed acceleration as though the driver planned to merge into the street in one continuous, elegant motion. Watching the gate's pace, the car's speed, the width of the sidewalk, and the gap I still had to close, I let instinct take over and pressed the accelerator when it felt right. The beat-up Ford lurched ahead 10 yards, 20, then I slammed the brakes and came to an abrupt halt right in the Rolls' intended path. The Rolls driver hit his brakes in response, stopping his grand grille just 2 feet from Casey Nice's door, with the chase car halting close behind his bumper. What happened next was a blur. Casey slid out through the narrow gap and moved left, her weapon drawn like the federal agent she was, while I scrambled around the hood from the opposite side, gun also out, heading right toward the bodyguard side of the limo, toward those twin-door handles set side by side in the middle, ready to be grabbed together and flung open simultaneously. My second crucial assumption was that modern cars automatically lock the doors, but only after reaching a preset speed, something I was certain hadn't happened here. Not yet. Gripping the Glock between finger and thumb, I seized both handles and pulled. The door swung open. On Nisa's side, her doors opened too, placing each of us safely behind our own section of armored steel and glass. Bennett's sing-song voice replayed in my head, the back doors and the back glass. The rear doors were hinged at the back and opened wide to 90 degrees, jutting out like oversized ears, shielding us as we worked, only against handguns, Bennett had added. But that was fine. I doubted the guys in the chase car had anything heavier. Not that I expected them to fire anyway, too much danger of hitting Charlie. They'd know the rear windshield was armored, but Bennett hadn't mentioned the rest, so they wouldn't risk a wild shot that might deflect through a softer spot like the trunk or a wheel well and pierce the interior, potentially striking a passenger anywhere from the lower back to the neck. So I figured they'd freeze for a beat, then react, then reconsider, and finally do what they should have done from the start, pour out of their car and charge straight at us. But by doing it fourth instead of first, they'd hand me 3 clear seconds to finish my business. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. Like the long, lonely arc of John Cott's bullet through the chilly Paris air. My job was to point the Glock at Charlie White's head, keeping him in check, while with my other hand I used a linoleum knife to slice through the guard's seatbelt. 2 quick cuts, slash. Then I leaned in, driving a sharp backhand elbow into the side of the guy's skull, sending him tumbling out of the vehicle. I shifted sideways and repeated the whole sequence on the front seat guard, slash, the elbow strike, watching him spill onto the pavement. After that, I turned and delivered a solid kick to each downed man's head to keep them dazed on the ground. I hustled back to the Ford, moved it clear, jumped out, and spun around. By then, the clock was ticking into the 4th second, and the remaining guys were piling out of their car. Even so, I had to fire. All part of the strategy. Not at the tires, though. The angle was bad. A bullet could ricochet right off. Tires can be surprisingly tough. The surest way to cripple a modern car is to shoot straight through the grille under the hood where all the wiring, computer chips, and sensors live. That's exactly what I did. 4 spaced but rapid rounds crouched wide behind my armored door. Bang, 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 bang. The shots forced the 4 men back a step, buying me just enough time to lunge forward, slam my door shut, hurtle over the guys on the ground, pivot, and drop onto the seat next to Charlie. I yanked the rear door closed as nice. Up front, hit the gas. She'd already used her own Glock and knife on the short guy, and the Rolls-Royce surged forward like a tidal wave, howling down the street. The 4 guys chased us for half a block, just like something out of a movie, before they finally stopped and watched us disappear. The Rolls-Royce lived up to every bit of its reputation. The cabin was hushed, the ride impossibly smooth. The rear bench felt like a deep, plush armchair from an old-school officers' club. Beside me, Charlie White remained belted in. His body faced forward, but his head was turned, his eyes locked on me. A strand of hair had fallen out of place. His nose resembled most of an avocado, yet overall, he looked every inch the gang boss, radiating power, strength, and cold confidence. I asked, "Are you carrying a weapon, Charlie?" He said, "Kid, you realize you just signed your own death warrant, right? Make sure you understand that nobody does what you just pulled, but..." "There's no but," I said. "There's always something, Charlie. Do you have any clue how much trouble you're in? So much that I should cut my losses, put a bullet in your head, and walk away while I still can?" He replied, "You could do that. Or you could earn yourself a stay of execution, just long enough to get out of town. That's what I'm offering. But I only ask once, and I take your first answer. So you better think hard, kid. Think about what comes next, how hard it's going to be, and how hard it's going to stay every single day for the rest of your life. What do you want in return? Get out of my car." "Wrong answer, Charlie. My question was, are you armed?" "I'm on my way to a memorial service. Of course I'm not armed. Is that some kind of elaborate courtesy? What? Do you have a cell phone in your pocket? Do I look like the kind of man who makes his own phone calls?" I said, "Strictly speaking, you were headed to a memorial service. Now you're headed somewhere else. I'm going to have to tape your wrists. No way around it. And honestly, it'd be better for me if I taped your mouth too. But to be frank, Charlie, I'm a little worried about how well you breathe through that nose. You're worried about what? You could suffocate if I covered your mouth. There's nothing wrong with my nose. Good to know. That settles it then, he said. Exactly what are you trying to accomplish here? I said, don't worry about it. You're just collateral damage. From what? I have a right to know from the front seat. Casey Nice said, no, Mr. White. You do not in truth. You possess no actual rights. The law certainly isn't in your favor. Your associate, Joseph Green, is sheltering individuals that any court on the planet would label as terrorists. I have no knowledge of Joey sheltering anyone. He has visitors, friends, I'd imagine. You're accountable for his actions. He hasn't taken any action. I replied, but he will. And Nice eased the car into the turn for Chigwell. We drove past the pub, a landmark we both recognized, and did our best to retrace the route we'd taken on foot. The large sedan felt more at home here than it had in Romford. We soon reached the board fence with its yard-wide gap before the next section began. Nice pulled over, and I instructed Charlie White to undo his seatbelt. I made him twist around with his back to me, then secured his wrists, his elbows, and finally his mouth with several wraps of tape leaning over. I shoved his door open, pushed him out, and followed, hauling him into the narrow alley's entrance. Nice drove ahead another 100 yards and parked, equidistant from 5 lavish houses. Compared to any one of those estates, a gap in a fence 100 yards back was utterly invisible. She jogged back quickly, up on her toes, tense, and ducked into the alley after us, squeezing past to take the lead. I kept old Charlie moving behind her. He was huffing and puffing, whether from outrage or poor fitness I couldn't say. But either way, he was proving himself an honest man about his nose being fine. We reached the grit clearing, Nice first, scanning left and right, then Charlie stumbling, his nice trousers flapping, then me checking our backs, our flanks, and the wooden hut ahead with bowling club above the door. Nice ducked down, moved the stone, and stood up. There's no key, she said. Charlie White stood there, breathing heavily. I said nothing, she insisted. Yes, I'm sure it's the right stone. I asked, did they change the lock back? Why would they? I didn't answer. The shed was a wooden structure built long before I was born. Take it up with whichever carpenter died 50 years ago, Bennett had said. Probably a decent craftsman, but working with shoddy post-war materials, plus 60-odd summers and winters. That meant it was sturdy, but not invincible. I took 3 long strides and kicked my heel through the lock, catching the door on the rebound. The binoculars were gone, the kitchen stools were gone, the tripod stands were gone, the clear lane in front of the windows was completely barren. Casey Nice said, is this one of the weird things you warned me would happen? I said no, I think it's weirder than that, but like the man said, we play the hand we're dealt. I pushed Charlie White all the way inside and made him sit in a corner, propped against a bag of bowling club gear. I powered on my phone, entered Bennett's number from memory, and sent a message. We have Charlie White. Then I pictured servers humming in Gloucestershire, and I switched the phone off again immediately. Nice asked, will it work? I have no idea, but I'm sure something will happen. Charlie White watched us. His eyes, though always secondary to that notable nose, were sharp enough and constantly moving, sliding between us, or perhaps between 2 different readings of his situation. The first interpretation, represented by me, was of some oversized American thug far from home and punching above his weight, dumb enough to go for a big score. That meant I was guaranteed to end up dead, and he was guaranteed to walk away alive. It was only a matter of time. There might be some discomfort along the way, but the final outcome wasn't in doubt. He was far too valuable an asset to waste, and a little discomfort meant nothing to a Romford boy. They'd come up from much worse. Casey Nice offered a second perspective defined by her youth and restless energy, her accent shaped by downstate Illinois and refined through Yale and the CIA, carrying a crisp directness that likely came from a childhood spent in a farmhouse with more than one dog barking at the fields. She was a distinct type, a creation of the contemporary era, probably familiar even on the streets of London, Her federal ties were unmistakable. If that were true, then the jibes about being expendable might have hit their mark. Another way of saying we were just pieces on a board. Charlie White would never willingly see himself as a pawn, yet even knights and bishops get sacrificed when the game demands it. The true kings were the world's governments, with their alphabet soup agencies and covert teams. That had to be Nice's world. What else could explain her? She was part of some vast international play, one that, for a change, didn't revolve around London or Charlie White, stripping away his usual assurance of making it out alive. A pawn isn't a high-value token. Charlie was wrestling with the uncertainty when Nice broke the silence. "Check," she said. Bennett should have answered by now. I powered my phone back on, watching it search for and lock onto a signal, then deliver everything I'd missed. A single text from Bennett. It read, "Where are you? Most urgent new information. Repeat, extremely urgent new information. Must discuss immediately." No punctuation, no niceties. Chapter 48, we had gone to great lengths to stay off the grid, and now we were being asked to broadcast our location directly to the British. Casey Nice said, "I think we have to respond." I stayed quiet. She pressed on. "You've been pushing him for intel on the glass. Now he claims to have it. You need to hear this. It has to be important. Just look at how he's writing." "Or he's faking it," I countered. "Maybe he's furious we vanished. He's in command. He's supposed to know our every move. This could be his way of reasserting control. He's a brother soldier. Read the message." Would he deceive you that blatantly? They didn't build empires by playing nice. "Your decision," she said. I rested my finger on the power button, hovering without pressing, then reconsidered and passed the phone to Nice. Her thumbs were faster and smaller, I told her. "Tell him to come alone." I wasn't certain how long Bennett would have lingered at that massive intersection in West London, but he likely caught on early that the plan had derailed, so he might have already packed up and headed home. If so, he could reach Chigwell in maybe 20 minutes, or it could take 40 if he'd stubbornly waited until the very end. There was no way to tell. The only practical route to the bowling club for someone on foot was the narrow, yard-wide path. Sure, there were probably old service easements across the neighboring properties for maintenance equipment, and if a SWAT team descended, they'd use helicopters right on the green. But if Bennett was coming alone, he'd walk. Charlie White was still observing us, his doubts lingering. I spent most of the time staring out the windows, but without night vision or magnification, the view was limited. Just darkness, vague tree shapes, and the faint glow from Little Joey's street about a quarter-mile off. I could barely distinguish his large house. Nice perched on a lumpy canvas bag, both hands buried in her jacket pockets, one likely wrapped around the grip of her Glock, the other perhaps curled around her prescription bottle. Part of me wanted to joke that tonight probably wasn't the night to quit the Zoloft, but I held back, figuring she'd want me to treat the situation with gravity. And maybe pills were the furthest thing from her mind. I certainly didn't want to bring it up. Maybe she was just trying to keep her hands warm. The air had turned sharply cold. It had been a decent day, but the temperature plummeted after sunset, leaving a brittle chill in the quiet clubhouse. After a quarter of an hour, I slipped outside, pulling the splintered door shut at my back. I moved across the gravelly ground to the farthest edge of the clearing, which offered me an angled sightline to where the alley opened up near the bowling league's headquarters. It was the best vantage point I could manage. I had no intention of waiting in the alley itself, nor did I want to be exposed on the street. If things went sideways, our safest exit would be through the neighboring backyards and across the open lawns, not along the public roads, which were fraught with too many unpredictable risks. I also wanted to take a somewhat proactive stance. If Nice had to open fire, her shots would come from the front of the hut, so positioning myself at a right angle made tactical sense, basic triangulation, plenty of sound reasoning, even if my visibility was poor. Evidently, the bowling club had voted against installing any outdoor lighting. A few of the houses bordering the space had lit windows, and the usual urban haze, a smoky yellow reflection of the city off the low night clouds, provided a faint ambient glow. But beyond those two dim sources, I was staring into near-total darkness. Some instinctual part of my mind calculated that Bennett was an average-sized man, and his center mass would be about 37 inches behind the muzzle flash of his weapon. I waited. Out in the chill for another 7 minutes, making 22 total since I'd started, it was clear Bennett had clocked out early and tucked himself somewhere central to await developments. Then I caught the sound of his footsteps, a soft whispering tread from the far end of the path, the noise both amplified and distorted by the tall wooden fences running parallel. As he drew nearer, I heard the muted crunch of his shoes on the thin scatter of gravel. At one point there was a brief skittering sound like he'd stumbled on the uneven ground, and something in his hand had brushed against the fence boards. Leather, maybe, judging by the noise. He stepped into the clearing and halted. I could just make out the pale oval of his face, but nothing else. His hands were invisible. I held my position. Then he spoke, his tone oddly conversational, as if we were sharing a room and I stood only a few feet away. "Reacher, I'm guessing you're off to my left or right at a 90-degree angle. I brought a flashlight. I'm not going to shine it on you. I'll shine it on myself first, then back down the footpath so you can see I came alone." I stayed silent. The beam of a flashlight snapped on, jittering over the ground before he reversed his grip and swept it quickly over his own figure, like he was dousing himself with light. He wore his usual clothes. The object in his hand was a briefcase. He finished by holding the beam high above his head, pointing straight down like a fixed shower head. I said, "All right, I believe you." He glanced vaguely in my direction within his cone of light, then swung the beam down to pick his way to the door. I followed him inside, where he stood the flashlight upright on the floor, its bounce off the ceiling, casting a diffuse light over all of us. He took a long, hard look at Charlie White, then turned back to me. I asked, "What happened to the binoculars?" "I had them removed," he replied.
Why? They weren't just binoculars.
"Remember they were video feeds? Think about it throughout history, who usually ends up in less trouble. The guy caught on tape or the guy who was never on tape because the tape never existed in the first place. You were covering for us? We're here to help each other. Thanks. I was expecting some action tonight. Did you get my information?" He paused briefly. "I've got information, but not mine. In a way, I think it is yours. I think you should own it. A lot of the ideas came from you." "What ideas?" "The wrong ones," he said. He crouched down, popped the latches on his briefcase, and lifted a black and white photograph into the light. He passed the picture to both me and Nice, a formal gesture that made her take the left side while I held the right, the image suspended between us. It wasn't a standard photo print. This had come from a computer, the paper thin and matte, likely an email attachment run through some office printer. The image showed a deceased man on a narrow hospital bed that didn't look American. The walls had a different texture, the setting suggesting someplace tropical, the kind of hospital where you might find worn yellow clay tiles underfoot. The bed was a simple frame of white-painted iron pipe, the sheets pulled taut, the blanket pale and sterile. Either the nursing staff took pride in their work, or someone was putting on a show for the camera. Because this was clearly part of an official record, the composition, the angle from the foot of the bed, it all had the cold, detached feel of a crime scene photo. A time and date stamp was embedded in the corner. Depending on the time zone, this was either very recent or happened just yesterday. The man had not died peacefully. That much was obvious. A brutal injury marred his forehead. It wasn't a clean entry or exit wound, but a ragged furrow as if a bullet had grazed him, tearing flesh and cracking bone without penetrating. A ricochet, perhaps, spectacularly unlucky. The wound was far from fresh. I could almost sense the decay through the paper. I'd seen injuries like it before. My estimate put it between 12 and 20 days old, and it showed no signs of healing. It had likely turned septic early, becoming a festering mess. The infection would have brought a raging fever, leaving the man wasted, shivering, sweating, his skin growing taut over prominent cheekbones, until some indifferent clerk snapped this final picture for a file. Rest in peace, wherever you are. It was impossible to guess what he might have looked like 3 weeks prior, except that he appeared to be a white man with a normally proportioned skull. So, I asked. Bennett said that's one of the retired snipers we keep tabs on, and he took a contract job in Venezuela. Things went sideways, as they do down there. Trust is a rare commodity. Our guy got into a firefight with local police. He escaped, but not before catching a round to the head. He couldn't seek proper treatment, so he went to ground, hiding out in what was described as a chicken coop. He tried to tough it out, surviving on raw eggs and water from a garden hose at night, but the infection was severe. A local woman found him delirious and drove him to the hospital in the bed of her pickup truck. By then, his blood was practically poison. He died within a day. He had no identification, but he looked foreign, so they ran his prints through Interpol, and that's William Carson, Bennett continued. Cott is the only one unaccounted for now, which leaves two possibilities, and frankly, it's throwing them into a tailspin. They have to choose. Either you were wrong, and one shooter could have made both shots, or their intelligence is flawed, and there are more elite snipers operating than they ever realized. Which way are they leaning, I asked. I'm sure they'd love to pin it on you, but they're supposed to be logical. The truth is they have no idea, not even the behavioral analysis team. Not even them. It's the first option, I said. Cott is working alone. What makes you so sure? A toothless old-timer I met in Arkansas. Are you saying you were wrong? I'm saying I was given misleading information. By what? Doesn't matter right now. It doesn't change our next move, which is, we need to draw little Joey out of his house. How? We're going to negotiate with him, in person, given the scale of the transaction, which is, we're going to offer to sell him Charlie. Like a ransom? I shook my head. It was like setting a price tag. The only thing anyone knows is that Charlie was taken by unknown parties, which means we can quietly sell him off, and Joey can extract whatever information he needs by force with no one ever finding out. It's already settled. Joey now has the account details, the passwords, and he knows where all the secrets are hidden. That makes him the new boss, no questions asked. Do you think he'll buy it? Are you serious? I mean, will he follow the reasoning? It's instinctive, like rats to food. He'll come running, which is exactly what we want. Why weren't you more shocked about Carson? Just a hunch. About what? Joey increased his security, but not enough. He loves a performance, but there were only two people in that house, Joey and Cott. Why not Joey and Carson? The bullet from Paris was Cott's. Forensics confirms it. Believe me, this revolves around John Cott. No, it revolves around the G8. The G8 is secure. Trust me on that, too. It won't be secure until we have him. He's the last loose end. The G8 was never the real target, I said. So what is? I need the details on the glass. You'll get them. What's the target? Something that doesn't change our next move. We aren't making a move. The committees are still talking. Who's talking? The committees. John Cott is inside little Joey's house. That's all they need to hear. Tell them I said so. They'll say your credibility is compromised. Then I'll do what my mother always told me when I was angry. I'll count to 3. What does that mean? Can you count to 3? Obviously. Show me. 1, 2, 3. I said, make it sound like time passing. He replied, 1 second, 2 second, 3 second. Is that how they say it in Wales? That's how they say it everywhere. No, it isn't. We say 1,000, 2,000. It's supposed to mimic a ticking clock, and it does. Second, 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 like an old pendulum clock in your grandmother's front room. Not bad. What was your point? I said, John Cott is in little Joey's house. Bennett paused, then glanced toward the corner of the hut. We should verify these rumors with Mr. White. Old Charlie flinched at the name. No doubt the Romford boys had their ways of questioning reluctant sources, methods that ranged from harsh to lethal. He clearly didn't expect a government agent to be any gentler. Bennett walked over and studied him for a long moment. Then he pulled a switchblade from his pocket, what they call a flick knife over here. He pressed the button, and the blade snapped out with a heavy thunk. An old model, probably. They've been illegal so long that a good one is hard to find. He balanced the handle on his thumb, fingers spread along the spine, and brought the blade near Charlie's cheek, like a barber with a straight razor. Charlie leaned back until his head pressed hard against the wooden wall. Casey Nice asked. "Is this on the record?" Bennett said. "Don't worry." He used the blade to work at the edge of the duct tape over Charlie's mouth. He lifted a corner, wedged a fingernail under it, and made a small cut. Then he repeated the process, lifting, picking, cutting a quarter-inch at a time until the whole strip was severed. Using the knife, he raised a tab, pinched it between his fingers, and peeled the tape from Charlie's lips steadily, like a nurse removing a bandage. Charlie coughed and wiped his mouth against his shoulder. Bennett asked. "Who's with Joey?" Charlie said. "I don't know." Bennett still held the open switchblade. Charlie's hands remained taped behind his back, wedged tightly into the corner with nowhere left to go. Bennett leaned in, his voice a low, steady hum. "You armed thugs from coast to coast, you push heroin and cocaine onto our streets, you loan a desperate family man 50 grand and demand 100 back, or you send your boys to break his knees. You traffic young women from Latvia and Estonia, work them until they're hollow, then dump them at Joey's door when they're used up. So, on a scale from 1 to 10, how likely is it that a single soul on this planet will care what happens to you next?" Charlie White remained silent, his jaw tight. "I need an answer," Bennett pressed. "So we're clear. 10 means very likely, 1 means not a chance. Pick a number, still." Charlie said nothing. "I see," Bennett nodded, a cold smile touching his lips. "It's a trick question. The scale doesn't go low enough. Not one person will give a damn, and they'll never even know. By tomorrow, you could be in a cell in Syria, Egypt, or even Guantanamo Bay. Times have changed. Your organization is sheltering a sniper who plans to assassinate the British Prime Minister and the American President. You're the new public enemy #1, at the very least. You're Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. That's absolute nonsense." Charlie spat out.
Which part? All of it.
"I would never target the Prime Minister." "Why not? I voted for the man then who's staying with Joey. I don't know who it is, but you know someone is there. I've never met him." Bennett's laugh was short and harsh. "He killed Carol Libor for you, handed you a fortune, brokered your peace with the Serbians, and you're providing round-the-clock security for a deal that big, yet you've never once looked him in the eye." Charlie clamped his mouth shut. "I think you talk for hours," Bennett continued. "I think you know every last detail, including the target." "I want my lawyer," Charlie insisted. "Which part of Guantanamo Bay? Didn't you understand?" Silence hung thick in the cramped space. "Let's play a game, then," Bennett offered, his tone shifting to something almost conversational. "Hypothetically, if a man in your position were involved in such an arrangement, wouldn't he want to sign off on the specifics? Obviously, hypothetically, including the target. Especially the target. Why? It would have to be acceptable. Who would be off limits? Women and children, of course, and the royal family. And the Prime Minister. That would be a monumental step. Hypothetically, I mean. My understanding is such individuals have traditionally avoided that particular brand of politics, sticking to the financial kind, hypothetically. So you know the target, because you approved it." Charlie's eyes darted between Bennett and me, a silent, desperate plea for some unspoken compromise. It was almost pathetic, the way he searched our faces, as if hoping for permission to tell 2 different stories. "Leave it, Bennett," I said, cutting through the tension. "It doesn't change what comes next." Bennett glanced at me, then at Charlie, then at Nice. With a resigned shrug, he stepped back toward the window. Just as he reached his spot, the shattered door burst inward. A man with a pistol stepped through, another right behind him, making the hut feel suddenly claustrophobic with 6 of us crammed inside. Then it got worse. A tree trunk of a leg appeared, bent at the knee, followed by a massive shoulder and a bowed back. A head lowered to clear the lintel beneath the faded bowling club sign outside ducked into the room. Little Joey straightened up, nearly 7 feet tall. his enormous head and shoulders framed perfectly by the low, sloping roof as he filled the space before us. Joey's immense frame shoved his 2 men ahead, forcing us into a tight cluster with no space to back away. We were packed in like a crowded train, and contact was immediate. One of Joey's guys pressed against Casey Nice, seizing her elbow and maneuvering her in front of him, his weapon undoubtedly aimed at her back. The other did the same to Bennett, leaving me with no clear shot. My Glock remained in my pocket, useless. All I could do was stand there, feeling a crick develop in my neck. Up close, Joey was more unsettling than I'd imagined. He wasn't like the college athletes I'd seen years ago at West Point, those enormous football and basketball players who moved with a quiet, contained focus, their every action controlled. Joey was the opposite. Though far from small or nervous, his body twitched and throbbed with restless energy. He looked unhinged. His eyes were sunken deep, his lower lip drooped over a nearly absent chin, and his teeth glistened wetly. His right foot tapped the floor incessantly. His left hand was a tight fist, while his right was held rigid, fingers arched. He glanced first at Charlie White, then dismissed him. His gaze swept over Casey Nice, then me up and down before locking on to Bennett. "You think I didn't notice the fence was blown down, or the tree?" he said, his voice low. "You think I'm an idiot? You think you're the only one who can buy night vision gear? We figured you'd left, but we checked anyway, and look what we found." Bennett stayed silent. I recognized both of Joey's men. They were from the supermarket parking lot, part of the security detail around the Black Jaguar, 2 of the 4 the best of the bunch. Next to their boss, they looked like scaled-down versions of men. I assumed the other 2 were outside in the cold dark, and that the driver was still waiting with the Bentley down the narrow path. I slid my hands into my pockets, right on the Glock, left on the linoleum knife. Through the window, I could just make out the shadowy street 400 yards away, and I found myself hoping Cott didn't have a night vision scope on his rifle. He could have taken his pick of which eye to shoot me through. Behind me, Charlie White spoke up. "Joey, get me out of here, will you?" Joey didn't answer right away, which gave me a faint flicker of hope. Maybe he was starting down a path that could lead somewhere useful. It's a primal thing, like rats turning on each other. Charlie tried again. "They're armed, Joey. They've got guns and knives." Joey gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod, the motion barely visible given his size. The guy holding Bennett released his elbow and began patting him down, pulling out the closed switchblade and a Sig Sauer P226, the model favored by special forces units worldwide. Then the man with Casey Nice did the same, retrieving her Glock, her linoleum knife, and finally a small pill bottle, its single occupant rattling softly inside. Joey held out a hand the size of a dinner plate, and the man placed the bottle in it. Joey pinched it between a massive thumb and forefinger, brought it close to his face, and asked, "Who's Antonio Luna?" Casey Nice flinched, then steadied herself. "A friend?" she said. "Are you hooked?" She paused. I'm trying not to be. With a thumbnail the size of a bottle cap, Joey popped the lid, letting it fall to the floor. He upended the bottle into his palm where the lone pill looked absurdly small. "Do you want it?" he asked. Casey didn't answer. "Do you?" He pressed silence. "You do, don't you?" he said, almost teasingly. Then in one swift motion, he slapped his palm to his mouth and swallowed the pill. He dropped the empty bottle on the floor. Charlie White's voice cut through the tense silence. "Joey, get over here!" Joey extended an arm as thick as a railroad tie, pushing his men aside. One was shoved against the wall, pinning Nice, while the other was forced against the window, his elbow locking around Bennett's throat. Their weapons were now clearly visible. Browning high-power pistols, Belgian-made. I slowly withdrew my hands from my pockets. Joey pivoted and took a single massive step through the gap between his men, stopping directly in front of me. Or rather, his chest stopped at my eye level. He towered over me by half a foot and seemed just as wide. He wasn't a bodybuilder. He was just a naturally huge man, solid and dense like the cramped hut we were in. The sharp scent of sweat hit me, and a vein throbbed visibly in his neck. Every primal instinct in the back of my skull was firing. the ancient flight reflex screaming for me to run, but there was nowhere to go, walls on 3 sides and Joey blocking the only exit. I looked up into his shadowed eyes. One pupil was dilated wide, the other a tiny pinprick. "What's the cocktail today, Joey?" I asked. "Shut your mouth," he grunted. He raised his hands. His fingers weren't like sausages, that was too soft a comparison. They were more like sections of pipe, jointed and hard, with fingertips twice the width of mine and nails like chips of slate. He hooked those fingertips into my coat pockets, worming them deep, his breath hot on my face. Then he jerked back violently, ripping the pockets clean off. My pistol and my knife clattered to the floor. He scraped them away with his boot, kicking them behind him, then turned and took that same giant step back toward the doorway. Charlie White's tone turned icy. "Joey, don't you walk away from me." Joey shifted his weight, making the floorboards groan. The flashlight, precariously balanced, toppled over and sent a beam rolling across our feet. Charlie began fidgeting, testing the tape on his wrists, his impatience growing. I calculated Joey had maybe 2 seconds to decide any longer, and the moment of potential betrayal would solidify in Charlie's mind forever. The bonds of trust would be broken. Joey made the wrong choice. He turned his massive head and shouted out the door, "Get in here and take Mr. White back to the house." This was impossible with him filling the doorway, so he ducked his head, hunched his shoulders, and contorted himself sideways out of the hut, right leg duck, left leg, and then he was gone. The 2 men holding Nice and Bennett didn't slacken their grips, their elbows tight, guns held at a ready diagonal, muzzles pointed somewhere between their prisoners and me. I caught Bennett's eye. "What's the official designation for these new units you're with?" The guy holding him tightened his arm. "Quiet or what?" I said. He didn't take the bait. He wasn't authorized. I figured unless things went completely sideways. Our fate was to be decided higher up the chain. Later, Bennett answered, "We don't have a formal name yet. Everything's still pretty fluid." "Is your Air Force integrated into the operation?" He gave a tight nod. "It's a fully joint effort now. Can you get us a ride out of here?" "Back to the States?" "Fort Bragg. When?" "Soon would be perfect. Let's say within the next few hours." "That's optimistic," Bennett said. "I prefer to think of it as maintaining a positive outlook," I replied. It was a thin veneer of cheer over a very grim reality. "Won't O'Day send a plane?" "I'd rather have the U.S. Air Force," I said. "I'd consider that a fair trade for missing out on meeting the Queen." Then the men from outside entered, pushing through the cramped space to help Charlie White up. They sliced the tape from his wrists and elbows with their own knives. He massaged his arms and rolled his shoulders to get the blood flowing again, then stood tall, no longer a captive, but a gang leader restored, brimming with authority and swagger. He looked right at me and said, "You lose, kid, real shame, because now the death sentence gets signed." My eyes drifted to the bowling lawn outside, toward the dark street almost a quarter mile off. Was Cott out there watching? I imagined a hallway window, taller and wider than any normal one, with a tripod set behind it, and a pair of night vision binoculars, maybe bought online or lifted from some military depot in Britain or Europe. Cott would be hunched behind them, eyes pressed to the rubber cups, staring past where the fence used to be and the fallen tree, taking in every cold, silvery detail. But his line of sight was narrow. We could see the house. He could see the hut. None of us had a full view. That was good. What would he hear from a quarter mile away? The Browning high power was a 9mm, and like all Fabrique Nationale products, it was built tight and precise, not louder than it had to be. But he'd hear it. Gunfire would carry 400 yards out on a quiet suburban night. Almost certainly. Did his rifle have a night vision scope? I said, "Charlie, hold up." Charlie paused and turned back, and I threw a colossal right at his face, driving up from my planted feet as hard as I could, partly because I couldn't stand the guy, and partly because I had to plow straight through to the man holding Nice without a second's delay, which is exactly what happened. My fist connected square on his nose, admittedly a big target, and I felt it crunch inward before his falling weight whipped his head away. My momentum carried me forward, shoulder first, into Nice and then into the guy behind her. There were 8 of us packed into that hut now, and the advantage of fighting in a tight, dark space with a flashlight rolling across the floor was all the chaotic shoving and stumbling, impossible to aim accurately, especially with the top guy in the mix just waiting to become collateral damage. Bennett was already tangling with one of the men, and I was on the other. Casey Nice knew the drill. She slipped away like a shadow, but not before using her position to drive a knee into her guard's groin as she spun. That helped me immensely. His head jerked down just as my elbow snapped up, doubling the impact like a freebie. Instantly free, I turned toward Charlie's two escorts, who were still empty-handed and already edging toward the door, assuming Charlie was right behind them. And he had been right up until he hit the floor. One guy raised his hands high like a boxer, so I drove a fist into his gut. A better move in close quarters, a compact body shot needing no wind-up. The other crowded in as if going for a bear hug. A smart move, but he never made it. However cramped we were, there was always room for a headbutt, just an inch of backswing and a burst of fast-twitch muscle right on target. He descended the stairs, and I pivoted back to the man I'd struck in the stomach. Driving my knee upward, I caught him squarely under the jaw, and he crumpled. By then we were maybe 3 seconds into the scuffle, plenty loud, but I wasn't concerned about Joey charging in. For one, Joey couldn't charge through a normal doorway if he tried, and for another, even if he managed it, he wouldn't be my first worry. I knew a thing or two about Joey. Bennett was holding his own, jamming a thumb into his opponent's eye while his other hand crushed the guy's windpipe, fingers digging behind the larynx, squeezing hard. They didn't rule their world by playing nice, that much was clear. Once Bennett's man dropped, I grabbed the flashlight and swept the floor, fishing under discarded coats until I recovered our 3 handguns plus 4 identical Browning high-power model 1935s from Joey's crew. The Brownings were recent models with ambidextrous safeties, up for safe, down for fire, fully loaded but with empty chambers. We'd been in less danger than I'd assumed. We distributed them, 1 each, and I stripped the magazine from the 4th and handed it to Nice for her pocket. "Let's go find Joey," I said. I started for the door, but Bennett caught my arm. "We can't just walk out there, especially shining a light. We'd be sitting ducks." "Let's not overthink this," I told him. Bennett shot a look at Nice as if pleading for backup against my recklessness. She just said, "I'm sure we'll be fine," I smiled. She'd figured it out, too, probably from the pill bottle earlier. "Joey isn't armed," I said. "That's one thing we can be sure of." "How can you know that?" "Because no trigger guard on the planet is big enough for his finger. He hasn't pulled a trigger since he was maybe 7 years old, and even then it must have been a tight fit. He's out there right now, unarmed, while we've got 104 rounds and a flashlight." Casey Nice took the flashlight. I carried a gun in each hand, mostly because I'd run out of pockets. Bennett trailed behind, sweeping left and right, covering our flanks and our backs. Nice flicked the beam side to side, quick and sharp, painting the darkness in strobes, letting our eyes fill in the rest. No sign of Joey at first. The beam cut far down the narrow footpath. He wasn't there, and if he'd been running, he'd still be in sight. Running wasn't really an option. He'd have to shuffle sideways, painfully slow. We checked the far corner where I'd waited earlier, then the opposite one. Nothing. We stood still, listening. Only silence. The yellow haze still hung in the sky, but the houses around us had gone dark one by one. People were turning in, kids already asleep. Soon we'd be boxed in by a sleeping neighborhood here and there. A blue TV glow flickered, some night owl watching a movie or maybe a soccer match or a documentary that was enlightening in content but gave us no actual light. We were hunting a giant in the dark, getting nowhere, until I finally did what I should have done first. I put myself in his shoes. What would I do? No gun guards down, driver too far to call, escape too slow. Not that I'd need to run, not that I'd need backup. I could handle myself. I was little Joey Green, and I always had been. I enjoyed having an audience, but at that moment, there was a distinct lack of one. The Lawn Bowling World Series wasn't happening, and all around us people were drawing their curtains and settling in for the night. There was really only one place Joey might find a viewer, maybe an audience of one, sure, but a dedicated one, an ally, perhaps even a friend by now, and a fellow professional or so Joey might believe. John Cott could be watching through night vision binoculars or a scope. I held up a sign, and Casey Nice cut the light. We edged around to the far back corner of the hut, lining up with the windows, giving us nearly the same view we'd had earlier through the binoculars. That neat square of lawn, now with little Joey planted right in the middle of it. The big man was all alone under that washed-out yellow sky, dancing, swinging his hips, shuffling his feet, waving his arms, jerking his head side to side. I understood right away what he was doing, and how, and why. It was a kind of animal cunning, rodent-level intelligence, something in the DNA, like rats. He didn't have a gun in his hand. How could he take ours away? We were boxed in by sleeping families, their kids already tucked in bed. He was dancing to make us miss, and we couldn't afford to miss. Not here, not that we would have 99 times out of 100 or better. It's one of those philosophical questions that pop up in the paper sometimes. What odds does a responsible person need? But even a clean hit could pass straight through the soft tissue of the neck, maybe, that wouldn't slow a bullet down. Next stop, a bedroom painted blue or pink, or the round might nick bone and carry him off at some wild angle, low and wide. It might hit a night owl still up watching the game, tied score, maybe, heading into overtime. He'd never know what happened. Could I make the shot? Absolutely. Little Joey was plenty big enough. Should I take it? With sleeping children behind him, left and right, behind those thin panes of glass? We eased back into the shadows and leaned against the hut wall. We could let him dance a little longer, I figured. It might wear him out. That could help. I hoped so. Nice and Bennett slipped around the edge of the green, moving to the far side on what looked like a worn gravel path, maybe where referees or umpires ran during matches. I didn't know the rules of the game. Bennett went farther than Nice until they were about 20 feet apart, triangulated so they both had the hut squarely behind Joey. That way, if they had to shoot as a last resort, any misses might be caught by the 60-year-old wood, or at least slowed down. I had no front pockets, so I tucked my guns into my back pants pockets. Then I stepped onto the grass. I angled left, keeping Joey's bulk between me and his distant house, with all its oversized windows and potential firing positions. 400 yards, less than a second, flash, 1,000, game over. I walked forward slowly toward Joey. He saw me coming, a shape rising out of the yellow gloom, and I caught the flash of his teeth as he smiled. He backed away toward the far corner of the lawn, matching me step for step, leading me, keeping me lined up with his distant house. He wasn't stupid. After 3 backward steps, he'd moved out of Nice's safe zone, after 4 out of Bennett's. I could almost feel their shoulders slump, and in the quiet I heard Bennett's phone chime with a message. My intel about the glass, I hoped. That could be interesting, if I lived to read it. Joey glanced over his shoulder, adjusted his stance, and stopped. He started dancing again, hopping side to side, bending one way then the other. His enormous feet were tearing divots out of the perfect grass. I imagined the bowling club would be seriously pissed. I hoped they had insurance, or a big bag of seed. I said, "Listen, Joey, here's the deal. I need to get inside your house while you're not there. Option 1 is, you agree right now," he asked. "What's option 2? I strongly suggest you pick option 1. An Englishman's home is his castle." "I get that, Joey. I really do. But you should think of me as a Viking or a rebel marauder. I'm going to storm your castle. It'll be better for you if you don't get caught in the crossfire. What if you're the one who gets hurt? You could help me with that, Joey. You could tell me where Cott is hiding, where his guards are stationed, and point out any other dangers. Do you have any loose rugs, any low furniture? I'd hate to trip and fall. You're a dead man. How's that, Joey? You got a gun?" He stayed silent. I said, "Didn't think so. You got any other guys with you, besides the 4 in the hut who are currently unconscious on the floor with broken bones?" He didn't answer. I said, "Figured as much." He was still shifting slightly, moving left and right, and I mirrored him. keeping him between me and the house. I was a couple steps away, which meant he was just one step from me. Close enough to be a real concern, considering how fast I'd seen him move back in that little supermarket parking lot. He slid his hand into his pocket, the right side of his suit jacket, a big hand, a big pocket. He pulled out a cell phone. He held it up near his mouth and said, "Call Gary." Then he lifted it to his ear like anyone else would. His fingers were too thick for dialing. His phone followed voice commands. It must have worked because the call connected. Joey said, "Gary, it's Joey. Call me back in 10 minutes, okay? If I don't answer, abandon ship, every man for himself." Understood. Apparently it was understood because Joey ended the call and slipped the phone back into his pocket. Then he just stood there. My mother had rules about fighting. She was raising 2 sons on Marine bases, so she couldn't forbid it entirely. But she surrounded the idea with restrictions. The first rule was purely practical. Don't fight when you're wearing new clothes, which, ironically, I was. The second rule could be seen as ethical or moral, but to my mother it was simply correct. A whole different word in French. The second rule was never start a fight, but the third rule was never lose one either. I argued about that as a kid. Sometimes you had to throw the first punch, or you'd never win. I felt the 2 rules contradicted each other based on experience. It became a whole family debate. We had all kinds of discussions. It was the 1960s, and she was French. Eventually, we agreed the rules were indeed incompatible, so maybe they were more of a Rorschach test. Were you a Rule 2 guy or a Rule 3 guy? My brother Joe was a Rule 2 guy. I was a Rule 3 guy. For the first time, my parents looked at us a little differently. We didn't know which was right or wrong. Their signals were mixed. They were decent people, but they were Marines. I was a Rule 3 guy. Never lose one. It served me well, even if it meant bending Rule 2 now and then. Sometimes you had to start a fight, like, for instance, right at that moment. Rule of thumb, I had to hit Joey before he hit me, but then he spoke again. He said, "I'm a Romford boy." I said, "I guess someone has to be. We keep our word to get near Mr. Cott. You'll have to come through me, like going to the dentist. I will, if I have to. You think you can fight me, probably?" He said, "I don't like Mr. Cott very much." I said, "Me either. But I'm a Romford boy. I keep my word so. So, let's make it interesting." He paused thoughtfully, as if he'd found a shortcut through a long explanation. He pointed to his pocket. "Did you hear my phone call?" I said yes. "Gary is tonight's team leader on Mr. Cott's security detail. You heard what I told him. If I answer the phone, it means you're out of the picture and we can go about our business as normal. I'm a Romford boy, and I've kept my word. But I don't want my team handling this mess if I'm not around to oversee it. So if my phone goes unanswered, they'll vanish instantly, and Mr. Cott is entirely your problem." Chapter 52. You could probably sit in a classroom and use some philosophical method to dig out profound meanings in what Joey had just declared themes of high risk, twisted ideas of loyalty and honor, even sacrifice. Or maybe the simpler truth was he just loved to brawl and couldn't find anyone willing to fight him unless he paid them. Either way, I stopped thinking about it, because he took a step back and dropped into a low crouch like a boxer waiting for the starting bell. He must have heard it in his head before I did, because he launched out of the shadows at me like a runaway freight train, moving twice as fast as he had in the supermarket parking lot. His right elbow came crashing toward my head, a chilling mirror image of how I'd taken down the guy from the van earlier. He wanted me finished right from the opening bell. The only way to handle a sudden elbow strike like that is to pivot and drive forward, letting it land on the thick muscle of your upper arm. I did exactly that. It's always a jarring, painful impact, often leaving your arm numb. Mine went instantly dead. But usually, you manage to stay on your feet. I did, but it was a close thing. 308 pounds of solid momentum coming hard. The only counter was to slip past him and spin him around. That put my back to his house, so as we'd arranged, Casey Nice hit me with a flashlight beam, just a quick 2-second burst. We figured it would dazzle any night scope, and it had the bonus of distracting Joey for a split second. In that moment, I drove a left hook into his throat and followed with a short, vicious right to his kidney, putting everything I had into it, total concentration. Then I backed away in the same wide arc, so if Cott took a blind shot, he'd hit Joey and not me, and so I could assess the damage. Which wasn't much, which was deeply discouraging. His size alone wasn't the main issue. The truly dangerous ones are those who get so chemically amped up they stop feeling pain altogether. Their bodies lose the ability to signal surrender. That's when size becomes a massive problem, and Joey was clearly one of those. I'd landed 2 solid shots. Nothing minor, but he was still standing there with a grin, still a half-foot taller, and a good 60 pounds heavier. 10 minutes, he said, a look of pure bliss on his face. That's what you've got. A little less now, I imagine? He looked like some relic from a bare-knuckle era, a 19th century brawler lost in the modern day, a character straight out of a Dickens novel, a young man but an antique, a simple leg breaker, and nothing more. Meanwhile, a quieter part of my mind was calculating, keep targeting that right kidney, hope to accidentally smash the phone in his pocket. If Gary didn't get an answer either way, it might simplify things for Neese and Bennett later. Joey shuffled forward, a fighter but not a refined one. He threw a wide, looping right I saw coming from a county away. I ducked low like doing a gym squat, and his fist whistled over my head. His own momentum carried him in a curve, presenting his right kidney to me the whole time. I hit it again, another compact, explosive right, a blow that could have splintered a young oak or dropped a mule in its tracks. An all-time top 3 shot for me, and that's saying something. He reacted with all the right physical cues. He arched backward violently, the air oofing out of him as the shock wave hit his lungs. He staggered, one leg locking straight, but he didn't go down writhing in agony, which he absolutely should have. A normal person would be unconscious. Every organ screaming, a searing fire in the back, too breathless to even cry out. But Joey just huffed once, did a little full-body wiggle like he was adjusting his own spine, and settled back into his stance. Maybe the antidepressants helped. I made a mental note to ask Nice later if there were any unexpected physical perks to medication. Right then, I abandoned the old plan. This was going to be a war of movement now. If I couldn't put him on the ground, maybe I could get him to put himself there. The only acceptable outcome was him flat on the grass. I knew where the empty spaces were. I moved in, then out, circling him. By any normal measure, I was awkward, but next to Joey, for once, I was the nimble one, bobbing and weaving, landing sharp little shots. The lawn was soft underfoot, and he was so heavy that 3 times he almost lost his balance. I kept the pace frantic, partly because of Cott watching, and partly from a half-formed idea that the bigger man would wear out first. We circled each other, and at one moment his feet dragged behind his momentum just enough for me to drive an elbow toward his ribs, but he blocked it the same way I had earlier, and we shoved apart and began again. I shifted tactics a second time. He wasn't going to fall on his own. He'd need a push. And I was more than willing to provide it, happier by the second. Honestly, you think you can take me? Maybe Scarangello had a point about me not liking a challenge, but it wasn't exactly that. It was never about the challenge itself. It was always about the person on the other end. I didn't like Joey Green, partly for good reasons, like what he did to those kids from Latvia and Estonia, and the family man he ruined, but also for reasons buried deep, reasons that go back further than cities or laws. Because for every year humans have been civilized, we spent 700 more being primitive, and that leaves a mark. By then, the oldest part of my brain was running the show. My tribe needs you gone, buddy, and you're not much to look at either. And let's be honest, you're a coward. I feinted right, then left, betting a leg would be slow to follow, and I drove my heel into his kneecap, the same motion as kicking down a door, but with more force than I'd ever used on any door. Maybe his pain signals were scrambled, but bone is physics, and if it breaks, it breaks. His did. I felt the crack through my boot, but a kneecap isn't a load-bearing bone. He didn't go down. Instead, he stepped forward on his good leg and hit me in the chest. Another wide right, but quicker this time, too fast to dodge, and I flew backward, twisting as I fell, gasping and wheezing for air. I tried to roll, managed to get up on my hands and knees, and scrambled away before he could stomp me, busted knee or not. He was pumped up now, seeing me down, and he lumbered toward me with a hitch in his step, but still fast enough to make me scramble. I got to my feet, dodged away, and we started over. I was out of new ideas, and I had about 6 minutes left. I kept moving, always aware of the distant house, always maneuvering. At one point, I tangled him up and kicked his bad knee again, hard, a real dirty move, but it cost me. He lashed out backhand, maybe just a furious swipe, maybe a cold guess at where I'd be, but either way, he connected. The back of his huge hand caught me across the forehead like running full tilt into a clothesline. I went down flat on my back, but my earlier work saved me. He couldn't pivot. He couldn't figure out how. His knee was locked up solid. Might not have hurt him, but engineering is engineering. I scuttled backward on my elbows and hauled myself up again. I stood for a second, hands on my knees, breathing hard, blinking, stuck in a genuine this-does-not-compute moment. I'd hit the guy 5 solid times, a left, 2 rights, and 2 kicks, and he was still standing. That second right should have dropped anyone. A person, a horse, a gorilla, an elephant. I had a real problem. Then I thought about the late-night soccer game someone might be watching, and I looked at the lawn, smooth and flat, and even slick with a thin layer of night dew. Joey was facing away from me. I took a step back, then charged forward, dropping low and sliding across the grass. My hip brushed the turf just as my shin slammed into the back of his legs, a dirty soccer tackle, the kind that earns a red card for sheer aggression, which I had in spades. I cut through him completely, and he launched into the air, landing flat on his back with all the dramatic flair of a prima donna athlete. Pushing back up, I pivoted, took a quick step, and yanked the Glock from my waistband. Then I leaped, not with joy like a kid diving into a snowbank, but with grim purpose, aiming my knees and the gun's muzzle in a synchronized strike at Joey's stomach. All 3 points landed together, my left knee, my right knee, and the steel pressed hard into his solar plexus, driving down with every ounce of my weight. I pulled the trigger. I've always been a Rule 3 guy. In forensics, they'd call it a stellate wound, a star-shaped burst. With the barrel sealed against him, the bullet tore a clean 9mm hole first, but that neat puncture didn't last. A surge of superheated gas followed, trapped inside his body with nowhere to go but out. It swelled instantly into a blistering bubble that ruptured the entry point from within, leaving a ragged 5-pointed tear in the skin when it collapsed. The first benefit was immediate. At that range, centered like that, it shredded everything vital in its path. The second was the exit wound, which probably wouldn't have harmed anything but bugs in the soil. Maybe the local garden club owed me a favor. The third was how the cavity of his chest acted like a massive suppressor, muffling the shot to a dull thud. Even so, Bennett wasn't taking chances. He walked over and said, "I heard that." "You were 50 feet away," I replied. "Of course you heard it. If I heard it, the neighbors did too." He pulled out his phone and sent a quick text. "What's that?" I asked. "A code. It means it was one of ours. If anyone calls the police, they'll be told it was a car backfiring and to ignore it. You can do that now?" "I just did. Since when? Some bureaucratic hurdles got cleared early on." I didn't answer. Little Joey's phone started ringing in his pocket, over and over until it finally stopped. "We need to move," I said. "We have to make sure Cott doesn't bolt with his security team. We need a closer look at the front of that house." Casey Nice said the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, and she led the way, following the path the wind had carved earlier. We trailed her over the raw stump of someone's felled tree and through a broken gap in another neighbor's fence. We cut through 5 different backyards, I counted, and finally settled behind a short decorative wall directly across from Joey's place. The view was intimate, better than any pair of binoculars. A single black Jaguar sat on the driveway, the gates were shut, and the heavy front door was closed. It had a brass mail slot, a handle, and a single keyhole below it, some high-end mortise lock, no doubt, the kind insurance companies love. Not that Joey Green ever needed insurance beyond his own reputation then. Right on schedule, the gate slid open and the massive door swung wide. 4 men spilled out into the drive, tumbling forward like streamers from a plane. The atmosphere was tense and uncertain. The men seemed disoriented, fumbling with their coats and running nervous fingers through their hair before piling into the Jaguar. They sped through the open gate and vanished down the street, leaving the entrance unsecured. John Cott remained inside, clearly prepared for a confrontation. Turning to Bennett, I asked, "Did you get that information on the glass?" "It's in French," he replied, pulling up a scanned document on his phone. The file was lengthy, marked top secret in several places, and required scrolling. "Does it self-destruct in 5 minutes?" I joked. Bennett smirked. "No, but I might if I have to read much more of this." "Thanks for tracking it down," I said. "Don't mention it. Hope it's useful." France had a storied history with glassmaking, a global leader in everything from elegant stemware to durable hotel dishware. Their products were famously resilient. You could practically toss a French tumbler like a fastball and it would hold up. So it made sense that a Parisian research lab would take on the challenge of developing advanced transparent armor. The goal was clear: achieve maximum strength without sacrificing clarity. After all, what good was protection if the person behind it couldn't be seen? NATO allies had pooled resources to fund the project. Right away, 2 things stood out. First, they didn't call it bulletproof glass. It was transparent armor. Second, it contained no glass at all. Older designs layered glass with polycarbonate, which worked decently but often looked layered and distorted, like peering into multiple swimming pools at once, hardly ideal for public appearances. So the researchers pivoted to something unexpected: aluminum. More specifically, aluminum oxynitride, a ceramic with a crystalline structure that sounded more like a fancy chandelier in my great-aunt's New Hampshire home than a defensive material. The process began with a fine powder pressed and baked at extreme heat before being polished to perfect transparency. It was dense but manageable and incredibly tough. The testing protocols were exhaustive. Panels were subjected to everything from 9mm handguns to .44 magnums, even point-blank contact shots. I scanned the technical details. Some terms were over my head, but numbers translate universally. Every test against standard sidearms showed a perfect score, 100%. The panels were then transported to a military installation near Draguignan in southern France, not far from where my grandfather once killed a snake. The facility was sprawling, filled with rifle ranges. Initial tests were conducted at 300 feet, where the panels stopped every .22-3 Remington and 7.62mm NATO round without fail. Encouraged, the scientists pushed further. They reduced the distance to an almost absurd 200 feet point blank for the heavier calibers and bypassed rounds like the .38 Winchester entirely. Instead, they went straight for the .44 Remington Magnum. Firing that powerful a cartridge from such close range was like using a cannon in a hallway. Yet the panels held, achieving another perfect score. Then came the true test. They mounted a .50 caliber rifle on the bench, loaded with armor-piercing rounds. 70 yards was practically intimate for a weapon like that, but I understood the dramatic point they aimed to make. Once again, the panels scored 100%. They repeated the trial at 100 feet, 50 feet, even 25. The scientists did note, with a hint of practicality, that the visible pitting at the closest ranges would mean replacing the panels after any real-world incident. Even they grasped the politics. A candidate couldn't appear behind gear already scarred by previous attempts like someone barely escaping a disaster. It would look bad. People might start asking questions. Given the substantial foreign investment in the project and the many important foreign lives depending on its success, every step was scrutinized by representatives from each interested nation. They verified data, posed sharp questions, and left no stone unturned. All were intelligence specialists, but with enough scientific literacy to follow the details. It was the old guard, seasoned and thorough, with time on their hands. The Paris team didn't object. It felt like a standard peer review, just accelerated. I swiped down the participant list until I reached E for États Unis d'Amérique, the United States of America. The Pentagon had sent Tom O'Day, Chapter 54. I peered over the low wall toward Joey's house. The gates remained open, and lights were on inside, but there was no movement. Handing the phone back to Bennett, I suggested, "Why don't you take a short walk?" "Why would I want to do that?" he asked. "I need to speak with Ms. Nice privately." "What are you going to tell her?" "Something you won't be able to hear from where you'll be standing." He hesitated a moment, then stood and melted into the darkness. There 1 second, gone the next, much like he'd done on that balcony in Paris. "Nice." And I crouched side by side, our backs against the rough concrete. I said, "This is the part where I try to send you away." She stayed quiet. I continued, "Not for the reasons you might assume. I could use your skills in a dozen different situations, and you'd excel at every one. But this is between Cott and me. He wants me gone, so I want him gone. It isn't right to drag other people into a personal fight. I'll tell Bennett the same thing. Bennett will keep his distance regardless. He has to. There are rules. But I'm free to choose. This is me and Cott that has rules too. It stays one-on-one. You're only saying that." "Because it's true. I think you're just being kind." "That's not an accusation I get often." She asked, "Why did he take my pill?" "Take as in steal it, or take as in swallow it?" "Swallow. My guess is he took all sorts of pills." A man that size probably dealt with constant aches, his back, his joints. So he was already familiar with painkillers, and then he started sampling the harder stuff that passed through his hands. After a while, if he saw a pill, he took it, an occupational hazard. "I don't want to take them anymore. Did you see his mouth? It was revolting. Right now, you can't take them anyway, even if you wanted to. Is that why?" "You think I'll lose my nerve? Will you?" "Not from worry. I've left worry so far behind I can't even see it anymore. We'll be fine. We? You out here, me in there? I should back you up. This is between me and Cott," I repeated. "I won't bring it to him 2-on-1. That wouldn't sit right with me later." The gates remained open, but I avoided the front entrance. It was the obvious choice, the spot Cott would watch most closely. Some analyst at MI5 would probably have a statistic for it. Cott likely spent over half his time monitoring the front. The backyard would be second, the side walls would come in third and fourth. I figured the side facing the bowling club would rank third, given all the activity there earlier. So I went the opposite way to the far end of the house. What I guessed was fourth on his list, moving through the shadows before climbing the fence. It wasn't simple, but the ornate ironwork offered enough sculpted details to serve as footholds. I dropped into a flower bed. The side of the house stood right there, just a narrow path away. There were 8 ground-floor windows. A child might have drawn them small, but I could have stepped through any of them without ducking. I checked the nearest one. The sill was level with my chest. A small room, relatively speaking, a nook, a parlor, maybe a study. I moved to the next window. Beyond it was a hallway, much better. I could see the bottom of a staircase about 35 feet away. The hallway likely turned a corner to the right at some point, leading to the front door. I stood still, took a breath in, then out again. Then I used the butt of the captured Browning and smashed the window, again and again, until the hole was big enough to climb through. I figured Cott would see it immediately as a bluff, nothing more than a diversion. He'd think I wanted him to investigate so I could slip in the front door behind him. He'd predict that, so, being professionally paranoid, he'd instantly call it a double bluff and head straight for the window to meet me head on. So I triple bluffed him. I sprinted for the front. I knew the door was unlocked. With that kind of lock, you need to stop and use the key coming or going. The departing guards hadn't bothered. They just piled into the Jaguar and sped off without even pausing to fix their coats or smooth their hair. The door handle was a grand Georgian-style affair, swollen to nearly 30 inches tall. The lever I turned was as thick as most people's forearms. Inside, a lobby unfolded with black and white marble floors and a chandelier the size of a small tree. No sign of Cott. Good. That let me swing the door wide open for a clear field of fire. Beyond the lobby stretched a long hallway. The staircase at the far end, which meant the section with the broken window, was off to the left around a corner. I stepped inside. Still no Cott. That meant if he'd only doubled where I'd tripled, he was right then staring at the shattered glass or searching room to room through all those pesky nooks, parlors, studies, and sitting rooms. He was on my left, just around the corner. I walked through the lobby into the hallway. Like any hallway, it was a long rectangle, much longer than it was wide, lined with the kind of formal furniture big houses always seem to accumulate, and doors leading to rooms whose purposes were never entirely clear. But I'd been in plenty of big houses before, and Joey's place didn't feel like any of them. It felt staged, like a museum exhibit waiting for something to happen. I recalled doorways that seemed spaced much farther apart than usual, hinting at enormous rooms beyond. When I saw them, they felt even more immense, largely because the walls stretched into the distance, creating a sense of endless space. It was all about proportion. Joey's home was essentially a standard house, inflated uniformly. The rooms were massive, but the illusion of normalcy came from the doors being placed at a conventional distance, except these doors stood over 9 feet tall, closer to 10 with their ornate frames, so that ordinary spacing tricked the eye. The marble floor tiles, which might be 2 feet square in a design catalog, were a full yard across here. Baseboards that would be a foot high in a grand old Victorian were 18 inches in Joey's house. A typical doorknob would strike my thigh. Here they lined up with my ribs. The overall effect made me feel miniature, as if a crazed inventor had shrunk me down. Maybe the folks who made those mirrored windows would try that next. And I felt sluggish, naturally. Every journey took 50% longer. 3 steps became 4.5. It was like trudging through syrup or walking against a moving sidewalk, constantly hurrying but getting nowhere, disorienting, like entering another dimension. I paused at what I guessed was 6 feet from the hallway's turn, though it might have been 9. Either way, I held my breath and listened. Nothing. No sound of glass crunching underfoot, no doors opening or closing, so I edged toward the corner, adjusting my pace to the distorted scale. I held the Browning in my left hand and the Glock in my right, 1 round chambered and 12 in the magazine. 5 shots spent so far, 4 into the Jaguar's hood at Charlie's place, and 1 into the ground at the bowling club, courtesy of Joey. I reasoned that if Cott was waiting for a head to appear around the corner, he'd instinctively aim at normal height. But what was normal here? Eye level around 5'6", which is about 55% of a standard room's height. In Joey's funhouse, that translated to roughly 8 feet 3 inches. Cott would likely be aiming well above me. Still, I took no chances. I made sure he'd be staring over my head. I knelt low at baseboard level, which felt oddly comfortable thanks to the exaggerated millwork. I imagined my forehead and eyes coming into view tiny beside the lavish molding. No sign of Cott. I spotted fragments of glass on the marble from the broken window. Closed doors lined the hall, leading to parlors, libraries, and sitting rooms. No Cott. Was he